save you? Will foreign troops invade your soil? Will government enslave you? Will the greatness that was once your crown be trampled in the streets? Oh, America, don't let your name go down in such defeat. America, America, the tide is rising fast. Don't you think it's time now to remember your great past? America, America, now the tide can still be turned. Just open up your eyes and see the lesson to be learned. America, America, once God's word was your standard. How gradually you've compromised, how far you find.
Time and time again about a new world order. And this is the best chance to begin to establish the new world order. And that's why the stakes are so high. It's not just Kuwait. It's not just Iraq. It is a question far more fundamental than that. It is a question if, in fact, an allied coalition, 28 nations deploying forces in the Persian Gulf, can, in fact, establish order there in a very volatile region. And if we establish order and establish peace and stability, which I think that we will, it will have a tremendous impact on future tyrants and dictators that will think about going in and gobbling up a weaker country.
Что мир развернулся в своем движении в другом направлении, к новому мировому порядку,
I
к
think
новой цивилизации.
even that does not describe why the world has changed so much and why the world has turned so much toward a new world order and a new kind of civilization.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind.
This letter, which is available at the back table, and I want everybody to have a copy before you leave today. This letter was sent out to all the heads of state in the world on December 12th, 1990, to announce the intent to form the world government. President Bush and all the world's leaders got a copy of this.
The idea for a new world order is not new. Over the centuries, it has been a subject discussed only in the secrecy of smoke-filled conference rooms, in the upper echelons of secret societies, and under the cover of top-secret government agencies. Only in the past few years have politicians started talking about the concept openly and publicly. Why now? Because these well-planned programs for world government are almost ready for implementation. As we approach the turn of the century, the time has finally come, they think, to prepare mankind for the transition. A slick, multifaceted advertising campaign has been launched to convince the human race that we should no longer think of ourselves as citizens of our respective countries, but instead as members of some sort of global village. We are children of the universe. Briefly, Let's review the history of this conspiracy for world government and see just what our favorite politicians have in store for us. Men have always fallen prey to would-be dictators who, under the guise of noble causes, have strewn the battlefields of history with the carcasses of their victims. There were the ancient Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans who followed them. In almost every generation, there has been at least one powerful monarch or politician who has sought to enslave as much of the human race as he could. Edward Gibbon, in his voluminous work on the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, charted the course of an advanced civilization, given not only to the noble aspirations of peace and prosperity, but to the wickedness and debauchery of a depraved society as well. The Caesars had conquered the world, only to die at the hands of men more sinister than they. But the quest continues. In the 5th century, a Frankish monarch by the name of Merovee established a dynasty which has, over the centuries, attempted to revive the prestige of the Roman Empire. Offspring of this family of European monarchs have scarred the face of the earth with their programs for world conquest. In the Middle Ages, they attempted to revive the throne, the crown, and the title King of Jerusalem. 5 European armies under the command of Godfrey de Bouillon drove the Muslims out of Jerusalem and attempted to establish mankind's long-awaited utopia. The year was 1099. Godfrey de Bouillon died the following year, and his brother Baldwin ascended the Crusader throne. This revival of the throne of David was supposed to last 1,000 years, but alas, the so-called kingdom of heaven was defeated by the Muslims in less than 200 years. These European crusaders believed a lie. They were taught that they were in the service of a man who had descended directly from Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, and therefore had a divine right to rule the world. This would-be monarch converted the Al-Aqsa Mosque that stands today on the south side of the temple compound into his palace, and the Mosque of Omar into a Christian shrine. As far as we know, however, no plans were made to rebuild the magnificent temple that had once graced the site. In 1118, a new order of knights was established. They were called the Poor Knights of the Temple. The French term is Knights Templar. These so-called Knights of the Temple spent the next 9 years excavating the temple site, not for the purpose of rebuilding the house of God, but to find the fabulous treasure which had been hidden from the Romans 1,000 years before. According to a copper scroll found in 1952 in a cave near the Dead Sea, some 138 tons of gold and silver had been buried in 64 locations. In 1127, these poor knights of the temple returned to Europe, wealthy beyond belief. In the years following, they established an international banking cartel, loaning gold to various governments and implementing a system of taxation. The citizens of each country were called upon to support their national debt. Today, the London Financial District, which houses the Bank of England and all of its partners in the international banking cartel, is located on 22 acres in downtown London, in the middle of which stands the Church of the Knights Templar. Yes, the Knights Templar owned the international banking cartel to this very day. Their plan for world conquest has been a simple one. Over the centuries, they have succeeded in setting up a central bank in every country of the world. They create money out of nothing and loan it to the various governments in the form of paper currency. This currency is not an asset, but a debt. It is called a note, similar to the note of a loan at the bank. The currencies of all nations have become debtors' notes, upon which interest is levied and paid to the Class A stockholders of the central bank. Pretty slick idea, isn't it? The Knights Templar have bought the world. In his book, Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike wrote to the Knights Templar, their watchword was to become wealthy in order to buy the world. And indeed, that is exactly what they have done. There are some historians who say that the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and even the Civil War was fought over an attempt to control the issuance of America's currency. The Bank of England was determined to establish and control a central bank in the United States. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by our well-intentioned politicians, creating this central bank for the United States under the control of the Bank of England and its European-based international banking cartel. When the Federal Reserve System was established in 1913, the United States had no national debt. Today, however, our government owes this international banking cartel over $3 trillion. By the end of this century, all of the taxes collected in America will not cover even the interest due. Each and every family in our nation now owes the Bank of England and its subsidiaries $65,000, each family. I am reminded of what Thomas Jefferson said when he first learned that Alexander Hamilton had been given a permit to establish a central bank. He said, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks and the corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. That is exactly what is happening. After the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln voiced his concern about the prospects of private control over America's currency. He said, as a result of the war, corporations have been enthroned, and an era of corruption in high places will follow. And the money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working on the prejudices of the people until wealth is aggregated in the hands of a few and the republic is destroyed. In 1913, Colonel Edward Mandell House, a secret representative of the international banking cartel, persuaded President Woodrow Wilson to support and sign the Federal Reserve Act into law. Some years later, President Wilson admitted, I have unwittingly ruined my country. And who was Colonel Edward Mandell House? He was a proponent for world government. During the Civil War, his father, Thomas House, had been an agent for the Bank of England and had made a fortune by supplying the South with equipment and ammunition from France and England. Colonel House called himself the unseen guardian angel of the Federal Reserve Act. He was not only an advisor to President Woodrow Wilson, he was the administrator of the Wilson White House. Colonel House wrote a novel called Philip Drew, Administrator, wherein he laid out a plan to bring America into a new world order. On page 222, he wrote, America is the most undemocratic of democratic countries. Our Constitution and our laws served us well for the first 100 years of our existence. But under the conditions of today, they are not only obsolete, but even grotesque. His book tells of a bloody revolution in the United States wherein the socialism of Karl Marx would be established. Colonel House wished the same for Russia, and that revolution came only 5 years after the publication of his book. Over the years, there have been several attempts in our Congress to dissolve England's hold on America's currency, but all attempts have failed. Our government is filled with politicians on the payroll of the international banking cartel. By the middle of the 1980s, some 20 states had passed legislation calling for an audit of the Federal Reserve System or for a repeal of the Federal Reserve Act. But did you hear about this in the news media? No. The big networks are effectively controlled by this powerful and fabulously wealthy secret society. By the late 1980s, the battle was once again taken to the floor of the United States Congress. House Resolution 1469 called for the abolition of the Open Market Committee of the Federal Reserve System. And House Resolution 1470 called for the repeal of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. Another House resolution called for an annual audit of the Federal Reserve. But again, they all failed. How can this be? Who are these people who have a stranglehold on American politics? And what is this secret society which plans to bring all nations under their control? The international banking cartel started with the Knights Templar back in the 12th century. The sordid story of these money manipulators is well documented in my book, Guardians of the Grail and the Men Who Planned to Rule the World. On page 11, I wrote, "The members of this secret sect are neither Christian nor Catholic. They are neither Jew nor Muslim. Their doctrine sidesteps the basic tenets of those beliefs and replaces them with the teachings of their greatest prophet, whom they believe to be Buddha." On May 1st, 1776, the infamous Illuminati was organized in Germany by Adam Weishaupt, a prominent member of one of the secret societies evolving from the Knights Templar. His sinister organization conspired for the overthrow of all governments and the establishment of a new world order. Adam Weishaupt wrote, "We must do our utmost to procure the advancement of Illuminati into all important civil offices. By this plan, we shall direct all mankind. The occupations must be so allotted and contrived that we may, in secret, influence all political transactions." According to some historians, this ultra-secret organization was short-lived, but not so. They have continued to flourish under the cover of several sister organizations until this very day. In the late 18th century, they carried out the French Revolution. In the 19th century, they conspired with Karl Marx to produce a plan for world conquest. In America, this secret society, funded by the international banking cartel, established a group called the Council on Foreign Relations. In his book entitled En Route to Global Occupation, author Gary Kaw quotes from the handbook of the Council on Foreign Relations concerning their origin. On May 30th, 1919, several leading members of the delegations to the Paris Peace Conference met at the Hotel Majestic in Paris to discuss setting up an international group which would advise their respective governments on international affairs. The United States branch was officially formed on July 29, 1921, and called the Council on Foreign Relations. Over the years, this group has accomplished some astounding feats. They established the United Nations, the Trilateral Commission, and the Club of Rome. Their tentacles reach into every facet of American life. They influence our educational system from the earliest grades to the university level. They provide politicians for local, state, and federal legislatures. They educate our lawyers and control our judicial system. And they effectively control both political parties in our nation. They provide candidates for our federal government in both the Democratic and Republican parties. We are told that the candidates differ in their approach to government, but in reality, it doesn't matter who is elected. Both will work for the establishment of world government. This is true not only in America, but in almost every nation in the world. They are moving quickly to establish a new world order by the year 2000. Pat Robertson, who once hoped to become the Republican nominee for president, recently published a book entitled The New World Order. On page 109, he wrote, "Anyone who takes an oath of office to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and then deliberately attempts to subvert the sovereignty of this nation is guilty of treason." Some 2,500 years ago, the prophet Daniel wrote about a coming world government headed up by an antichrist. He used several metaphors to describe Lucifer's plan to enslave mankind. Daniel called this world government a dreadful beast with 10 horns, rising out of the sea of humanity. Then he described another little horn, which would arise and conquer 3 of the first horns. In Revelation 13, this beast is said to have 7 heads along with its 10 horns. The biblical view of the prophecy tells of 7 heads, 10 horns, and a little horn who will pluck up 3 of the first horns by the roots. Now, these numbers are fascinating in the light of modern developments toward a new world order. The Council on Foreign Relations established the United Nations in 1945 to be the catalyst upon which world government will eventually emerge. Over 160 nations now belong to the United Nations, corresponding quite nicely to a prophetic sea of humanity. The Club of Rome was organized in 1968 to oversee the unification of the entire world. On September 17, 1973, the Club of Rome released a report wherein they proposed to divide the world into 10 political and economic regions. Their original document called these 10 divisions of our world 10 kingdoms. They seem to correspond quite nicely to the 10 horns on the beast in the books of Daniel and Revelation. Also in 1973, the Trilateral Commission was established, bringing the leaders of the 3 richest nations in the world together to foster a new era of global economic interdependence. Japan and the United States, along with Great Britain, represent the most powerful industrial base in the history of mankind. Each of these 3 nations funds their gigantic corporate structure and industrial base with a colossal stock market. The London Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, and the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Since 1973, the Trilateral Commission has evolved into the G7, or Group of 7. The Far East is dominated by Japan. The Western Hemisphere is spearheaded by the United States and Canada. Europe is represented by Britain, Germany, France, and Italy. The 7 heads of these fabulously wealthy nations have met 18 times since 1973. The most recent meeting took place in Munich, Germany during the first week of July, 1992. The leaders of these 7 richest nations in the world are preparing to establish a new world order.
While we've been traveling, one of the pieces we got here, and this came from Oklahoma City. This is from the Oklahoma House of Representatives. And for those of you who are called crazy for saying there's a new world order or that we really don't understand what it means, I imagine that maybe an official document would help out to demonstrate that we're not the only crazy people out there. This is the Oklahoma House of Representatives Anti-New World Order Resolution. It was enrolled House Resolution number 1047. It was sponsored by Monks, Adair, Apple, Breckenridge, Caldwell, and virtually 30 to 40 other individuals. There were others that signed on afterwards. It was signed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, received by the Office of the Secretary of State this 29th day of March, 1994 at 1:29 p.m. in which it states, whereas, and I'm only going to read some lines of this because I don't want to take up too much time, whereas there is no popular support for the establishment of a new world order or world sovereignty of any kind, either under the United Nations or under any world body in any form of global government, and whereas global government would mean the destruction of our Constitution and corruption of the spirit of the Declaration of Independence, our freedom, and our way of life, etc., etc. What this is a declaration stating cease and desist. And again, to make sure everybody knows, it's enrolled House Resolution number 1047 with the state of Oklahoma in the House of Representatives.
Conspiracy, one of the darkest words in the language of man. Yet there is hardly a single page of history that doesn't partially reveal the deadly eye of conspiracy at work. It was a conspiracy that directed Brutus against Caesar in the Roman Senate on the Ides of March. It was a conspiracy that plotted the betrayal of West Point by Benedict Arnold during the American Revolution. It was a conspiracy that led John Wilkes Booth to the assassination of President Lincoln on Good Friday, 1865. The past record of man is burdened with accounts of assassinations, secret combines, palace plots, and betrayals in war. The tenet of conspiracy has been a dominant force in all history. But in spite of this clear record, An amazing number of people have begun to scoff at the possibility of conspiracy at work today. They dismiss such an idea merely as a conspiratorial view of history. The purpose of this presentation is to show that the conspiratorial view of history, particularly of recent history, is the correct view. That there is a secret and powerful combine at work today. That it constitutes the unseen government of the United States.
We'll help you survive this thing called life. We're for the people. Whatever your source, upstairs or strive, for the people is there.
Well, folks, we're going on a detour from the phony glib, glitz, and glitter of regular commercial TV. Imagine a TV and radio network actually supported and guided by everyday Americans. People who, like you, are fed up, really care about their families, and want a chance at the long-lost American dream. The honest and hard-working citizens across the USA. The real heroes and heroines. Folks, this is your show. It's for the people.
We'll help you survive this thing called life. We're for the people. For the people. For the people. Is there.
Hang on, America. We'll be right back. Hi, everybody. Chuck Harder, For the People. And with me in the studios here at the Telford Hotel in White Springs, Florida, is Jeff Baker. How are you, Jeff?
I'm doing well, Chuck. How about you?
And you look hot. Lose the coat.
I'll have to lose the coat before we're done. It's a hot room.
Well, it's warm, but you're home.
It's a
you're
hot
home.
topic.
That's
so.
right. Now, Larry Pratt, if you've got a coat on, you can keep it on because you're in Washington.
That's right. It's part of the uniform up here, the dress code.
Let's talk about freedom.
That's not part of what we talk about up here.
Let's talk about freedom. First of all, on an earlier broadcast, I read a list of the members of the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations that are inside the Clinton administration, and I've got the list handy here. But essentially, it's almost everybody. I mean, it's anybody who is anybody. You know, Anthony Lake, William Crow, Hallis Rivlin, Ron Brown, Les Aspin, Larry K. Smith, you know, all of the names, you know, they're all there, man. Strobe Talbot, Warren Christopher, Peter Tarnoff, obviously Bill Clinton, George Stephanopoulos, David Gergen. They are all part of the Council on Foreign Relations or the Trilateral Commission. These two groups have or have not, gentlemen, and I'm going to ask both of you, have or have not these two groups essentially set the USA policy for the last 30 days, or 30 years, I should say, 30 years? Gentlemen?
I'd say probably longer even than 30 years, probably closer to a half century for the CFR. In fact, about 80 to 85% of all department heads within the executive branch of government have been members of the CFR for the last half century, or the Trilateral Commission. And of course, you can take the Trilateral Commission right back to Jimmy Carter and Zbigniew Brzezinski, the founding fathers, I guess you'd have to say,
of the TC.
Of the TC.
Okay, Larry Pratt, your assessment.
Well, Chuck, I think we're seeing the fruition of that kind of internationalist, one world government sort of thinking. It's certainly popped its head up rather visibly under George Bush when he talked about a new world order. And now we're seeing it even more forcefully brought to the public light with the Clinton administration and their efforts to put the troops of the United States under Blue Beret command.
Gentlemen, in a nutshell, who done it? And how long has it been going on, and how do we reverse it? Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Larry.
Larry?
Well, it's been going on at least since Roosevelt in a systematic, unremitting fashion. I think we could go back and find Lincoln and others that had done it here and there piecemeal. But since Roosevelt, it's been the continuous policy of the government to rule by decree And one of the biggest assets that the government has had is that it was able to do this without the media ever talking about it. But there's a new ball game in town, and that is that people are turning on their radios, whether it's the shortwave or whether it's the regular AM and FM, and they're getting information that they never got before.
Why did the media cover this up? I mean, this is a big story.
They're owned by the people who have to gain from this. I mean, you know, you and I think that government is anti-business. They're not. They're only anti-small business. They're only anti-mom-and-pop business. They are not anti-multinational. The multinationals have no nationality. They have no home. Their only home is money. Their place of abode is the politician's back pocket. They put money in there. They get what they need. This has been going on. Hamilton tried it. Hamilton was little more than an agent for the world bankers out of England. It moved forward to Lincoln. He probably, perhaps somewhat accidentally and perhaps somewhat in naivete, committed treason. But what's going on now, particularly starting since 1913 with the Federal Reserve, which is the uncontrolled, unlicensed, unmitigated bank in all over the country that controls our money supply. In fact, the same folks that own all of the money in all of the world. These people have been at it a long, long time. They own the media. They own the media centers. They are until the Chuck Harders and people like you came along on talk radio. People were wandering around in the dark. They knew something was wrong, but they had no concept, no clue as to what it was. Now, unfortunately for the snakes in Washington, a light is being shed. People are beginning to see who these snakes are, and they're saying, hey, wait a minute. Maybe it's time we get rid of a few of these rattlers before they get rid of us. But one of these days, the rest of America, Chuck, is going to wake up, and then I'd hate to be in their shoes.
Long story short, ladies and gentlemen, this country has a bunch of problems. One of is the loss of freedom. The control of the media is another problem.
Now, folks, the reason you're not hearing this kind of truth on the media in general is because the media is controlled. What it essentially amounts to here is that all the top media officials are members of these clubs, Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, Bilderbergers, and so on, whose goal is to bring about this new world order. And the reason you're not hearing about this truth that we're showing you today is that the media is controlled. And if you think that's silly, then you just don't have your eyes open, and that's why we're here today, to help you open your eyes to see the truth. And we don't get this information from our own imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the actual documents from these secretive organizations whose goal is to bring about this new world order. For example, this chart below the book was derived essentially from the membership list of this publication published by the Council on Foreign Relations, this occultic New World Order inclined organization. So we have all the information right here. Bill Clinton's in it.
Now, this organization is at 58 East 68th Street, New York City. In fact, it's on the cover of the Illuminati documents we were talking about a quarter of a century ago. Now, if we take a look at the roster, we're going to find almost every important figurehead in every party. This isn't a Republican or Democratic or independent aligned group. This group controls all parties. We have a one-party system. It's a sham.
We have another document that is available from a sub-organization of the United Nations, in which they actually display their entire plan to bring about this new world order. In fact, this booklet is entitled "A Design and Plan for a New World," meaning New World Order. In addition to that, folks, something that's really going to shock you is that they've already planned a global constitution for you. It's already been planned. They're already planning to do away with the Constitution of the United States under Presidential Executive Order number 11490, signed into law in 1969. You don't even know about it, do you?
The CFR, from behind the scenes, has dominated this nation for decades. CFR members include top executives and journalists for the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Chicago Daily News, Harper's, Look, Time, Life, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, CBS, NBC, MGM. The average American has never heard of the CFR. Yet it is the unseen government of the United States. It's a sobering fact that the hidden power structure of international finance has exerted tremendous influence over public opinion in this country through its virtual control of higher education and major segments of mass communications. The human mind is like a computer. No matter how efficient it may be, its reliability is only as great as the information fed into it. If it is possible to control the input of the human mind, then no matter how intelligent a person may be, it's entirely possible to program what he will think. And yes, it's even possible to program people to laugh at the mere mention of the word conspiracy.
So first, I'll just introduce who the panel is. We have a medical doctor from Lansing with the initials CP after his name. He likes to go by Constitutional Patriot. He's the author of a recent author of a book called A Renegade Government USA, Dr. Tom Robinson. Come on up, Tom. And the next
Thank you. I've just been told we're going to have the questions at 10 o'clock. That means I got 4 minutes. When Dominic introduced me, he said I like to call myself constitutional patriot. Well, I spent some 15 years earning a degree in medicine and getting a certification in surgery. And I do have an MD degree. But I have spent the last 9 years arming myself with knowledge about our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence, our Coinage Act, and our pertinent history, real history. And I think I've earned the title of Constitutional Patriot, and I differ with him. I don't call myself a Constitutional Patriot. I am a Constitutional Patriot. Before we start, since I don't have but a short time, I was going to talk about some things, but I think what I better do is read a couple of things right quick, because I can read those. I think I can get those in time. I hate to do this again. We read this to the first group, and that's to make you aware why your media is the way they are. As we all know, that we don't get the truth from the media, and we're not supposed to. This is a toast that was given by John Swinton, who was editor-in-chief of the New York Times for some 20 years, and he was recognized by his peers as the dean of journalism. And as a matter of fact, for years, that's how he was designated, the dean of journalism, and he was very well respected. Well, in 1953, they had a toast for the journalists around the country. I'm sorry, they had he was giving a toast. They were having a meeting. The New York Press was having a meeting for the journalists around the country, and they were in attendance from all over. And he was asked to give a toast. He was just retiring, John Swinton. And here's what he had to say. They got the surprise of their lives on this one. Incidentally, this never appeared in print. There is no such thing at this date of the world's history in America as an independent press. You know it, and I know it. Understand now, he's talking to journalists from all over the country, and nobody disputes him. There is not one of you who dares to write your honest opinions, and if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. How's that sound? I am paid weekly for keeping my honest opinions out of the paper I am connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things, and any of you who would be so foolish as to write honest opinions would be out on the street looking for another job. If I allowed my honest opinions to appear in my paper, one issue of my paper, before 24 hours, my occupation would be gone. The business of the journalist is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of mammon, money, and to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. Can you understand why this never appeared in print? You know it, and I know it. And what folly is this toasting an independent press? We are the tools and vassals of rich men behind the scenes. We are the jumping jacks. They pull the strings and we dance. Our talents, our possibilities, and our lives are all the property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. How do you like that?
stockholders of the Federal Reserve happen to be some of the same people involved in funding the effort to politically move us in the direction of a world government. I had my second experience in 1984 while I was on a trip to Taiwan. During a meeting with a member of the Associated Press, who was also one of the leading businessmen of Taiwan, he shared with me a list of approximately 300 people who he claimed he believed were involved in an effort to try to bring the people of this country, the United States, into a one-world government behind our backs. Now, there's a lot more to the meeting than that, and I go into detail on it in the book. But I noticed that all the people on this list were members of either the Council on Foreign Relations or of the Trilateral Commission, two sister organizations. Together, these groups have approximately 3,000 members, and they're extremely powerful. For the last several elections, almost every presidential candidate, regardless of whether or not he was running on the Democratic or Republican ticket, was a member of one or both of these organizations. And the current election is no exception. George Bush happens to be a former director of the Council on Foreign Relations. For 3 years back during the 1970s, he was a director. Bill Clinton is a current member of the Council on Foreign Relations. He joined just a couple of years ago, quite recently. Ross Perot was invited to join the Council on Foreign Relations. The motion was seconded by President George Bush. Now, you try to figure that one out. But there are some other presidential candidates running, such as Bo Gritz and Howard Phillips and Lyndon LaRouche, who are not members of the Council on Foreign Relations. Some of these people have taken a stand against the world government, but without backing from the three major networks, it's virtually impossible to get very far. Unfortunately, in this country, we have four powers now, government powers. We have the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and then we have the major networks. And these networks, I think you would agree, can sway the polls by 10 or 15 points in a matter of 1 to 2 weeks. And that's unfortunate, but they, by the way, are owned in large part by people who are members of the Council on Foreign Relations. And the Rockefeller family is one of the key families that has been funding the Council on Foreign Relations and who also made the beginnings of the United Nations possible. They are also one of the stockholders in the Federal Reserve through Chase Manhattan Bank. So I noticed there was a lot of dovetailing between the economic and the political side of this one world movement. I also don't believe it's a coincidence, and this is right in line with the endeavors of the Council on Foreign Relations, that Mikhail Gorbachev, when he was in this country back in early May, while speaking to the University of Missouri, openly called for the forming of a world government. He came right out and said it. He went beyond the term the New World Order to actually call for the forming of a world government. I have the transcript of his speech to back that up. Do you know only C-SPAN carried that? None of the major networks carry that on the evening news, regardless of where you stand on the one world government issue, whether you're for it or against it. I think something that significant deserves to be on the major networks. And the fact that it wasn't, I believe, does point to a cover-up of sorts. I believe that for the most part, many of the people involved in the media who are also members of the Council on Foreign Relations come from this global mindset, and they support these concepts, and they don't want to see this effort hindered. One of those obstacles is the United States Constitution, because it protects the sovereignty of this nation. So they have to figure out a way to get around the U.S. Constitution and are working on that feverishly. They are trying to get Congress to declare a constitutional convention, at which time they hope to make major changes in our Constitution to allow us to go into a world government, or preferably to introduce an entirely new Constitution, which has already been drafted. Here it is. This is the Constitution for the world government. It is being called, tentatively at least, a Constitution for the Federation of Earth.
The best weapon that we have had is word of mouth, because the press lies. One of the aspects of it, and I want it written down if you have notepads, the Conference of the States, ladies and gentlemen, is my greatest concern at this moment. Not the pickle smoke that's being created in Oklahoma City, but an attempt to throw out the Constitution and the Bill of Rights of the United States. How many here knew anything about it? Thank you. And how did you find out about it? Thank you very much. Did the press report it? No. Thank you very much. And why not, I wonder? Well, if you'd like more information, let me give you an idea. The Conference of the States was a concealed con-con. The attempt was made before March 20th to try and sweep across the country all 50 states of the Union simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you have grown gray fighting the con-con in the United States, starting back in the 60s or the 70s and maybe even before. And even you can admit this was the most concise, effective attack on the Constitution so far to date. No one had seen anything like it. It swept through 10 states in less than 7 days. It would have created independent corporate mechanisms at each state that would have gone to a Conference of the States in Philadelphia to demand a con-con. They would have thrown out the Constitution and Bill of Rights, brought in the new States of America Constitution. If you need some of the information on the numbers, in New York it was J79 Bruno. In Texas, HCR 18. In the Dakotas, SR 82. And also in, for instance, Pennsylvania, HR 30 and number 30 is a Senate bill. The Council of State Governments and ACIR, ACIR sponsored it, ACIR. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could find it with the limited resources that I have, I guarantee the press could find it too, and they failed to inform you of a threat to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights that was overt.
The media, when I say television, radio, news, Time Live, Newsweek, New York Times, your AP, UPI, those are all pretty well controlled by an establishment that is lined up behind something called the New World Order, a desire to merge the United States with all the other nations of the world under some ungodly UN contraption in which Americans will lose their sovereignty, this nation will lose its sovereignty in the world. 200 years of the richest, most beautiful history will be washed down the tubes if this thing is successful and complete. And I'm not the only one that's fighting this New World Order. I mean, there are thousands of people who are doing just what I'm doing. This is a form of media that these people cannot control. They just haven't figured out a way to control it. Neither can they control shortwave radio, and they can't control the internet at this point in time. And it's got people like Bill Clinton in an absolute dither because they're losing it.
That's how simple it is. You see, regardless of all the damage that has been done by these people, by their insidious plotting, by their paranoid conspiracies, that can be corrected. The American people are still sound. I have total faith in the people of this country.
I think they really just need to know the truth, Eustace, and from that truth, I believe that if they knew the truth, that they'd make the correct decisions, don't you think?
Well, why do you think the Federal Reserve bankers control the major television networks? Because they only want their propaganda to go out to the people. They realize that 3 days on television could inform all the American people of everything that's gone on.
This is what you're getting in the media today, folks, for the new people here. And we could go on and on. I've got a whole file on these things. I think the last one on the media, and I'm spending some time on this because it's so important for you to know, you're not getting the truth. You're getting exactly what they want you to get. And, right, this is... The last one I'll share with you is from a character that we've heard about for years, and that is David Rockefeller. Okay. Well, in 1991, he was at a meeting of the Bilderbergers. And he was in Germany, and that was a secret meeting of the Bilderbergers, and we were not supposed to hear what I'm about to read you now. By the way, this can also be found in the Vampire Killer 2000, what I'm going to read you here. But he said to the media that was there at these secret meetings, this is what he said. We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. What's discretion mean? Keep it from the public. He goes on to say, it would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity during those 40 years. He says, but the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march towards a world government. And he says the supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite, like President Clinton and her first husband,
The international elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the public to the national audit determination practice in past centuries. In other words, they truly believe we're going to love what they got planned for us, folks. And there's your media for you. So I didn't want to not cover that because we have so many new folks here tonight, I'm sure, that don't understand why we're talking about these things if they've not heard about it. And that's the reason. You're not supposed to hear about it.
Found. And so it was, my friends, that in a speech given September the 14th, 1994, just 5 or 6 months before the bombing, David Rockefeller, who founded the Trilateral Commission, who sat at the head of the Council on Foreign Relations, and who was the money man behind Bill Clinton's election, gave a speech. He was named the United Nations Man of the Year. He was introduced by Republican Party mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. And he said something that was absolutely amazing. He talked about the New World Order. He talked about the global coexistence of all nations interdependently. And he said it's in big trouble. Our plans are in jeopardy. This is what he said. Let me read exactly David Rockefeller's comments to you. Now, again, this was when he was honored, given the United Nations Medal of Honor. In his acceptance speech, he said this, quote, "This present window of opportunity, during which a truly peaceful and interdependent world order might be built, will not be open for too long. Already," said David Rockefeller, "there are powerful forces at work that threaten to destroy all of our hopes and efforts to erect an enduring structure of global cooperation." My friends, he then referred to these powerful forces as, and listen to this, ruthless advocates of ethnic nationalism.
March 14th, 1994 issue, just last March, issue of Time magazine. In the same issue, How to Achieve the New World Order, by your friend and mine, Henry Kissinger. Okay? March 14th, this year, 94. Okay? Go to your local library and check it out. It's there.
This event tonight is not being sponsored by any particular group or organization per se. It really is a movement of the people, by the people, for you, the people, and is a manifestation of what can happen when people choose to draw together and take a stand for what they know is truth. I stand here tonight before you as a living testimony of what can happen in your life when you step out in faith and decide you want to make a difference. It's our sincere desire tonight that you will leave here challenged by this information. Well, without any further ado, it's my great privilege and honor to begin this program and introduce to you Mr. Gary Kaw.
From the early to mid-1980s, I served as the Europe and Middle East trade specialist for the Indiana Department of Commerce. Now, in Indiana, the lieutenant governor is the director of the Department of Commerce. It's like an extension of his office. It's a little bit different from other states, and it is a political position. Anyway, in that position, under the lieutenant governor, I traveled to over 20 countries, most all of the countries of Europe and the Far East. I was also in Israel 4 times, doing everything that I could do to promote exports from Indiana to create more jobs back at home. We were in a major recession at the time, and they were really emphasizing exports. Well, in all the countries I traveled to, most all of my meetings were set up by our American embassies. So in spending 3 or 4 days usually in each city, I made some good friends at the embassies, and we would talk about more than just business, exporting. We would talk about personal things and international affairs and politics and all kinds of things that were going on in the world. And it was in meetings such as these during my first 2 years on the job that I first began to hear the term the New World Order being used. It was always being used as a reference to a coming one world government. Some of the people talking about this were rather open to the idea. Others were opposed to it. In mid-1984, I began to speak out against some of these things. When one day I was invited into the office of one of the directors of the Indiana Department of Commerce. It was not Lieutenant Governor John Mutz, it was someone else, but a man of authority in his position. He asked me to take a seat, and then he began to question me. He said, "Gary, is it true that you've been talking out against world government?" And I said, "Yes, that's true." He said, "Is it true that you've been saying this and that you've been saying that?" And we went through a whole list of different things that he had heard that I had said, and I said, "Yes, that's correct." He said, "Gary, don't you think that this possible trend toward a world government isn't just a natural evolution of the progress of mankind? In other words, what's wrong with the world government?" So I thought, okay, that's a fair enough question. I said, "No, I don't believe that's the case because I see a great deal of manipulation behind the scenes and a lot of secrecy involving this too. This is being done behind the backs of the American people. Somebody doesn't want us to know about this." And I also talked to him a little bit about the centralization of the banking industry and some of the things I had discovered along those lines. Then I went on to share with him why I was opposed to a world government, why I believed it was dangerous. There were numerous reasons, but I just shared one or two of them with him. I said, for one thing, under our current world order, if one country steps out of line and becomes aggressive against others, the other countries of the world can put it back in its place. They can team up against that country and deal with it. And this, of course, was the case with Germany during World War II. But I said, if we go into a world government, and this world government becomes corrupt, assuming it's not already corrupt from the beginning, then who would there be to oppose this world government? There would be no other power left because now the entire world would be under a single global umbrella. And I said, isn't it foolish to throw all of our eggs into one basket like that? It just doesn't make sense to me. And I think at that point he realized I was making sense and he cut me off. He didn't want to hear anymore. And these were his exact words to me. He said, "As long as you work for this administration, you will not talk about any of these things to any groups regardless of their size, whether they are Christian or non-Christian. Is that understood?" And before I could answer back, he said, "Gary, you've been a tremendous asset to our administration and we do not want to lose you, but the choice is yours." If this information catches on here and people take this seriously and get it out, it will sweep around the world. I just want to challenge the people here tonight to do whatever you can do. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you this evening. May God bless each one of you.
The United States of America has been taken off course by powerful and wealthy influences who have been working throughout this century to build more government here at home and total government throughout the world. They don't intend to be limited by the U.S. Constitution, and they don't care a whit about the Declaration of Independence. These same individuals in and out of government have used great wealth to force fundamental changes in America. They have built the Soviet Union into a world power and have kept it afloat for decades, and they are still at it. Congress got wise to what they were doing in the 1950s and tried to stop them. In 1952, members of the U.S. Congress had amassed a great deal of evidence showing that various tax-exempt organizations and foundations were involved in financing and promoting subversive activity within our nation. The U.S. House of Representatives formed an official committee to investigate this subversion. Its chairman appointed a knowledgeable and determined American named Norman Dodd as the committee's director of research. Late in 1953, at a meeting in New York City, Ford Foundation President H. Rowan Gaither bluntly told Norman Dodd that he and others had for years operated under directives issued by the White House the substance of which was that we should make every effort to so alter life in the United States as to make possible a comfortable merger with the Soviet Union. Mr. Gaither added that he and others were still being guided by such directives. A startled Norman Dodd then asked Mr. Gaither if he would repeat what he had just stated before the full committee in Washington, and Gaither refused. And the plans to alter America in order to merge our nation with the USSR continued to unfold. This admission by the Ford Foundation's leader in 1953 was startling. But there were even more dramatic revelations uncovered by this committee before it was hounded out of existence in 1954. The Congressional Committee also investigated the Council on Foreign Relations, a little-known private group headquartered in New York, whose members do dominate the State Department, and also the mass media, the military, the corporate world, and, as might be expected, the tax-exempt foundations. The CFR goal: one world socialism, world government, internationalism. Scrap the Declaration of Independence in the U.S. Constitution. Replace both with a world government charter. Pull down the stars and stripes and run up the United Nations flag instead. Merge our nation with communism in a one-world tyranny. This is what they want, and that's what many large foundations and groups like the Council on Foreign Relations have been working towards for most of the 20th century. Read the history of the Council on Foreign Relations in The Shadows of Power by James Perloff. Help those of us who are trying to keep our nation independent by spreading understanding about these globalists and their goals. President Bush served as a member of the Board of Directors of the Council on Foreign Relations as recently as 1979. He has maintained ties with this world government promoting organization all during his years as Vice President and now as President.
George Bush said it like this: if you get a copy of the Operation Vampire Killer 2000 out there, this is a police manual that's been written for police officers and soldiers. It's called America Police Action Plan for Stopping the Program for World Government Rule. And on page 21, George Bush tells all of us in uniform something very surprising for all of you in uniform tonight. It says here, "It is to the sacred principles enshrined in the UN Charter to which we will henceforth pledge our allegiance." I don't know about you, but I got a surprise for George. UN building. The UN building, February 1st, 1992 is when he made that statement. This little book, by the way, has all kinds of little goodies in it about the New World Order. It was put out by 3 police organizations for hard-headed police officers and soldiers that don't want to believe what's really happening in America.
Okay, to try to put what we're going to talk about tonight in a perspective, let's talk about something called the New World Order. George Bush talked frequently about the New World Order and what a wonderful thing it would be. I think he mentioned it some 200 different times. And of course, Gorbachev talked about also building this New World Order. He talked about it hundreds of times. The New World Order, that George Bush and his establishment friends, and when I talk about the establishment, let me just preface it by saying there is a liberal Eastern establishment that runs America. It's dominated by the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and some of your wealthiest, most elite people in this country. In Europe, the groups would be the Bilderbergers, the Club of Rome, the Socialist International, and so forth. By the way, it's interesting that both George Bush and Bill Clinton were members of the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, and the Bilderbergers. The establishment dominates both of our mainline parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. I call them Socialist Party A and Socialist Party B. There's not any difference really between the two parties. In fact, George Wallace said back about 30 years ago, he said there's not a dime's worth of difference between the two parties. Well, I think he was very right. The liberal Eastern establishment believes in world government. They believe in a global government. And the scary thing is they think they can put this global government in place between now and the year 2000. Okay, that's only 7 years away. And that's one of the reasons I think you see them accelerating everything. They've been going along in a certain direction at a pretty steady speed for about the last 15 or 20 years, and all of a sudden when they throw everything into high gear, you got to back up and say, what's going on? Well, they believe that there's virtually no opposition to this New World Order of theirs, and they think they can slam dunk it on us. Now, the New World Order involves a world government under the United Nations. It involves one world currency, one world central bank, all leading towards basically a cashless society where everything is pushed through the computerized credit card system or banking system. The New World Order envisions a one world economic control, central economic planning like they've had in the communist countries. It envisions one world environmental control, one world population control. I guess you want to get a little idea of what that might look like. Look at China, where they have their one-child policy, and they either abort or kill, especially the girl babies, and in order to try to control population. All of this is to be held together by a United Nations Army, which they call very openly now. They're very open about these things. They used to hide them, no more. They're very confident that no one will stop them. They call it the New World Army.
What you have to learn, and these are lessons we learned in our case, why all this abuse? Why all of this power? Was it because we were committing some crime? Were we violating somebody's person or property? No, our neighbors said our kids were the best in the neighborhood. When they would lose a ball across the fence, they didn't climb over the fence. They didn't abuse the property. They asked someone to get the ball. Was it because that our teachers were not qualified? Even though the media said all the time, why don't you want qualified teachers? We said we have qualified teachers. We just don't want them certified. State certified. Why didn't we want them state certified? Because the state required every teacher that's certified to go through 32 hours of humanism. And we didn't want our teachers to be brainwashed with humanism. And I don't care how good a Christian you are, you're not going to go through 32 hours of state indoctrination on humanism and come out lily white. Our teachers all had degrees. I had an earned doctorate, master's degree. My daughter had graduate degrees. Every teacher we had degrees from Bible colleges. But that was not the issue. In fact, was it because our children were not being educated? We found out that the state of Nebraska hired a man from Texas A&M to come in and test their students every year using the California Achievement Test. We decided to do the same thing. We called the fellow up. He said, look, I'm a humanist. I'm not a Christian. And we said, well, is that going to make a difference on how you evaluate the kids? We want you to give them the same test. He said, no, I've tested Christian schools all over, but I think it's only fair to tell you I'm a humanist. I'm not a Christian. He said, my fees are $100 a day in my expenses. We paid the $100 a day in his expenses. He came in and tested our students. He went back to Texas. A few weeks later, he called and said, get everybody together. I'm going to come up and give you the results. Got everybody together. He came in and he said, the worst that you've done is that you're 7 months ahead of the state average on mathematics. The best you've done is you're 3 years ahead of the state of Nebraska on reading, spelling, and word language. We said, well, would you be willing, if we paid your fee, to go to court and testify for us? And he said, I like your results so well, I'll do it free. And when we walked into the courtroom, the judge said, this man will not testify. His test results will not be allowed in the court record because they're irrelevant to this case. Our attorney, who was CLA at that time, said to the judge, let us make sure we understand you, Your Honor. Are you telling us that this case is not about the education of these children? And he said, you got it. That night at 5 o'clock live on Channel 6, I was supposed to debate Peter Hoagland, who was an NEA elected state legislator on the State Education Committee, who is now a federal representative for the state of Nebraska. And he was fighting us so hard, and we were on live at 5, and the gal said, well, if these children are doing so well and nobody's made any complaints, why is it that you have to regulate this little school? Why do you have to do all this? Why spend millions of tax dollars to close down a little school that's doing a better job than the state? You need to learn to listen and pay attention to what these people say. They're not hiding anymore their motives. He looked into the camera and he said, the reason we have to regulate these church schools is that by the year 2000, the United States of America will be part of a global society, and these children that are not trained in state-controlled schools will not fit in. When we got off the camera, I said, Senator, by the year 2000, Jesus Christ will have a global society, and you may not fit in. What you need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is that the educational program of America is an international program. In 1945, when we joined the United Nations, from that day to this, we have been headlong making a fast run to merge our society with the Soviet Union and with all the others. In fact, most people do not know that in 1985, Ronald Reagan's man, Mr. Schultz, signed a treaty in Geneva that the Soviet Union would in fact write the curriculum for the American public schools, and that curriculum was introduced in the public schools this fall, 1989, in the United States of America.
We got to start listening to folks, and we got to start figuring out what the hell is going on here. We got to start figuring out who the bad guys are, okay? We got to start getting educated. The Unseen Hand, an excellent book by Ralph Epperson, all right? You need to pay attention about what's going on here with your one world government. They got Kermit the Frog right here, working with the United Nations here to produce this book. And this book goes to our toddlers. This is a 3-year-old, 4-year-old toddler book, folks. How everyone should just want to belong to the United Nations for peace. Okay? They also stand for this, folks, right here. And on the back of this little card, it says the bearer of this card has essential duties for the United Nations. Request full assistance and unrestricted movement be afforded the person to whom this card is issued. The person is duly authorized by the UN General Assembly to employ any means necessary for the settlement of disputes and the maintenance of world peace. This includes, but not is limited to, the complete authority to assert absolute jurisdiction over all nations and peoples of the earth, sovereignty, the laws of nations, and unalienable rights, notwithstanding. In other words, they're saying to hell with your Constitution. We can implement global population control measures. I mean, the effect of enforcing programs to achieve a permanent state of general and complete disarmament worldwide. I mean, you folks got to start getting on the track here. Now, the media is not informing you like they should, and that's unfortunate because our forefathers said that the free press was supposed to be the guardian of our liberty. In other words, eternal vigilance is the price of freedom, okay? We need to get back to basics. You need to get educated and up to speed. We got to move on tonight, folks. We got so much to cover in such a short period of time. I'm going to let you go. We'll get back to you. God bless you. Thank you for coming down tonight.
What we have in the United States is, in fact, good guys and bad guys. And you have to bring it down to that point. Forget about talking about a congressman being a conservative or talking about liberal. Forget about Republican. Forget about Democrat. That's baloney. We go strictly on the basis of what did this character do last year. Did he vote on a GATT trade agreement that was unconstitutional in nature? If he did, as far as we're concerned, he's a bad guy. If he's interested in passing unconstitutional laws that are going to deteriorate our Constitution and put us into this one world government, and they're going in that direction, if he's passing those bills, voting on those laws, he's a bad guy. End of story. I don't want to know what he is. Whatever he wants to label himself becomes a moot point. And amazingly enough, it dawned on me at a certain point in time, back in the 80s still, that what was going on was all these random bits and pieces of unconstitutional, illegal acts connected to our congressmen and our senators, and that in fact all of it was going into a single direction. That direction is one world socialism and the New World Order, to use George Bush's quote. The New World Order and one world socialism goes back many, many years. And what's taking place now in the United States is, in fact, what I would call the end of baking a cake that's taken the corrupted persons in the world that want to put us into the New World Order, has taken them about 40 years to accomplish, where they are now about to put the icing on the cake. And basically that's what the presentation is today. Some of the information, documentation, and live footage that you will see on this tape will really surprise and shock those of you that are not up to speed as to what's going on. Amazingly, in some of our investigative research that we were doing, we came across a book that was actually, there's 3 or 4, but one of them happens to be a book that was completed 40 years ago. As you can see it here, the title of the book is The United Nations Exposed. And this was written cooperatively at that time, 40 years ago, with a couple of senators and congressmen at that point in time. And bewildering as it may be, especially for those folks out there that love to just say, well, this is conspiracy talk, this is a conspiracy freaks that are chasing these things, etc. And that certainly is not the case when, in fact, you can find a complete outline for the threat of New World Order, One World Socialism in the United States and worldwide. You can come across that outline that's actually been laid down for you 40 years ago. As you can see here also, the table of contents of this particular book is amazing unto itself. It includes the description of disarming the United States. It includes telling and describing the fact that they will put us under the United Nations. They will unite the churches into a one world, New World Order church that will pretty much, it sort of throws everything into one big bucket from a religious point of view, so that the religions become united, and then all of this, by the way, falling under the United Nations banner. Pretty scary, because what happens is the total elimination of the sovereign rights, not only of individual Americans, but the sovereign rights of the United States of America. And it would completely eradicate our normal Bill of Rights that we commonly live under, and that's maintained our freedom under the Constitution of the United States for 200 years. It's really amazing when you realize that a point in time right now has come about where our Congress is apparently going along with it for the most part. The amazing GATT trade agreement, which, believe it or not, documented the GATT trade agreement documented as probably one of the major steps 40 years ago, folks. 40 years ago, the GATT trade agreement was totally discussed at that time. So it goes back a long ways, and it was pre-planned as part of the progressive steps to eradicate the Constitution of the United States. The GATT trade agreement, which was signed recently, is 200 individual acts of treason by the Senate and the Congress. Inside the GATT trade agreement is literally 200 individual treaties. The GATT trade agreement is 27,000 pages long. No one has gone over and reviewed the entire GATT trade agreement. It's a physical impossibility of a standing congressman. Yet they did pass it.
I'll give you the best example. You didn't need to talk about, and for people to say, oh, this couldn't happen, you don't need to talk about the GATT treaty. Do you remember when the GATT was originally supposed to go before the people on C-SPAN? They were going to debate it for 20 hours. Then they cut it down to 10 hours. Then they said, oh, they only needed to debate it for 4 hours. A document that is tens of thousands of pages, a document with 200+ treaties in it, and they were going to debate it for 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. That's only a few seconds for each person who's in the House. Only a few seconds. Now, I think if I had a chance to read the GATT, I'd have more than 16 seconds worth of debate going in my mind alone. The fact of the matter is we had it shoved down our throat. Even Mr. Dole admitted publicly that the general attitude and the call-ins were 9-1 against GATT. And he said, of course, because you don't know what's good for you, we're going to give it to you anyway.
We do not control the government of the United States of America. The United States of America is controlled by this evilarchy. They control the money system. They control the State Department. They control the presidency.
Obviously, if you've read Checkmate, The Game of Princes, you know that this has not been by accident. In fact, for over 200 years, there's been an organized plan to create a new world order. Way back in 1776, Adam Weishaupt began the Illuminati. He wrote down his 24 protocols, a step-by-step plan to create a new world order. And those who have been involved in it have been meticulous in following the steps and design of those protocols. In fact, they've been so dedicated that they have, in fact, dedicated entire generations of their family to the goal of a new world order, knowing that during their lifetime, they would never see the fruition of their dream. But you see, they never stopped. These are a dedicated people. They are the people who control the banks worldwide. As many of you know, the Federal Reserve is not a part of the federal government. It is owned by the princes of the New World Order. And we owe that Federal Reserve in this nation alone over $4 trillion. We live in a nation that is going in debt at a rate of over $1 billion a day. Over $1 billion a day. But these same princes own the central banks of England, Germany, France, Switzerland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, all the Central and South American countries, the rising African nations. You see, this is not a small game. This is not being played for small stakes. What's at stake here is the sovereignty of the United States of America. What's at stake here is your freedom, your life, your liberty, your property. You see, if they have their way, you and I will be slam dunked into a new world order.
Hello, I'm Bobby Lee, and this is The Bobby Lee Show. Today we have with us Eustace Mullins, a lecturer, an author of many books, a scholar, Washington Lee University, and today we're going to be talking about several different subjects. But this particular subject is the most important for today's political venue. And Eustace has written a book called The World Order. Now, Mr. Mullins has been working for the last 50 years to research important questions. Now, this book, The New World Order, how does the New World Order deal with the banking interest in America and across the world?
Well, you see, in studying the banking system in the United States, I found it was part of an international system of banking called central banks in Europe, and that the Federal Reserve System, which we had here, was simply an American version of the central banks they had in Europe. And I also found that these banks did not exist as some entity in some world of their own. They were an integral part of what I came to call the world order.
Jordan, you're going through reams and reams of research material, and does this come together for you?
Well, actually, I had about 135 bank boxes in storage of nothing but documents, pictures, letters, correspondence, and photocopies galore. As I said, I've been doing this for 35 years. There is so much more that needs to be said about the subject that we can never possibly get into, but there is something I really feel is necessary to bring out. We're not talking about something that's entertaining or sensational. We're talking about your government, where you live, your country, your freedoms. Right. And what we're talking about here is things which you see every day. Like someone said a long time ago, many will look with their eyes but not see, and listen with their ears but not hear. And that's us. That is this country. We have been looking at things all along and never realizing the significance of the occult emblems that we're seeing today.
On the backside of the dollar bill, you'll find the Illuminati pyramid. Annuit Septus, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the New World Order. What is all that about? I'm going to ask Jordan Maxwell. Jordan?
Yes, I will use this one I think would be better for. The novus, let's start with the annuit coeptus. Annuit coeptus is Latin, meaning our enterprise or our project is now a success or has been crowned with success. So then you say, well, your project is now crowned with success. What is the project? Novus Ordo Seclorum, which is novus, meaning new, ordo, order, the new order. Seclorium is the word secular in Latin, meaning the world, the new order of the world.
So let's look at the back of our dollar bill and analyze the symbol of the Illuminati. That's what this is, folks. It's also a Masonic symbol, but it's the symbol of the Illuminati, which controls, as Anthony said, all your money through the Federal Reserve, all the U.S. government money, and through other world banks, all the world's money. But this is their symbol, and this is basically the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, Satan, the devil. And what this inscription means here is announcing the birth of the satanic New World Order government. And Jordan, when was this placed on our dollar bill and by whom, and what was the story?
Well, it was placed in 1934, 35 I think it was originally on the dollar bill. But what I wanted to draw attention to is the fact that it's an Egyptian pyramid. And you had better look at the idea of why an Egyptian pyramid is on an American dollar bill.
Actually,
Technology.
This Illuminati, then, is the group of men who control not only all the money on the planet through all the world banks and the Federal Reserve and so on, but they control essentially all the governments. And so these men are planning to bring about a global form of government that's unique in all history. It's a total enslaving system of world communism and fascism, controlled by a hierarchy in Europe that Anthony calls what? The oligarchy.
Well, no, I call it the evil-archy.
The evil-archy.
The oligarchy of evil.
So these men are satanically inspired, and of course we get that term from the Bible, which means the devil. They're satanically inspired to bring about a global form of government to every nation on earth.
I wanted to add also that on the back of the Liberty dime, on the back of the old dime in America, there was the fasci, which you look in the encyclopedia or dictionary and look at the word fascism, you'll see that the symbol for world fascism was a bundle of sticks, a bundle of rods with a hatchet head. That was on the back of the
Well, you see that
dime.
on each side of the speaker's podium at Congress.
Oh, absolutely.
So they
and
have the fasci on each side.
Absolutely, and it's also the symbol for the United States Senate is the fasci.
But here is a picture of the new mint. It's in Fort Worth, Texas, new high-tech equipment. You can't get in there, but it's interesting that we were able to obtain pictures. Here is the mint. It's a circular building with a pyramid on top. Now, it should not surprise you that the new U.S. Mint was actually designed in an occult pattern. The devil enjoys being the power of the air and looking down on his temples of the Illuminati, his satanic architecture. But then he's also put it on your dollar bill, hasn't he? The all-seeing eye of the devil over his pyramid is on your dollar bill. The great sun god of the ancients. And underneath it, the inscription, Novus Ordo Seclorum, or New World Order.
Well, the New World Order is a group of insiders. It's sort of an international mafia, and they either work together or they get eliminated. I mean, these people have to cooperate because the death sentence is automatic if you don't. And you don't say, I'm going my way, to heck with you, because if you go your way is straight down.
Strangely enough, what this is a Kennedy note. And when we talked about the money earlier, this is the reason, despite what anybody else tries to argue, that Kennedy was assassinated. For whatever reason you may not like John F. Kennedy, for whatever reason you might have liked John F. Kennedy, this was the reason for his assassination. He had literally pulled the teeth of the New World Order crowd, in this case the Federal Reserve, by creating what were called United States notes. Now, a United States note, if you'll notice when you reach into your pocket and you pull out a Federal Reserve note, at the very top, it will say Federal Reserve, United States of America, etc., etc. This says United States note and means that there was no interest paid by the American people. Kennedy talked about this approximately 2 months prior to his assassination, and there are 3 things that he did. He got rid of the Federal Reserve, he created United States notes, and then he also struck $5 million in silver dollars, which would have been in circulation for 10+ years. He had literally saved the nation in a roundabout way and put us back on the right path towards hard currency. Unfortunately, he did not take the job as seriously as I think he should have, because once he signed something like this, he should have put himself in a bunker and just lived until the end of his presidency. That's all he would have had to have done. Unfortunately also, we know what happened to him, and 48 hours after Lyndon Baines Johnson became president, after the assassination, one of the first executive orders he signed was to rescind this money. And since then you have had Federal Reserve notes. That's why you have a national debt in the trillions.
And you know, President John F. Kennedy was alarmed over what might happen in the future. Listen to this. He said, "The high office of the president has been used to foment a plot to destroy America's freedom. And before I leave office, I must inform the citizens of their plight." He was assassinated 10 days later.
Today, it's the secrets of the Federal Reserve. Eustace, the Federal Reserve, it says federal right on this book. That must mean it's a governmental agency, doesn't it?
Well, it means it's as federal as Federal Express. That's the true meaning of federal.
You mean to tell me that the United States government does not own the Federal Reserve System? Because it's my understanding that the Federal Reserve System controls the money of the populace, the general people of the United States. And are you telling me that it's not the government of the United States, the Federal Reserve?
Well, that is the secret of the Federal Reserve, is that it's not federal. North of here, there's a millionaire's retreat called Jekyll Island, Georgia, which for many years was the private preserve of some of the wealthiest families in the United States. They met there in secret in Thanksgiving of 1910 to draft a money monopoly plan which they intended to foist on the people of the United States.
Well, how did they purchase this magical money machine? I mean, did they pay somebody off, or was it, I mean, you mentioned before Jekyll Island, and I heard that there was a no-name club at Jekyll Island. Would you tell us a little bit about that, Eustace Mullen?
Well, these are very important bankers who met there secretly in November of 1910. They left Hoboken on a sealed train, and the reporters were there, because these were very important people, and the reporters said, "Where are you going?" And they were all shouting and trying to get into the train to ask them questions. The train pulled out. They wouldn't say where they were going. They went to Brunswick, Georgia, which was the stopping place for Jekyll Island, which is just across the inlet there. And they went over to their private club, and they wrote the act in secrecy, and they stipulated it would be called a Federal Reserve System to delude the public. They stipulated that they would own the stock forever. You and I would never be allowed access to this stock. And they set up a money monopoly in violation of Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, which provided, the Founding Fathers made sure to guarantee the people of the United States they would have their own money. Congress would have control over the money. So then, after they wrote this secret plan, they had to take it before Congress and persuade Congress to turn over this money power to the private bankers. They did it through bribery, through intimidation, and they got it through just before, they actually put it through after the Christmas vacation started, when some of the opponents left. Congressman Charles Augustus Lindbergh, the father of the aviator, had fought this bill through Congress. He said it establishes a perpetual money trust, and our children will be enslaved by this money trust. He said it all in 1913, and it all has come true.
In the United States, it was inevitable that the international banking interests would attempt to establish the same kind of private monopoly over the money system that they had achieved in England, France, Germany, Italy, and Switzerland. The same formula would be used: make it look like a government operation, but keep the control in private hands. John D. Rockefeller had purchased the Chase Bank, and his brother William bought the National City Bank of New York. The Rockefeller Chase Bank was later merged with the Warburg's Manhattan Bank to form the Chase Manhattan, one of the most powerful financial combines in the world today. Acting in concert with the Morgan banking dynasty, they spent untold millions of dollars to promote legislation that would grant to them a private franchise over this nation's money system. To sell this scheme to the voters, the monopolists created the propaganda line that the proposed banking law somehow would work against the monopolies. Politicians took up the cry, "Banking reform," and "Down with Wall Street." And then, to make it look convincing, the financial tycoons publicly pretended to oppose the measure, all the while financing it behind the scenes. On December 22, 1913, the Federal Reserve Act finally was passed into law. Something known as the Federal Reserve System came into being, and with it, total control over the nation's money fell into private hands.
In 1913, Colonel Edward Mandell House, a secret representative of the international banking cartel, persuaded President Woodrow Wilson to support and sign the Federal Reserve Act into law. Some years later, President Wilson admitted, "I have unwittingly ruined my country." And who was Colonel Edward Mandell House? He was a proponent for world government. And Colonel House wrote a novel called Philip Drew, Administrator, wherein he laid out a plan to bring America into a new world order. His book tells of a bloody revolution in the United States wherein the socialism of Karl Marx would be established. Colonel House wished the same for Russia, and that revolution came only 5 years after the publication of his book.
The intimate papers of Colonel House, edited by Charles Seymour, reveal House as the unseen guardian angel of the Federal Reserve System. In the words of Mr. Seymour, the Schiffs, the Warburgs, the Kahns, the Rockefellers, and the Morgans had faith in House. In 1912, Colonel House authored this book entitled Philip Drew, Administrator. The hero, a thinly disguised version of himself in real life, was a behind-the-scenes manipulator of prominent political figures. In the disguised form of a novel, the book lays bare the general strategy that has been followed ever since, even to the very present. It tells of how a small group of insiders cause a depression and then bring about the election of a man named Rockland. Rockland gives fireside chats and launches a program called the New Era to strengthen government control over the masses. Eventually, the insiders who control the government weaken the country deliberately to the point of civil war, which provides them with the excuse for establishing a dictatorship.
Washington, D.C., November 1932. Franklin Roosevelt pledged a New Deal for the American people. They believed him and elected him the 32nd president. During the campaign, he seemed to contradict himself. At one point, he proposed a 25% cut in government expenditures, but later, he said he would consider deficit spending if it were necessary. He recently told an audience at Oglethorpe University, "The country needs and demands bold, persistent experimentation." Washington, D.C., 1935. President Roosevelt signed into law the Social Security Act.
This Social Security measure gives at least some protection to 30 million of our citizens who will reap direct benefits through unemployment compensation, through old age pensions, and through increased services for the protection of children and the prevention of ill health.
Washington, D.C., January 1936. A member of the president's own party, Democrat Alfred E. Smith, says that Franklin Roosevelt is a socialist and is trying to pattern the United States in the Soviet Union's image.
A few timid people who fear progress will try to give you new and strange names for what we are doing. Sometimes they will call it fascism, and sometimes communism, and sometimes regimentation, and sometimes socialism. But in so doing, they are trying to make very complex and theoretical something that is really very simple and very practical.
But what is the best way to sell big government and then world government to a people like ours, historically devoted to an independent republic of limited powers? The answer is simple. In revolutionary literature, the tactic is known as pressure from above and below. It's the strategy that Colonel House laid down in his book, Philip Drew, Administrator. Deliberately create problems, and then offer only those solutions that result in the expansion of government. Create conditions so frightful at home and abroad that the abandonment of personal liberties and national sovereignty will appear as a reasonable price for a return to domestic tranquility and world peace. If those who seek world dominion can stimulate leftist mobs into violent confrontation with local law enforcement, and also provide exhaustive news coverage so that the entire nation can see and tremble, then the peaceful and freedom-loving majority can be programmed to accept a vast expansion of government powers and even a national police force, offered supposedly to end the violence. If those who seek world dominion can raise the specter of an enemy armed to the teeth with superior atomic weapons on the verge of launching a nuclear holocaust, and also offer world government as the prevention, then millions of Americans can be programmed to accept the loss of national sovereignty as our last best hope for peace. This is the meaning of pressure from above and below. To put over police state measures at home, they need chaos, crime, and anarchy in the streets. Jerry Kirk, while a student at the University of Chicago, was active in the SDS, the Du Bois Club, the Black Panthers, and the Communist Party. In 1969, Mr. Kirk broke from the party, and the following year testified before the House and Senate Internal Security Committees. Here is what Mr. Kirk has told us. The idea is to create a situation where the people are so frightened of the violence all around them that they will throw their hands up in the air and demand, "Federal government, do something." And the only choice open will be martial law. The communists, black militants, and revolutionaries will never succeed in overthrowing the government of the United States. But unless they are stopped, they will scare the American people into accepting socialism from Washington and statist rule by the insiders of the establishment. This is what it is really all about.
You go down the line, and all of the great dictators and tyrants of the world have always dreamed of taking over the world. But everyone tried it the wrong way. Everyone has tried to take over the world with military, and everyone has discovered that military will not work. You cannot police and militarize enough to take over the world. So the Illuminati in 1776 developed a whole new concept of how to pull this project off. Instead of trying to force people into a new order or a totalitarian dictatorship on the military, which you cannot do because people are always going to rebel at that, the idea was developed by Adam Weishaupt to create enough violence and create enough chaos and enough bloodshed to frighten the world so that the entire world of mankind would one day come to the conclusion that there's too much bloodshed, too much crime, and there's just no possible way for the human race to exist unless we come together and pool our resources, and all of us accept one government and one order, and we will all live together in peaceful, happy, on one family, and nothing could be further from the truth that the chaos, that is being developed today is being developed purposely to cause us to be frightened into accepting, as a remedy, a new order of the world, which will be a total dictatorship of the earth.
Okay? Now, we are plunging towards a national police force and an international police force. The socialists believe in crisis management to solve crises, real or manufactured, in order to greatly expand their power and control over the people. These crises that the government loves to manufacture justify the passage and enforcement of new laws and regulations, expansion of bureaucratic agencies, and the installation of police state power over the people.
One of the things that I can see now that we must fear more than anything else, if we are going to have any fear, is that someone's going to try and talk us out of that flag. That through the concept of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, they will create the problem, demonstrate the problem, and come up with a solution otherwise none of you would have accepted.
Who in the world would want to create a system of crisis? Why would anyone want to have another riot?
Well, let's get down to the bottom line. On the Masonic temples around the country, we see Ordo ab Chaos, order through chaos. On the backside of the dollar bill, on the left, it says Novus Ordo Seclorum. Those individuals who want to bring about a new world order upon the ashes of American sovereignty. To do this, they have to create crisis, and they then give us order, a new world order. They set blacks against whites, Jews against Gentile, rich against poor, the women against men.
But Jack McLam is the most decorated law enforcement police officer right here in Phoenix, Arizona. I have his resume right here, and Carol and I went over with it last night on the phone, and I says, geez, this is about 2 pages of achievements, awards, education, community service, and business experience. And I'm not about to read everything on there. It would take me about half the day. Awards, he's been the Police Officer of the Year award twice, 1984. Just like to introduce right now the man by the name of Jack McLam to you.
Not often am I able to be in my own town talking to people, so I'm always very, very pleased to be with you and share some of the things that are going on around our country with people in my own hometown. So I want to thank you for coming, and I see a lot of faces I know and a lot of people that I haven't met before. So I hope before the day's over I'll have an opportunity to meet all of you that I haven't met in the past. The purpose of my work today is to basically work with police officers across the nation to understand what many of you in this room already understand, and that is the direction our nation is taking. Although officers already realize something is going on, it's pretty obvious because they work so close to it, and they're so much a part of that change that they know something is happening, but they don't understand exactly what it is. So my work for the last 4 years, now that I'm retired from the Phoenix Police Department, is to work with officers full-time and to making sure they understand what is going on. That year, I was given the Officer of the Year award for the whole city of Phoenix, and this was really something because in 20 years, a lifetime of an officer is about, on the department is about 20 years. You can take retirement after 20 years. Well, in 20 years, only 20 officers will win the Officer of the Year because it's once a year. One officer gets the Officer of the Year award. Well, we had 1,600 officers at that time, so you can imagine how pleased I was that my 3rd year on the department, 2nd year actually that was, that I won the Officer of the Year award. And so my first years with the department, my success on the street and success with some of the programs I put together for the Phoenix Police Department, several others that I won't go into, earned me the reputation as the most highly decorated officer in the history of the Phoenix Police Department. Now, I don't say that to boast. Teresa had a hard time getting me to even say that when I first started giving these talks because I don't like to boast because I think I'm just an average officer, when I was on the force. But I worked hard and I cared a lot. And so I think that, and then of course, it offends some people sometime that I say that I'm a Christian and I give all the glory to God that this happened. But if you're offended, I'm sorry, but that's actually what I believe and what helped me to become successful. But I can see the importance of what the Lord had in mind by releasing me now to work full-time at this. Because if we're going to recover the hearts and minds of these very patriotic police officers that are going to play a major role in our lives very soon, either way, if they're on our side or if they're not. Right now, majority, there's over 600,000. Our newsletter goes out to National Guardsmen and police officers because we both do the same role. In a national emergency, which we believe is coming, the National Guard will serve right with the police officers. There'll be no difference, no distinction between the two.
So we now reach thousands of National Guardsmen and police officers, and it's exciting. It's really exciting, but the problem is there's over 600,000 police officers and about 200 or 400,000 National Guardsmen. So we're reaching probably 4,500 to 5,000 police officers now and National Guardsmen combined. We're working on a geometric progression, so that's good because we can grow very rapidly. But so there's great hope, you know. And then the private citizens, of course, are having meetings like this, and we're reaching more and more people. You go out from here and you duplicate the efforts of yourself by handing out literature and educating people and talking to people, having other meetings in your area. And so we're in a situation that Bo Greitz, myself, Lindsey Williams, Don McIlvaney, and many other people that speak to groups feel is not hopeless. I mean, we see great growth in America of people that are concerned, both in government and outside of government, that are concerned about what's happening and are willing to listen and learn.
Great pleasure to announce and to introduce Jack McLam.
This is a tough subject for me to talk about tonight. Two areas I'm going to share with you right now. I have police officer friends, military friends that have perished in the last few years, taking, with the police officers, an ounce of marijuana off somebody in a street somewhere in America. I have a good friend in Phoenix, Arizona, fine police officer, only been on 3 years. Good friend of mine that one night stopped a vehicle with 4 youth in the vehicle. He discovered on one of the youths a bag of marijuana. He pulled it out of the youth's pocket. All 4 of them jumped him. One of them pulled a gun and put it to his head and shot him right in the head. He lived, but he's very, very disabled today. His wife and children are in pretty tough shape because of his injuries. He can't do as much as he used to earn a living for them. And so across America, officers are risking their lives and losing their lives and becoming disabled, and military people too, fighting what is a phony war on drugs in America. They don't know it, however. They think that somehow, just like when we went to Vietnam, that somehow we were doing something important for America to safeguard the American people. The police officers that are risking their lives today in a phony war on drugs, and I'll prove it to you in just a minute for you officers in the audience today, are doing that because they love the people, and they think somehow that they've got to risk their lives to try to stop the moral decay and the total destruction of the next generation of Americans if they can just take that little bit of dope off that individual or a little bit more off this individual, that somehow they're going to have an impact on the narcotics, bombing out a whole generation of young Americans. So they do risk their lives and they do lose their lives every day in America. But what we have here and we know today is I have a folder in my briefcase here that's about an inch thick. I have a file cabinet at home that is filled with evidence, proof positive, witness statements from the left politically, all the way to the right politically, and all the way in between, documentation to prove that the United States government have been importing drugs in from Southeast Asia and from South America since the late 60s in this nation. And they're the biggest importers of drugs in this nation. And we have the proof to prove it. I have another file in my briefcase back here. And by the way, remember, this is from the evidence from the left to the right of the political spectrum and all in between. This is documentation from both sides, all the way to Marxist organizations in the United States that have proven and shown us their documentation that this is true. We got the names of people that in the government have been bringing the drugs in. Colonel Vogreich, you know, a few years back brought a wonderful film from, I mean, it's not wonderful, but a very important film is when I first met him in Phoenix, Arizona, when he brought his film back from Southeast Asia, showing an interview he had with General Kumsaw in Shawnland in the Golden Triangle, where General Kumsaw opened his ledgers and showed the names of Richard Armitage, Theodore Shackley, and others that have been importing drugs for the United States government by the tons since the late 60s in the United States. This is hard, cold proof. But why can't we get it out to the American people? We're back to the media again. But not just the media, folks. I've got another file in my briefcase that officers have compiled for the last 10 years, myself included, as to how in America today politically appointed judges have methods for controlling the outcome of jury trials the way they want them to come out. Politically appointed judges are given specific cases against certain good Americans and against certain international bandits to be sure the truth does not come out in a court of law about who is actually behind the drug trade in America. I've got that file, and we did a newsletter on it, a police newsletter showing 8 methods in which a judge, a federal judge, and even district judges, federally appointed judges and locally appointed judges, have been chosen politically because they will cover for the right people to protect this whole corrupt system that has been set up. So you can't get it before a court of law today. You cannot get the facts that we have by the reams and reams of in file cabinets of evidence, testimony of people that have been involved in the drug trade, soldiers that have been involved in the drug trade, not knowing for years, helping the government bring this stuff in here. And the reason I'm telling you this, folks, is for this reason here. Why would our government do that? Remember, the most important statement I told you here tonight was Rowan Gaither's statement, the head of the Ford Foundation, 1954, to lower America to a level where it could be merged with the other nations of the world. Morally lowered, politically, economically, every way you can think, we had to be brought down to a level to where we could be merged with the other nations of the world. The drugs are a very, very important, I would say the most important program the globalists have going is the illicit drugs they're bringing into the United States. Why? Because it's causing a breakdown of society like we've never seen in the history of this nation. The drugs are doing that. And they like it. They are literally ruining the lives and killing off a whole generation of minority children in the part of town I live in. And I pray every night with tears in my eyes that somehow we could get this information here that we're given tonight into the minority areas, into the homes of minority families, so that they can join us, in attacking a common enemy that's destroying the whole generation of their children. But we can't do it, folks. We can't do it because we're being stopped at every attempt that we try. And here's why. The most sensitive thing I'm going to tell you tonight, and the thing that'll tear at your guts, and I'm sorry for this, but you have to know this, folks. The thing that's going to tear at your heart is the pure evil that is in the highest offices in our nation today and have been for generations. Pure evil. And I'm going to read you about that evil. I'm going to read you a statement here that we found in the congressional record. It's old, but it just shows how long this diabolical plan has been going on to destroy this nation and pit one group of people against another pit of people to do that, another group of people. It has been a plan for years to keep the races separate in America, separate to where we can't join together to fight the common enemy that's destroying all of us. It's been a plan, and here we found it in the congressional record. Let me get this right. It's a book that was written by a communist, one of the top people in the Communist Party, and it's called A Racial Program for the 20th Century. This man was the man's name is Israel Cohen, and his book was written in 1912. Now, it was read into the congressional record, and if anybody's writing this down, write this down, because you're going to have to prove this to people, because they're not going to believe you. But this is why we cannot save the families of the minorities that are purposely being used to cause crime and drug problems in society so that they can cause a breakdown through fear of all Americans. And it's a plan, and here's the plan. Israel Cohen writes this in 1912, and it was read into the congressional record. I just wanted to give you a minute to get your pen. Write this down. The U.S. Congressional Record of June 7, 1957, page 7653. I'm going to give it to you again. This is very important. Somehow we have to reach the other good Americans out there that are struggling like you and I are to raise our families without drugs and to raise our family without being involved in gangs and raise our families and raise our children in a moral environment. We must get this out to them, all of this information we're giving out here tonight. It was the U.S. Congressional Record, June 7, 1957, page 7653. And here's what was said in the book written by communists to destroy this nation we all love. We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, we can mold them to the program of the Communist Party. In America, we will aim for subtle victory. While inflaming the Negro minority against the whites, we will endeavor to install in the whites a guilt complex for the exploitation of the Negroes. Now, I'm going to stop there because I don't want to read you the rest of it. It is so sick and it's so hideous what is written in that section, and I want you to look it up yourself so you can prove what I'm telling you is the truth. And you'll understand the sickness, the absolute evil that controls not just America today, but the world. These people hate anybody that's not an elitist. They hate anybody that's not rich. And I'm not talking about the little general in Texas. He's not rich. $4 billion is not rich to these guys. Really. Perot is not rich. He's one of the pawns. We're talking about multi billions of dollars is what these people respect, and the only ones. They don't like the white race. They don't like the black race. They don't like the Hispanic race, the Oriental race, if you're not one of the super rich in this world. And so we're all in this together. And there's two Achilles heel of the enemy that I see here that we can attack and attack and attack and hurt them terribly with. And those two Achilles heels is one of them right here. We can work together because we are all Americans with our black neighbors, our Hispanic neighbors, our Oriental neighbors to gain They know they can't win if we all get together and love one another and work towards a common goal of saving our nation.
Carl is a highly decorated hero of the Vietnam War, serving in the elite Apache troop as a paratrooper and crew chief. The famous movie Apocalypse Now and the best-selling book Apache Sunrise are based on the true life experiences of this group of brave and patriotic Americans. Carl Miller was inducted into the top-secret project Blue Book, and he considers it an honor to have served in several operations supporting Lieutenant Colonel Bo Greitz, including Operation Eagle Snatch. Carl is a veteran of hundreds of dangerous parachute jumps, breaking his legs or ankles 6 times, shot down 4 times, personally shot twice. Carl has miraculously escaped death numerous times. Carl credits divine intervention and God's providence for the preserving his life unto this day so that he may complete the most important mission of his life.
By the way, my name is Carl Miller. I want to thank you again for inviting me into your home. We want to show Jack McLam's magnificent books too, Vampire Killer 2000 and the Aid and Abet newsletter. We need to get these out to every police officer in the United States of America. They need to understand what the heck's going on here. You get a hold of Jack McLam and his people at Vampire Killer 2000 and they will be happy to put this book out. This explains to your police officers exactly what the heck's going on. And they have an Aid and Abet newsletter that you can get. Let's get that out. Aid and Abet. Aid and Abet Police Newsletter, P.O. Box 8787, Phoenix, Arizona, 85066, right? And he has a phone number you can call him too, I think. Now, they have these vampire killers out and it tells the police everything they need to know. Also, they publish a newsletter, Aid and Abet newsletter. You want to make sure. Aid and Abet. Okay?
Tell your Southern Air Transport story.
Yeah, well, we were flying interdiction along the Cambodian border, and we come up on the door of these B-model Huey. It was a smaller Huey, and it was painted blue and silver. And all along the side of the tail boom was white powder. And I informed the aircraft commander, and he told me he was hailing them on the hailing frequency, and he called them up and told them to land. We wanted to inspect their cargo, and they told us basically to blank off and die. You know who we are? My pilot told him he didn't care if he was a man from Glad. He was going to land that aircraft and we were going to inspect his cargo. Basically, he told us, we're not landing. My pilot ordered me to roll my guns up, and he shot him down. And we went down there, and we blew his landing gear off, shot up below his fuel cell, and he got the idea we weren't fooling around. He went down and landed in the rice paddy, and we inspected his cargo, and sure enough, he was carrying heroin. So the pilot gave him a choice. He could go to Long Bin jail with us for contraband trafficking, or he could hitchhike home, baby. So he chose to hitchhike home. Figured he had a chance. Of course, we knew that was going to be rather difficult in Cambodia, him being 3 foot taller than anything they're walking, and a white man on top of that. But we gave him a chance, and the bottom line is he didn't want to go to jail, so we torched his aircraft, and we got back, and the CO, are you crazy?
Those people are CIA, they're going to kill you. I told them, make my day. I said, they were trafficking that dope to our GIs and God knows who else, and as far as I'm concerned, we stuck it to them for about 15 million, and I'm just tickled, and if I could do it again tomorrow, I'd do it again.
And so George Bush was like a lot of scions of these world order families. That is, he was unemployable. I mean, if he came in to be interviewed, and there were 8 people there, he would be the 8th one that you would hire if you had to hire 8 people. And, you know, Lyndon Johnson...
He should have had 7 others when he was running for President of the United States.
Well, it's too bad they didn't. Lyndon Johnson was quite a perceptive guy. He was a Texas redneck, and he came to Washington, and he looked at all these bright young men at the Central Intelligence Agency who were from the wealthiest families in the United States. They were there as a lark. They wanted to play James Bond, and their families would do... and as Lyndon said, he said the CIA is composed of scions of wealthy families whose families would never dare let them near the business because it would be dissolved within 6 weeks. So George Herbert Walker Bush, when he finished at Yale, and they said, well, should we put him in the family firm of Brown Brothers Harriman? They said, good God, no, we'll be in the breadlines within 2 months. So they said, let him go work. Let him do what everybody else does. Go work for the Central Intelligence Agency and travel around and have fun. So George went to work for the CIA. It's the only job he ever had, just like Bill Buckley, another scion of a wealthy family. Bill Buckley was hired by the CIA when he finished at Yale, Skull and Bones. We're talking about the Brotherhood of Death here, the Skull and Bones crowd, which Bill Buckley and George Bush and all of the partners at Brown Brothers Harriman were members of this Illuminati fraternity established in 1848 as the Russell Trust by Daniel Court Gilman. But to get back to George, he didn't start out with the CIA. He started out as an agent, a secret agent of the CIA, who was running his own oil company called Zapata Oil Company. And, you know, George, when he wanted a name for his company, he wanted a name that really represented what he believed in. So he didn't call it the Thomas Jefferson Oil Company, and he didn't call it the George Washington Oil Company. He looked down at Mexico, where you had a communist revolutionary named General Emiliano Zapata. And Emiliano was quite a bloodthirsty guy. His idea of a good time was to go into a village and line up all the women and children and shoot them. So George said, this is my kind of guy. So he named his oil company Zapata Oil Company, which showed the kind of people that he would like to have around him.
The mentality of George Bush and Henry Kissinger and David Rockefeller and the rest of the socialists on this Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateralists is not the sovereignty of individual nations as the Bible speaks of them and as God set them up. Their mentality is a new world order, and you'll hear them talking openly about it on the TV today. God ordained nations, and God has ordained not the United Nations. That is satanic. And I'm ashamed that it's on American soil. I'm ashamed that David Rockefeller and his daddy, John D., and those boys bought 16 acres of New York soil and built that complex up there to wickedly bring in a new world order, and that's exactly what they're doing. I'd like to kick them right out in the Atlantic Ocean. We probably got school teachers in here. I recognize the other gentleman that was here last time. Bless your heart. And the new fella, good to have you here tonight. And this fella, how you doing? Good to see you. Travis got his wife. She's still with him after months on the campaign trail. She's got to have great grace from God, just like my wife does, and Brother Strawcutter's wife. We probably got a bunch of folks here that are trying to help educate children, young people. I've got about 10 hours worth of stuff tonight. I'm going to cram it into about 20. You've got a president in there that the New World Order has been grooming since he was a little boy. And George Bush has been groomed by the establishment from the time that he was in college and a member of the Skull and Bones fraternity, and then president of Zapata Oil Company in Texas. You might not like what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you something. I didn't ask your permission to say what I'm saying, and I'm going to stand accountable to God for what I'm saying. And any stinking federal judge or district judge that gets a hold of this tape, may you get an earful, Doc, and may you realize that you're going to bow before the jurisdiction of heaven one day, and it's my job, if I'm a man of God, to tell the truth and tell it like it is and cry loud and spare not. George Bush is putting on a front just like Ronald Reagan was, trying to tell the American people that they've got a war on drugs, and I can document with 40 hours of videotape that George Bush and Richard Armitage with the CIA in 1970 were bringing in 800, 900 tons, 1,000 tons of opium and cocaine into this country every year, flying it in here on American airliners out of Bangkok, Thailand. And he's in bed with Mikhail Gorbachev tonight. I'm not a member of the New World Order, honey. I'm a red-blooded farm boy from Virginia. My granddaddy's bled and died on this soil because they feared the Lord God of this book, and this bunch today running things doesn't even know there is a God, and they deny there's a God. You know why? Because I believe that this government is in cahoots with the Russians. The New World Order. What do I need from Mikhail Gorbachev? What do you need, sir? Sir, ma'am, sir? What do you need, front row, from Mikhail Gorbachev? I'll tell you what I need a goalpost. That's what I need. Hey, man, he's a stinking butcher. Don't tell me how good he is in Perestroika and détente. Now, folks, I've probably scared a lot of you with some of the things I've said, and you might say to yourself here tonight, well, he ought not be allowed to speak like that. Let me tell you, if what I'm saying is a bald-faced lie, I still ought to be able to say it under freedom of speech as long as I'm not hurting you or damaging another man's person, property, or liberty. And if I have made a character assassination on George Bush, then he ought to sue me. Amen? Amen. For defamation of character. And let's just see if he can prove what I've said is not so. Because I happen to know people that got videotapes of General Kun Saw from the Golden Triangle over there at Burma and Laos and Cambodia, where they grow all the opium.
Because they want a controlled conflict. The same thing is happening in South Central Los Angeles. The same thing is happening in major cities throughout the United States and throughout the world. This is conflict control, and the symbols are everywhere.
Let me explain to the audience something very simple in relation to what you're saying. In Africa, and the big game hunters in Africa for many years used to, when you go out to hunt the big game, you wouldn't go into the jungle to look for the big game. You would hire many of the natives to go out with cans and bottles and surround about a 10-mile circle out in front of you and work in, beating cans and bottles and screaming and frightening your prey, the lion or the animal that you're looking for, and he's your prey. And you keep closing in until finally whatever is out there comes out into the open, and he's a sitting duck. That is precisely what has been happening for the last 100 years. The Illuminati have been purposely organizing, directing, and financing wars, revolutions, violence, and bloodshed, so that it will sufficiently impress and frighten the world of humanity into accepting a new order, a new police state that will finally put down all the law and order, the disorder in the world. And it is the oldest trick in the book. Our greatest enemy is not in a crack house, it's in the White House. It's not in a bar room, it's in the boardrooms. And so the point I'm making is that we are being manipulated from the very top. Hollywood. So I'm saying that Hollywood has been used.
But Hollywood is making pictures not for the profit, but for the propaganda.
For the propaganda.
Yes.
But you see, they know what they're saying.
Good morning, General. Oh, I suppose you don't speak English.
All Japanese staff officers speak English, but never mind the social amenity. Be good enough to explain why you're delaying an entire mechanized division of His Imperial Majesty's Army.
Oh, I'm out of gas. You see, I got a truck a couple of miles down the road.
Would you mind showing me your credentials?
Oh, sure.
Do you, by any fortunate chance, happen to have an American cigarette?
Oh, sure. Here. Thanks.
I've spent many years in your country, and I've acquired a taste for them.
Oh, well, here. Take the whole package.
I wouldn't dream of depriving you of pleasure so hard to come by.
Oh, come on, you'll be doing me a favor.
Oh, 1,000 thanks.
We have 2 minutes and a half left.
You must believe me when I say that, contrary to popular belief, that the Japanese people have always held your country in great esteem.
Well, that's fine.
Yes, they like it so well that they have finally decided to take it away from you.
You don't say.
In fact, we have already moved toward that aim.
I don't get you.
It will be a pleasure to enlighten you.
Good.
Briefly, it is this. At this very moment, your warships are at the bottom of Pearl Harbor. Your planes were destroyed before they were able to take to the air. Your defenses in the city of Honolulu are a smoking shambles, and your dead by the thousands litter the streets and beaches. And the fate of Pearl Harbor will be the fate of all so-called free democracies who dare oppose the Imperial Japanese government. Because we and our allies, for the ultimate good of all nations concerned, have determined to establish a new world order.
You think so, huh?
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind.
And if there is a conspiracy at work among these men, why hasn't someone on the inside exposed it? The answer is, someone has. Dr. Carroll Quigley is a professor of history at Georgetown University. He is the author of the widely used textbook, Evolution of Civilization. He is a member of the editorial board of the monthly periodical, Current History. He has been a frequent lecturer and consultant for such groups as the Industrial College of the Armed Forces, the Brookings Institution, the U.S. Naval Weapons Laboratory, the Naval College, the Smithsonian Institute, and the State Department. Dr. Quigley also has been closely associated with many of the family dynasties of the super-rich. He is, by his own boast, an insider with a front-row view of the world's money power structure. When Dr. Quigley wrote this 1,300-page book of dry history entitled Tragedy and Hope, it was obvious that it would never be read by the masses. It was intended for the intellectual elite. And to such a select readership, Dr. Quigley cautiously exposed one of the best-kept secrets of all time. But he also made it quite clear that he was an extremely friendly apologist for this group, and that he fully supports their goals and purposes. On page 950, Dr. Quigley says, "I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and to many of its instruments. In general, my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown." Unless there is any doubt as to who is behind the CFR, Dr. Quigley tells us bluntly, in New York it was known as the Council on Foreign Relations and was a front for J.P. Morgan and Company in association with the very small American Roundtable Group.
And Bill, what's his name? Bill Slick Willie.
Slick Willie.
Yeah. He is in charge of the president. Well, he's the president, but he's in charge of what? Well, actually, I don't think he's in charge of anything. I think he is simply a servant of this oligarchy. He praises an individual called Dr. Carroll Quigley, who says, hey, what we have to have is a global government. And Bill Clinton admits that Dr. Carroll Quigley is his mentor.
He hails from the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderbergers, and the Club of Rome, the same establishment groups which gave us George Bush. He studied under and was molded by Georgetown University professor and internationalist Dr. Carroll Quigley, who was an insider in this whole New World Order crowd, who wrote a book called Tragedy and Hope. It should be remembered that Bill Clinton has studied under a highly praised Italian socialists and communists. By the way, this is worth talking about. Not only did he go to the Soviet Union in 1970, but in 1987, when Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas, right, thank you, it's been a long day. When he was governor of Arkansas, by the way, my friends in Arkansas say he wasn't a very good governor. He went over to Italy and he studied economic systems under Italian socialists and communists, and he admitted this to an Italian journalist right after the Democratic Convention last August. And this guy said, what? He said, the would-be president of the United States went over and studied economic plans and how to run an economic system from Italian communists? You've got to be kidding. And he said, yeah, I did. You know, I really learned some great things. And he came back and he set up some little communes in Arkansas after that. And so he went back. He couldn't believe it. But he heard it from Clinton himself. And so he went back, this Italian journalist, and he visited with the communists that Clinton had been over there studying with. And they said, yeah, that's right. And he said, we told him we were communists. So he said, we warned him we were communists. He said, no problem. Okay? That is your president. Now,
they're all proteges and insiders. You had Albert Gore, whose family has lived off of largesse from Arm & Hammer for many years, the founder of the Communist Party of the United States. And this has all been printed in the Washington Post and many other places.
The second I'd like to show you is some of the things that's been going on in our country. This is a picture of Lenin in the park in your fair state of Washington. 18 feet tall, 7-ton bronze statue. From Russia with love, no doubt.
Thank you for those very kind remarks. I'm not sure if any of them were true, but I really appreciate it. It's pretty exciting to come out and see this many people who really care about some of the things that are happening in our country. We're going to talk about where the country is going. Let me just preface my remarks by saying we are plunging towards socialism, in my view, towards a socialist police state. We are plunging towards the New World Order, and we'll talk about that some this evening. So I got in all this back in '59. I was a student at a junior college in South Texas. If you want to pray for somebody and you just run out of people to pray for, I can always use a few extra prayers. I'm coming under a lot of attack for some of the things I'm doing, and it seems to be increasing, as I think is going to happen to an awful lot of us. Okay? Now, we are plunging towards a national police force and an international police force. The socialists believe in crisis management to solve crises, real or manufactured, in order to greatly expand their power and control over the people. Okay? Bill Clinton and Al Gore in their book, Putting Free People First, as I mentioned, called for that 100,000-man police force made up of former retired military personnel, other government employees, etc., to fight the crime war and America's other crises. Clinton's new economic plan calls for the launching of this national police force soon. Outgoing CIA Director Robert Gates has called the CIA to be given the power to spy on American businesses and individuals and help support the Justice Department and other federal agencies in enforcing the myriad of new government laws and regulations. So the CIA wants to spy on us internally. Criminal enforcement agents of the DEA, FBI, CIA, BATF, EPA, FDA, IRS, and various other government agencies and departments are included. If they're all included, the U.S. could soon have a national police force of 200,000 to 300,000 people spying on the public and enforcing regulations, shades of the Gestapo in Nazi Germany or the KGB in Russia.
The police across the United States, additionally, are being militarized in every nook and cranny. We will point those out to you in a few minutes, some mind-boggling efforts taking place to, in fact, create a United States police force. A bill has been introduced on the floor of the Congress as of this month to create a 2,500-man hit team, I would refer to it as, a specialized group of police directed under Janet Reno herself, and this would literally, when you merge that with what is presently known as the police agency interfacing that's taken place, when you merge the two of them together, you would have an entire standing army for Janet Reno and or the president separately under their command with the alcohol, firearms, tobacco, the FBI, possibly even CIA, which they do interface with them, and that program would constitute an entire standing army for the Attorney General and the President of the United States.
I found out they even have new badges for the police. They're going to have a national police force. You know, Hitler created one in Nazi Germany. Here's another article. It says, good guys wear black. Now the police can wear black, yet they're the good guys. It says here, if they are ninja-like or even a little Nazi-like, it's not the intent, says Patrolman Peters. But he says it does terrorize a criminal. The real question, my friends, is, are you a criminal? Got it. Don't be invited.
Vitamin C, you know, like in oranges.
I'm Dr. Lorraine Day. For years, I was on the faculty of the University of California, San Francisco. The FDA is raiding doctors' offices for vitamins. Here is one where they invaded Dr. Jonathan Wright's office up in Kent, Washington, because he was giving patients vitamin B injections. They said, well, you're using an unapproved vitamin. Why was it unapproved? Because he got it from Germany because it doesn't have any preservatives in it. And all the vitamin B in this country has preservatives in it. So in fact, they are storming doctors' offices. They came in with guns drawn, flak jackets on, held the receptionist up with her arms extended because she was at gunpoint, terrorized these people. What for? Vitamins.
The BATF are the folks who are shooting up Waco, Texas right now. By the way, let me ask you a question. Those folks are supposed to be so bad, the Branch Davidians, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, maybe they have some oddball beliefs. Maybe they don't. Can I shoot you just because I don't agree with your religious belief? You can shoot them. They can shoot you too. Okay? Now, what law had those people done? What law had they broken? They hadn't broken any law. I've talked to people, law enforcement friends of mine throughout the government, they said that they can't believe it. They said it's bizarre. All the government had to do, all they had to do was get 2 assistant county sheriffs to go up and knock on the front door with a search warrant. They've done that before, and they'd let them in and let them look around. And look around. Instead, they go in with their 100 people with their ninja suits and their SWAT team, tactic.
There was a war waged on a Christian church in Waco. This is the first time there has been an armed military assault against the United States people since the Civil War.
And we ate it, didn't we?
Yeah, and the people sat back and said, oh, well, God, we got to get rid of that fanatic, those crazies out there.
Yeah,
they said, in the name of God, Time magazine, what happens when believers embrace the dark side of faith? Now, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, Koresh never went in and attacked the ATF. He had never attacked the government attacked them.
Well, there appears to be no substantiation for it. Those are allegations made by the government. But it's interesting.
And they gave the orders to slaughter. Reno gave the orders which came down from the President of the United States.
Well, the very first indictments was sealed. We still don't know what he's guilty of. No. They have sealed indictments.
As I look at Gettysburg National Cemetery and the graves here, I'm reminded of how much freedom has cost our forefathers. But I'm also reminded of those who died in Waco, Texas. But I'm also reminded of those who died in a similar incident exactly 50 years to the day before them, April 19th, 1943, in the ghettos of Warsaw, Poland. For it was in those ghettos that the Nazi stormtroopers killed the Jews living there. And the newspaper headlines were shockingly, strikingly, frighteningly the same as the headlines we saw surrounding the Waco incident. The Jews there were accused of being a strange religious sect. They were accused of performing strange sexual rites on their children. They were accused of hoarding guns and in general being a danger, a menace to society. But the similarities don't stop there. The techniques used to kill or murder these people were identical also to those in Waco, Texas, when first the stormtroopers went in a failed first attempt. Having failed in their first attempt, they called in the artillery. Poison gas was used. The people were burned alive or shot. And today, we see history repeating itself. You see, folks, if we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. We see many of the same things in Nazi Germany that we see in America today.
Once our enemy succeeds, those who are controlling the New World Order, they will bring in socialism. As Orwell said, the boot on the face of humanity forever. But that won't last forever. Your real enemies are the monarchists and the people of title and nobility whom we broke away from when we wrote this document. House of Windsor, House Rothschild, Habsburg, the new Rockefellers. There is a long, long list. Have they been successful? Yes, for we have been asleep. Will they win? We shall grind them into the earth before they grind us into dust. The punishment for the actions that they have committed is high treason. Treachery most foul. Acts against our people that the founding fathers thought were so horrendous that they wrote down for posterity, so that not only their enemy would see it, but so that hopefully you would remember where and when this happened. But because we have been in the new education system for so long, we are forced to suffer with repeating history once again, for we have not been taught history proper. You are doomed to repeat it again.
And CS gas, which the CS gas, of course, is what they used to murder everyone at the Waco scene. Unbeknownst to many people, the Waco invasion, they actually utilized CS gas that when it is ignited, instantly becomes cyanide. So what they did was introduce that into the building, cause it to be ignited it, and it then turned instantly into cyanide gas. Most everyone in that building, the 17 little children that were actually younger than 18 years of age, some of them, a couple of them were not even named yet, infants, they were all dead of cyanide gas. Those that ran out of the building in 2 or 3 directions were shot, systematically shot down.
Well, I found that Janet Reno, I call her Butch Reno, she already has defined who the enemies are. They're cultists. And everybody hates cultists. They burned them alive in Waco, and most of America said, great. What's next on the Sally Jesse Raphael show today? Charming. Look at those flames licking there at that building. Isn't that exciting? This is better than the latest karate movie. And of course, they couldn't hear the screams, could they, of the children in there and the babies as they burned to death and suffocated. From CS gas, by the way, that has been banned by international treaty to be used in warfare. It's okay for us to use it on children, but we couldn't use it against the Iraqis, of course. That would be breaking international law.
And what about David Koresh down in Waco, Texas at Branch Davidian? What about his religious freedom? Now, there, of course, are those who say that David Koresh was some sort of religious nut, and he may well have been. But frankly, I'll never know. You see, as a journalist, I would love to have interviewed David Koresh. I would love to have found out what he really stood for. But of course, I'll never have that opportunity. He and 85 others are dead at the hands of the federal government. When Janet Reno moved in, April 19th, 1993, she said it was to protect the children, the 25 children at Branch Davidian. She said that they were being sexually abused. She said that these people were hoarding guns and that they were a strange religious cult. Well, there are many things, many facts that would dispute that. You see, the state of Texas, the Child Welfare Division there, had been into the compound many times. They had found no evidence of abuse, sexual, physical, mental, or any other kind of abuse. In fact, they found these children bright, well-adjusted, well-educated. They loved learning and had a particular zeal for books. Doesn't sound like molested children to me. They said that they, the government, Janet Reno, had to go in to protect these children. Well, I ask you, protect them from what? Sounds to me like the only protection they really needed was from Janet Reno and the BATF and the FBI. You see, as the assault began, they pumped for 6 hours CS gas into Branch Davidian. CS gas, by the way, is not a tear gas as we were told in the media. It is a battlefield chemical warfare weapon banned by 130 nations by treaty, including the United States. We won't even use this stuff against Saddam Hussein, but yet we'll use it against David Koresh at Branch Davidian. 25 children died, according to the Washington Times, according to local newspapers. The last hour and a half of these children must have been a final hell, knowing what this gas does to young lungs and young bodies. As their lungs shut down, quit functioning, as they involuntarily have their eyes closed, as their lungs burn and explode. We had to protect these children from what? We had to protect these children, I think, from Janet Reno, the BATF, and the FBI. Now, what about the rest of the charges? That they were hoarding guns. Every gun they had, according to many sources, was legally registered. In fact, when the BATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, went into the gun shop where David Koresh bought his weapons and munitions, they found that every one of the guns he had purchased there had all of the paperwork completed on it. In addition to that, while he was there, the gun store owner called David Koresh. They offered at Branch Davidian to let the BATF come out, examine their weapons, examine the guns that they had, to find out if there were anything illegal going on. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms refused the invitation. They said they had to do something. It was a last-ditch effort. What they didn't tell us, it was this, that they had been practicing this invasion for over a year. An almost exact scale replica of Branch Davidian. They said that this was a strange religious cult. Well, it may well have been, but you see, the people in town didn't know because they weren't bothering anyone with what they were doing. They weren't out kidnapping kids. They weren't out capturing children. They weren't out doing anything to anyone. Were they a strange religious cult? It's frankly difficult to tell because they weren't bothering anyone.
Also, a statement reportedly made by Attorney General Janet Reno during an interview on 60 Minutes. She allegedly defined a cultist as one who has a strong belief in the Bible and the second coming of Christ, who frequently attends Bible studies, who has a high level of financial giving to a Christian cause, who homeschools their children, who has accumulated survival foods, and has a strong belief in the Second Amendment, and who distrusts government.
Well, here's another article. I've got several, in fact, one from Don McIlvaney's intelligence advisor. Here's another one from another newspaper. Attorney General Janet Reno compiles lists. Christians and patriots viewed as potential terrorists. That's you. In late February or early March 1984, Attorney General Janet Reno issued a confidential memo to the Justice Department and the U.S. attorneys calling for an investigation against, quote, right-wing and fundamentalist Christians. The secret memo, signed by Janet Reno personally, was sent to U.S. attorneys in Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Idaho, Montana, and Washington State.
Okay, now, all of this was kind of by way of introduction. Let me get on to the meat of my talk now. Which is to talk about, it's all been humorous now. Now it's not going to be so humorous. Let's talk about the Fourth Reich toward an American police state. America's beginning to look more and more like Nazi Germany of the early 1930s or the Soviet Union from the 20s through the 30s. True criminals, murderers, rapists, burglars, robbers, etc., are given light or negligible sentences, while the government is now reclassifying honest, law-abiding citizens or Americans as criminals, including pro-lifers, and giving them severe jail sentences or confiscating their assets or property via draconian Nazi Marxist-Leninist-style seizure laws. The legal system in the government now allows that the have-nots to plunder the haves or to take the assets away from the haves. Okay, we're looking at a gargantuan U.S. government that's passing tens of thousands of new regulations each year. Last year, there were 2,500 new bills or laws passed by the Congress, 2,500. Now, those were things that used to be okay. Now they're against the law. Okay? They then turn around and they take those new laws and they hand them over to the various government agencies. These alphabet agencies that are staffed by a couple 100,000 faceless bureaucrats that we've never seen, but they're always there. Okay? Places, people like the IRS, the SEC, OSHA, the FDA, the EPA. They take these various government agencies and they hand these laws down to them and they write regulations to implement the laws, okay? Tens of thousands of new regulations each year. 67,700 pages of these regulations in fine print last year to control every aspect of your lives. You would have to have had a battery of Philadelphia lawyers to read and interpret and understand them, but you were held responsible for every single one of those regulations, and every single one of you in this room is now a criminal, because you are in violation of some of those regulations and you don't even know it. But you see, in the United States, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So just as they did in Nazi Germany, they're passing all kinds of laws, rules, and regulations which there are no way that you can ever understand or live by them. Some of them are even in conflict with one another. You obey this one, you violate this one. So that they can, by their own whim, they can determine who is a criminal and who is not.
The highest number coming against agents of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. The left-leaning America's Watch group accuses them of, quote, appalling misconduct, end quote, including shootings, torture, and beatings. The documenting of many such federal cases led groups from across the political spectrum, from the ACLU to the NRA, to join together. Last year, in a letter to President Clinton, they asked for an independent commission to investigate abuses by federal agents and put an end to what they called the erosion of American civil liberties. These groups are worried by several trends. One is that more and more federal agencies, 53 at last count, have now been given the authority to carry arms and arrest citizens.
Forest Service, BLM, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and others are rapidly increasing the number of gun-carrying federal agents on their staffs.
Idaho Senator Larry Craig says it was never supposed to be this way.
Our founding fathers were very cautious not to put law enforcement in the hands of the federal central government.
Another concern, so many new federal laws being created. At the start of the nation's history, there were only 3 federal laws you could break. Now there are more than 3,000. You can also get in legal trouble for disobeying any one of some 300,000 federal regulations. Another area of concern, the militarizing of federal agencies, as was seen during the raids in Waco when the feds attacked with tanks and battering rams and sprayed CS gas into the compound, a gas forbidden by international treaty even for use in war. A public policy specialist in this area, David Kopel of the Independence Institute, warns that a trademark of totalitarian regimes is law enforcement becomes heavily militarized. A related concern, the use of the military itself for law enforcement, like in recent weeks in Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory, where National Guard troops have been policing and patrolling crime-ridden districts. Could this be a blueprint for future use of military units across the U.S.? And why worry about it?
Soldiers aren't trained to arrest a person, to apprehend a person, or to investigate a person with concern for their constitutional rights.
The ACLU points out a sign of repressive regimes is they always use their militaries to enforce the law, and it's one of the chief concerns of the citizen militias that have organized in nearly every state, a fear they may have to someday fight a military enforcing the illegal orders of a U.S. tyrant or dictatorial one-world government.
I mentioned to you earlier that, in fact, the police agency are being supplied with military equipment. Well, in Puerto Rico, I'm going to show you some amazing footage, because what they're doing there, which is what they're doing in Fresno, and they're doing it in New Orleans, and they're doing it in several, like in Chicago, and they're expanding this all over the country. This is, in fact, the equivalent of martial law. They're utilizing National Guardsmen. They're hammering doors in with no warrants whatsoever. They're doing full sweeps. They're going door to door, slamming people down in the dirt.
45, we are here to protect.
They never presented a single search warrant or arrest warrant to anybody.
Two states that are requesting information what we are doing, and we're going to explain to them what we are doing in Puerto Rico.
People would ask them, why are you entering my apartment? What is your warrant? They would say, this is my warrant.
This shows a police car in San Francisco, California, but it's just not your ordinary police car. The patch on the door and the patch on the shoulder says Federal Protective Service. I think creeping gradualism is really on the gallop here. This document is from your state, state of Washington. Here's the sheriff's new squad car. I think that's a 114, armored personnel carrier. While the sheriff's department SWAT team runs alongside in their cami clothes, the tank rolls along to the local neighborhood raid. Now, New York is doing theirs a little bit different. Apparently, the people can't tell that this is an odd vehicle roaming around. Doesn't this look just like Germany or Russia? This is the bottom picture here is the turret on top. This is a four-wheel drive bash-in-your-door vehicle. And it's also the sheriff's new squad car. This is from Erie County Sheriff's Department, New York, August of this year. So what in the world is going on?
Additionally, some of the other more bizarre bits and pieces in terms of the reality of the attack on the United States citizenry is, of course, what I would refer to as the militarization of our police forces. They're slowly moving in, as you can see here. This is shows you in Fresno, California, where the SWAT team, which is part of the regular police force, stopping vehicles and searching people, they're now wearing full military fatigues and carrying machine guns on their side. This is in the United States, in Fresno. Additionally, as you can see here in Everett, Washington, the police forces all over the country, and this is a good example from Everett, are now receiving armored personnel carriers. This is the sheriff's vehicle that you're looking at right here, which is an armored personnel carrier, and the folks that are training on the left side, those are not military personnel. That is the Sheriff's Department for Snohomish County. Our understanding is that they have 2 of these units now, as well as several helicopters available close by that they can utilize. In Bay City, Michigan, the police have been supplied with hand grenades and grenade launchers and CS gas. In New Orleans, they are now carrying on what they call sweeps, where they are using actually part of the military helping them in some places. In Chicago, they're doing the same thing, as you can see from some of these pictures we're showing you right now. So right away, you got to say, what's wrong with that? It's like the armament of our police officers being armed with military materials and equipment. I'm going to show you a brief tape here. Right here, you'll see a little bit of footage. This will amaze you. This is some of the elite SWAT team. Get a look at these characters. Well, this is really something. As you can see, these guys are these are the guys that are supposed to go in under extreme stress emergency configurations. These guys are dancing around their own rap tune. Watch this for a minute.
Now we're kicking it live. We're gonna rock them up. Gonna bust it right. Face down, ass up. That's the way we like to cuff. Oh yeah. Pose.
Have you ever been out on a date with a chick and the only thing was on your mind was sex? What do you do, 31? Get down on it. How you doing? Get down on it. Go 4, 14, 21. Get down on it. Break down. Get down on it. Once again. Get down on it. Get down on it. Now. Get down on it.
That was pitiful.
Well, so much for that stuff, I guess. That's in a case of an emergency, you may not want to dial 111. It's sort of like just turn on the local rap station, and these guys will crawl out from under the rock and come over and dance in your front yard unless they decide to just kick in your door.
Today, CBN News begins a special 2-day series of reports on this growing fear of the federal government. In the first report, CBN News senior correspondent Gary Lane examines a few of the incidents which have sparked concerns across the nation.
Imagine it's late at night. A noise at your front door awakens you from a sound sleep. It's not a burglar, but federal agents invading your privacy, conducting another raid. Sound like something from the movies or from television? A number of diverse groups, from the NRA to the ACLU, say they're real and they're happening. They're expressing concerns about federal police agency abuses from California to Connecticut, even here in Ohio.
They weren't wearing jack boots, but, you know, when you act the way they did, they were definitely thugs.
Meet Louis Katona of Bucyrus, Ohio, part-time police officer, Eagle Scout, entrepreneur, and gun collector. His home was raided by Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms agents in May 1992.
No, they pretty much were running through the house yelling, "Where's the guns, where's the guns," looking for a place for the guns. And once the one agent saw the vault door here, he assumed they were behind that.
So you open this up and...
They pushed me out of the way and they rushed right on in.
Katona claims the agents used foul language during the raid and even shoved his pregnant wife Kim into a wall, an action which the Katonas say caused the miscarriage of their baby. The ATF says that claim is without foundation. The Katonas are suing the federal government for damages.
Well, it's horrible. You know, somebody's really broken into my house, as far as I'm concerned, and assaulted my wife, killed a baby, and what ended up being nothing.
When I lost the baby, that's when I thought, you know, maybe it's best that I lost the baby because, you know, with everything we're going to be going through. So I guess I just took it as maybe that was a sign that it was going to go bad, you know, that I would lose Louis too.
6 months after the Katonas filed their suit against ATF, Louis was indicted by a federal grand jury. He was charged with falsifying ATF gun transfer forms. Robert Sanders, former assistant director of ATF for criminal enforcement, was one of Katona's lawyers.
At the conclusion of the government's case, the judge said there is no case. You haven't stated a single offense against this man. Where's the beef?
Katona was acquitted, and another judge ordered ATF to return the guns it had seized. Despite his innocence, the cost of the ATF raid on the Katonas, more than $250,000 in legal fees and other expenses, But more importantly, say the Katonas, they lost a son or daughter they will never know. The Katonas are not alone. Complaints of abuse and mistreatment at the hands of federal agents are popping up all across America. In Poway, California, Donald Carlson is shot by Drug Enforcement Administration agents during a raid on his house. No drugs are found, but Carlson spends nearly 2 months in intensive care fighting for his life. Near Malibu, California, Donald Scott is shot and killed at his ranch. DEA agents participating in the raid claim marijuana plants were seen growing on Scott's property. None are found. In Portland, Oregon, Janice Hart is detained for hours while her home is ransacked. ATF agents raid the wrong house, mistaking Ms. Hart for someone else. And in St. Louis, Missouri, 21-year-old Monique Montgomery is shot 4 times by ATF agents searching for drugs. They find nothing. Montgomery is suing.
Without further ado, it is my privilege and honor to introduce Mark Kornke from Michigan. Mark is nationally known freedom fighter, a former member of the Army Intelligence Corps. He was educated at the University of Michigan and received grants from NASA. Mark also benefited from specialized intelligence training from the United States government. He is fluent in the language of the intelligence community. His insights are drawn from a wealth of personal experiences and private intelligence research. Mark has documented the presence of foreign troops and equipment on U.S. soil and has researched the connection between various high-ranking officials and the so-called New World Order. Mark, we welcome you to the Great Northwest and welcome you with a great big round of applause. Thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New World Order has a Third Reich odor. I think there's no doubt in anybody's mind. We have, over the last 2 years, done everything we can to inform the American people, you, and many people in the other 49 commonwealths and states, of the activities of the New World Order. Yes, I'll say it, even if Rush Limbaugh won't. One of the more recent elements that we did not have information at the time because the Gorite was not in place, nor the Clintonistas, is the fact that we have a new mechanism called, and listen to this, tell me where this sounds like it belongs, the Directorate of Central Law Enforcement. Da 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 da, right? Sounds like it should be over in Moscow. Well, it's not. The first year and a half of Al Gore's vice presidency, his job was to create an umbrella organization that envelops all of the secret police forces, or alphabet soup agencies as we call them, of the United States, and bring them under one fist. CIA, FBI, DEA, DIA, everybody including the Secret Service, brought under one umbrella to create a central KGB, I mean National Police Force. That's right. What kind of countries have centralized national police forces? Tyrants have centralized national police forces. Tyranny, kings, monarchs. Yeah, Benito Mussolini, Mao Zedong, take your pick of names. You've seen 100 stories all over the nation, if you've seen one, about, for instance, the ATF kicking in doors to homes, shooting people or killing people, and then saying, oh, I'm sorry, wrong address. Yeah, wrong address. You and I do that, that's called murder. In Boston, because of a tip or an informant via the ATF 1-800 number, 1-800-ATF-GUNS, if you don't know that number, write it down. I call it every chance I get when I pass a payphone. And you should too. In Boston, these gentlemen got an anonymous tip, and this tipster, of course, makes money on the deal. gets 25% of whatever they confiscate, if they confiscate anything, and they always confiscate something because we have booty laws now. Like pirates, like the buccaneers of the high seas. You go storm somebody's house and swing across from the other mast, you get to carry away his piano. Oh, I'm sorry, that's like Germany. You get to take his food. Oop, that's like Russia. You get to grab his rice. Oh, that's communist China. Whoops. Well, the fact of the matter is they kicked in the door on a second-floor apartment, burst into the man's house. It was a 54-year-old black minister. They beat him, pushed him to the ground, stomped on him, harassed him verbally. I mean, we're not talking harassed, we're talking they swore at him. Shoved him to the ground, shackled him, he had a heart attack and died. They had the wrong place. Oh, you know what they said? Well, we're sorry. They proceeded to leave immediately to try and find another location to kick another door down. And what was their favorite uniform for these guys? Well, the black uniform, the same black uniform that the SS used, the same black uniform that before the SS ever showed up, and after the SS was dust in Berlin in 1945, the KGB has also used for 70-plus years. Ladies and gentlemen, what does black denote in the West with regard to for uniforms or for equipment? Or the color itself, the way it's used here, it's a symbol of terror. It's designed to terrify you, to drive you into submission. That's why the KGB uses it. That's why the SS used it. Well, it's a spiffy color too, nice threads, I imagine. But the problem here is you'll see that 90% of the time these guys now either cover their badges or have no badges. They have no name tapes. They wear the black ski mask, and all you see are the eyes. And why do they do that? Because the eyes are the wells to the soul. What kind of a person are you dealing with? You need only look into the eyes to find out what you're dealing with. In 1975, when I was in the military, if you saw a guy in a ski mask, you were trained to shoot him. He was a terrorist. In 1995, when you see him, he's a government employee. And still a terrorist, of course. That's why, whenever I go through an airport, and because we are paranoid and crazy, well, every once in a while I start to shake and I get this fear inside me, and so I go to the payphone and I dial that 1-800-ATF number. And when I hear that loving voice of that secret policeman who'd like to kick down my door, I mean that federal employee who's just there to help me, and I hear that voice and I hang up because I feel more comfortable. But even as I do that, I walk away from the phone and begin to become fearful again, and I realize that there's a phone right next to the one I just used. And so I call again, and I hope that I get a different person. And sometimes I don't say anything at all. And other things, I just ask them why they're the murderers and butchers that they are and hang up. Remember, they're from the government, and they're here to help. I'll help that 800 number right into the ground. To give you an idea, though, and I got awfully nervous when we were in Dallas. You ever seen how big Dallas Airport is? We had a layover for 3 hours in Dallas, and we started at the first station in the airport. We had to go to Station 43. Do you know how many payphones there are between Station 1 and Station 43? And I always let the kids help because I want them to feel comfortable too. So when we go to a gas station, the very first thing that happens is all the kids jump out of the car and run for the payphones. Now, I don't know what they're doing, and I'm not trying to give anybody ideas, but I can imagine they might be doing things that they're not supposed to. And an 800 number is a lot of fun to call because it doesn't cost you anything. And remember, please, don't do this at home. Okay? No, I didn't make any calls here at all. Okay, remember they have caller ID too.
But since the advent of the head of the Justice Department, Janet Reno, things have gotten out of control, and something is going on that is just very unwholesome in this nation. And you look for an explanation of this craziness in Oklahoma City, and a lot of it goes right back to what happened to the Branch Davidians and Randy Weaver and these other people. I mean, the West is in an uproar about what's happening. I mean, it's happening more in the West than it is in the urban areas of the East. And those western states are just really seeking relief for what's been done. This is a shocking abuse of federal power. It's reminiscent of the Nazis, and something has got to be done. What do you have?
The Washington Times today, Washington Tuesday, July the 11th, has a very interesting article. Racist ways die hard at lawmen's retreat. And it's talking about some of the things that took place at an ATF retreat, what they call a good old boys roundup. And here are just a few of the items that you could buy at the ATF roundup. T-shirts with Martin Luther King's face behind a target. White D.C. police officer with a black man sprawled across the hood of their car under the words, "Boys on the Hood." Nigger hunting licenses were also available. And that's just a few of the... Well, that's what it says here.
You don't suppose?
No. This is probably just some more of that right-wing propaganda from the news media. Well, yesterday, we told you about a whites-only gathering of law enforcement officers in Tennessee. This gathering had been organized by members of the Federal Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. The Washington Times reported that the event was full of displays of racism. Well, the head of the ATF, John McGaugh, tells the Times that he is appalled by the news of this annual event and that the ATF's Office of Inspection will conduct an investigation. CBN News will keep you posted on that investigation.
These people could care less, some of them could care less who they work for, provided they get a big paycheck and they got lots of excitement. The big thing right now everybody's heard about is dynamic entry. Dynamic entry means go in, kill everybody, even the hostages. Ignore everything other than kill, 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 identify whether or not you have any wounded on your side, collect all intelligence data, finish off any wounded, and leave. That's dynamic entry that they're teaching local law enforcement right now. That's a fact. We've been to Florida, we've been to Montana, and in both cases we had police officers come forward. They are teaching them dynamic entry in Florida for even the local law enforcement.
Hi, everybody. Hello there. Chuck Harder for the People. With me here at the center in White Springs, Jeff Baker. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, your microphone. Your microphone is on. Larry Pratt is in the Washington, D.C. studio. Larry, are you there?
Hello again.
Hiya. The land of the free, the home of the brave, and now it's a crime bill. What is this crime bill taking away from us, Jeff Baker?
I think it would be easier to tell you what it's leaving us, and that is nothing except the ability to take orders from a federalist dictatorship that, you know, it's interesting, Chuck. It used to be that the patriots were in Washington and the crooks were in jail. My, how things have changed, huh?
All right, Larry Pratt, what's your read on this crime bill?
Well, in addition to the banning of guns, which obviously is unconstitutional, the other police state aspects that one can point to regarding the Fourth Amendment search and seizure protections that are being blown away, and the federalization of the police. By the way, when we talk about federalization of the police, what we're talking about is funding coming from Washington, whether it's for 100,000 officers, whether it's 100, whether it's full funding, whether it's partial, but accountability moves to Washington along with that money. Mm-hmm. And the end result of this process will be just as it has been in education or in medicine or in all of these other areas where the federal government's got its toehold to start with. We're going to end up in the case of law and order with the Attorney General of the United States being our local chief of police, and right now that means Janet Reno.
Isn't that a frightening thought, Larry, to think that Butch Reno is now the chief of police and the sheriff in every city and county and hamlet in this nation under this bill? I mean, this is frightening to me to think that somebody with her worldview is in fact in charge of what goes on. I mean, colleges have already proven this. If there's state money or federal money involved, the federal government has control. Even private schools have found that if they take federal dollars, this is what happens. Now, your local police department is in the clutches of Butch Reno and her Justice Department. This is a frightening thought to me.
It's happening already because out in Colorado, a Christian school was just raided. 25 uniformed officers apparently did whatever you call a dynamic entry raid. You know, I mean, now they didn't shoot any guns, thank God.
But they did have guns drawn when they went in.
All right, and here you had 25 uniformed officers, to raid a Christian school.
Those kindergartners there are pretty dangerous, I'm sure.
12 children and 2 adults, ladies and gentlemen. In other words, the Gestapo outnumbered the kids and the adults almost 2 to 1. Can you, and the children were terrified. Can you imagine little children looking up and seeing the Gestapo arriving, you know, to raid the school?
Now, what I just sent circulating, you're going to see different pieces, and we're going to get into this very quick. I just want to touch on it. The photograph that you see of the police, whatever, that are kicking in the door in this one scene, were in the San Francisco papers. When we were out in California, we happened to be in the right place at the right time. This report was offered to the AP Wire Service, and they refused it. They did not print it anywhere else in the country. The people that you see there are Russian combat troops and secret police being trained with the San Francisco PD in dynamic entry, house-to-house search and seizure. Now, dynamic entry is what was used at Waco and is also used in many parts of the country. There is a new component to dynamic entry called total kill option, in which they are ordered to shoot the cats, the dogs. If there were supposedly hostages or prisoners, shoot them. Shoot the women, shoot the kids, shoot everybody, and leave. And then somebody else as a second team comes in to assess the damage and pick up the pieces. Now, for anybody who doubts that, there are 3 different articles in 3 different law enforcement magazines talking about the use of total kill option. So it is out there.
Here's a news report. This comes from the Wisconsin Report. Has a picture. Says, San Francisco cops teach Russians to fight crime. Here they are in their ski mask, with their machine guns and all, and they're practicing housebreaking and house-to-house searches. We're teaching the Russian cops how to break into people's homes.
We have a police force in North Carolina. Right below their police department sign, it says, "Welcome, Russian police." Wow. What's going on there? This was March of '95.
The people in, San Francisco? The bank raid. Southern California, maybe it might have been Los Angeles. Correct us, we can get you a copy of the document. In Southern California, a special urban assault unit was given permission, or apparently had permits, to practice against an empty building. What they chose from the air was a bank. They repelled, they attacked, they fought their way into this thing, they repelled and crashed through windows, they put people on the ground, they were attacking this place in force, and everybody in the bank started calling 911. Oh my God, there's black helicopters out there. The first response they got was, "Ma'am, there are no black helicopters." He said, "Well, if that's the case, then who the hell's outside our window right now?" Then, of course, they said, "Well, it's okay, ma'am, it's a training exercise, and they have a permit to do this." And I'm sure everybody kind of looked at the phone and said, "What?" So they do make mistakes, and they come out in the public's eye, and very quickly they'll make it disappear. That is typically the case 90% of the time. Yes, they attacked the wrong building. They didn't go for the empty one. They went for one with the money.
I'm terrified. I thought the men were going to kill me. The first thing I did was say, "Please don't hurt my children." My 10-year-old son was in the house.
Judy Peroni and her husband Andy say 75 federal agents from at least 8 different federal agencies converged on their Trout Creek, Montana property one day in September 1993. They say many were wearing camouflage and were brandishing automatic weapons.
Well, they came up and grabbed me and threw me physically on the ground right here in the gravel and breaking the tops of my 2 front teeth off. I was accused of being a white supremacist. As they searched my place, I think they ended up expecting to find drugs, automatic weapons, explosives, things like this. And they found nothing. They basically had a lot of egg on their face.
Andy's son J.R. explains how he reacted to federal agents pointing automatic weapons in his face.
And I cried with my grandmother for quite a while because, I was scared just witless totally.
Judy Peroni was 2½ months pregnant at the time, and like Kim Katona, she miscarried her baby following the incident. She blames stress and emotional upset caused by the raid.
I don't believe anything else could have caused it. How could somebody come in with guns on you one day and with such force, with the force that they came in on me with the guns, and to lose the baby the next day is just too coincidental.
Andy Peroni was convicted and served 10 months in prison. The government argued Andy knew his neighbor was growing marijuana, but failed to report him. Tanya Metaxa of the National Rifle Association.
This country has gone overboard in these break down the door, jump into people's faces types of arrests. And it's going to get some people killed who shouldn't be killed.
One of the most notorious examples of a raid gone awry occurred at Ruby Ridge, Idaho, in August 1992. Bob Fletcher is a spokesman for the militia of Montana.
They utilized 250 military forces on the ground to go after Randy Weaver, to blow his poor wife's head off, and to shoot their 15-year-old son in the back.
It clearly could be an excessive use of force beyond the bounds of the Constitution.
For nearly 3 years, Senator Larry Craig of Idaho has asked his colleagues in Congress to investigate the actions of the FBI and other federal agencies at Ruby Ridge.
The issue is they're out enforcing laws that should be enforced by the county sheriff.
A congressional hearing on the Weaver incident is expected later this summer. So why is ATF and other federal agencies using military-style assault tactics when serving search warrants? Both the FBI and ATF declined to grant CBN News interviews for this story to answer that and other questions.
Over the past 2 years, as training and enforcement exercises have increased, SWAT teams in black ninja suits and other government marshals of enforcement teams have had an increasing numbers of shootouts with innocent victims who are characterized by the government as religious fundamentalists, as cultists, as white supremacists, as left or right-wing extremists, as tax protesters, as gun law violators, etc., etc. How many of you ever heard of Randy Weaver? Randy Weaver was a former Green Beret, a good guy, a Christian. He lived up in Idaho. The government approached him about 2 years ago, the FBI, and they said, we want you to spy on your neighbors and tell us which ones of them are collecting guns. And Randy Weaver said, I don't think that's a very good idea. I think that's kind of a ratty idea. So they said, if you don't do this, we'll get you. About 6 months later, they sent in a couple of BATF agents who posed as friends, and after a month or so of getting to know him, asked him if he would buy him some guns. He did. He bought him a couple of shotguns. They turned around and claimed that one of the shotguns was 1/4 of an inch too thin, or too short, okay? They filed federal firearms charges against him. Before he went to court, he got an anonymous call that they were planning to shoot him. And it's interesting on some of these things. There was likewise an anonymous call before the Waco incident broke out. A friend of mine in the Treasury Department thinks it's coming from someone in the government who wants to see these confrontations. In any case, he took off with his family and he went up to the woods, and he lived way up in the middle in northern Idaho in a small house. He homeschooled his kids. Strong Christian family. Until last August. In last August, a SWAT team, I believe it was made up of 7 or 8 U.S. Marshals, came onto his property. His dog ran out and started barking at him. They shot the dog. His son ran out, saw that they had shot the dog, started screaming at them. What were they doing? They shot the son and killed him, 14-year-old son. Randy Weaver and a young man that was living with him, they dragged the son back into the cabin, and this started a 10-day siege. The government flew in a helicopter loaded with napalm and was going to napalm the house when a local photographer ran out, started waving his camera in the air, and they saw that they were about to be photographed, and they turned around and went back. They arrested the photographer for obstruction of justice. They sent in an FBI sniper. They had done a computer profile on this family and concluded that the wife was the strong suit, and they've done computer profiles on all Americans, whether you know it or not. They decided that she was the one, if they could nail her, that they could probably get everybody inside to surrender. So the FBI sniper sat outside for 4 days. On the 4th day, they went over to a little shack that was right next door, about 3, 4, 5 feet away from the main house, to pray over the body of Sam, who was the 14-year-old boy. And as the wife, Vicky, opened the door with baby in arms, 10-month-old baby in arms, the sniper nailed her right between the eyes and killed her. The baby fell to the floor. The siege went on for 10 days. They finally came out. Their trial starts in 14 days. They've even accused the 10-month-old baby, the 9-year-old, and the 12-year-old daughters of criminal conspiracy to overthrow the government, of murder, and everything else. It is incredible. You say those things can't happen in the United States. I could give you dozens of stories of people I know personally that have had this happen to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-author of the intelligence report, Mr. John Stadtmiller.
We ran a little bit long, so I'm going to make this real brief. How many here heard of Brunswick, Ohio? Not very many. A few. What happened there was a travesty. 300 policemen and 200 firemen showed up to take care of a man and a 9-year-old boy that didn't want an officer coming into his home because he did not have a warrant. And the press reported he was espousing crazy ramblings such as, "You're violating my constitutional rights. You do not have a warrant. You can't come in." Well, let me tell you what happened to this man. He's dead. His 9-year-old boy is dead, and he was buried last week because he said no.
There presently is a bill. Amazingly enough, the title of that, the number of that bill is 666. That bill is running through the Congress, has passed Congress. It will probably pass the Senate. That is a bill that totally eradicates, for all intents and purposes, the Fourth Amendment. They've bit into the Second Amendment by taking away your guns. They're now biting into the Fourth Amendment. This Bill 666 calls for the search and seizure of your home, your person, your property, or your business in any way, shape, form, or manner that's deemed logically appropriate by the local police. They do not need a warrant, according to 666. This bill, coincidentally, was authored and presented to the floor of the U.S. Congress just a week or so ago here in February of '95 by Bill McCollum from Florida, who coincidentally was a person that I was the candidate for Congress against in 1990. I ran against Bill McCollum in 1990 on the basis that he was running a corrupted congressional office, supplying and assisting Oliver North's programs with actually the bringing on mercenaries, hiring mercenaries onto the program in his office in the Congress, and which is the most outrageous, illegitimate use of congressional office I could imagine. He did that back in the 80s. When I found out about it, I was in his district and I ran against him for U.S. Congress, knowing that he was running a corrupted office, and now he presents possibly one of the most flagrant attacks on the Constitution of the United States with Bill 666.
Electronic surveillance and computerization of the people is also taking place. Computers and other high-tech breakthroughs over the past few years have given the U.S. and other governments the ability to listen to, monitor, track, and keep citizens under surveillance from the cradle to the grave. It was not available to Hitler and Nazi Germany or to the communists in Russia, China, or the East Bloc, at least until very recently. Each adult American now has several dozen or more files in government computerized databases, all tied together and keyed to your Social Security number. Dozens, be careful how you throw that out. Don't use it except when you absolutely legally have to. A dozen of government agencies maintain billions of records on the American public. Computerized profiles on each adult American were assembled by the IRS between 1985 and 1990 using tax, credit card, bank, medical, employment, police, passport, and other records drawn from various government databases, private credit bureaus, etc., etc. Most phone calls, telexes, faxes, and certain U.S. mail are now regularly monitored by the federal agencies. The U.S. government is presently purchasing hundreds of fax tapping machines at $30,000 apiece, so they can fax your taps. So if you think you have private communications on the phone or faxes, think again. Phones can now be made hot on the hook. That means turned into microphones even when hung up and not in use. That technology came out of Sweden about 2 years ago. They're experimenting with it around the United States. They go down to the local little telephone switching station. They can dial up your number with a little piece of equipment, and they can listen in your house with the telephone hung up. According to a 1992 report by the General Accounting Office entitled FBI Advanced Communications Technologies Pose Wiretapping Challenges, it is the intention of the FBI to tap every phone in America. I didn't say it, the General Accounting Office said it.
Clinton has additionally called and gone into other areas to eliminate your constitutional rights. Bill Clinton has put together, as you can see here, he wants unlimited monitoring capabilities for monitoring your phone calls, your faxes, and your email through your computer system. And one of the most outrageous statements I've heard in a long time came from the head of the FBI, Mr. Free, the newly established head under Bill Clinton, he said, we are trying to combat too much privacy in the wrong hands. Too much privacy in the wrong hands, folks. What does that mean? What does that mean in the United States of America? I'm not sure I understand.
The question is, who really did the heinous, despicable bombing in Oklahoma City? Could it not have been the FBI, the CIA, orchestrated by Bill Clinton? My friends, for months before the bombing, many patriots and Christians were warning that something was about to happen. We knew something was going to happen. We knew that the government was fixing to do things. In fact, Congressman Steve Stockman of Texas and also Congressman Hansen actually sent letters to Janet Reno saying, we hear rumors that you're going to do some dramatic thing, for example, to raid militias and such. Is this true? Of course, the Justice Department denied it. Here's another one. Homegrown terror. U.S. News and World Report. Look at this poor woman with her bloody face. The little child with blood on his shirt. Homegrown terror. They don't know this to be a fact, but I believe it's a fact. I believe it is homegrown. I believe it's a Central Intelligence Agency and the FBI and the BATF. Not all of the agents, not all of them are evil, but there is a hit team. There is an assassination squad. There is a special Delta Force type group involved here that carried out this bombing. I believe that. Who benefited? That's what police look at with motive. Who benefited the most? Now the New World Order has been furthered. Now there are bills for this anti-terrorism thing. There's plans to hire another 1,000 FBI agents. They want to take away our rights. Who benefits the most from the horrible slaughter in Oklahoma City?
Well, let me say, first of all, what I have done today. I've renewed my call on the Congress to pass the anti-terrorism legislation that's up there, that I've sent. I have determined to send some more legislation to the Hill that will strengthen the hand of the FBI and other law enforcement officers in cracking terrorist networks, both domestic and foreign. I have instructed the federal government to do a preventive effort on all federal buildings that we have today, and we're going to rebuild Oklahoma City. Now, over and above that, I have asked the Attorney General, the FBI Director, and the National Security Advisor to give me a set of things which would go into a directive about what else we should do. I don't want to prejudge this issue, but the nations of this world are going to have to get together, bring our best minds together, and figure out what to do about this. We have been working hard to try to get the legal support we need to move against terrorism, to try to make sure that we can find out who's doing these kind of things before they strike. But it is true that in a free society that is very open, where technological changes bring great opportunity, they also make it possible to do destructive things. And we have got to take steps aggressively to shut it down. And I'm going to do everything in my power to do just that. We do have free speech in this country, and we have very broad free speech, and I support that. But I think that free speech runs two ways, and when people are irresponsible with their liberties, they ought to be called up short, and they ought to be talked down by other Americans. And we need to expose these people for what they're doing. This is wrong. People should examine the consequences of what they say and the kind of emotions they're trying to inflame.
Thank you, Mr. President.
About this speaker, the legendary lawyer F. Lee Bailey said, "He is a person whose investigative skills are unsurpassed by anyone I know or have known." But let me share some other things about this gentleman. He was a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation from 1951 through 1979. He first became the Special Agent Supervisor for the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. from 1960 through 1965. From 1965 through 73, he was the Assistant Special Agent in charge of New Haven, Connecticut and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. From 73 to 74, he served as Special Agent in charge in Memphis, Tennessee and Dallas, Texas. And from 77 through 79, he was the Senior Special Agent in charge of the Los Angeles, California Bureau of the FBI. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Ted L. Gunderson. Ted.
Thank you very much. Ron, you have no idea how much money I had to pay F. Lee Bailey for that statement. Let me just say that there appears to be an effort, in my opinion, and this is strictly opinion, I cannot prove this, there's an element within our society that I feel has caused an incident to arouse the American people and to encourage and, in fact, insist that Congress pass anti-terrorism legislation for the purpose of further eroding our civil liberties and destroying our great Constitution. There is talk now that the FBI and the Department of Justice and the U.S. government need more anti-terrorism legislation, more manpower, more liberty to gather information, et cetera, et cetera. I have with me here the current guidelines of the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI in these type cases. I've looked at them, I've read it, I've been involved in anti-terror, in fact, I attended anti-terrorism seminars. I've been involved in counter-espionage cases. I've run the gamut in my 27 and a half years in the FBI. I assure you, 100%, these guidelines are adequate to enforce the law and to handle any terrorist situation which might occur in this country. Okay.
We must realize that tyrants and bullies need enemies. They need scapegoats. It was February the 27th, 1933, when Adolf Hitler had his own henchmen secretly burn down the Reichstag building in Berlin. This could be an event similar to the Oklahoma City bombing. Now consider what happened. Hitler had been elected to office by a democratic country. In other words, a free vote had put him in office. But because it was a democracy with a constitution, he was not able to exercise and wield his bully powers as a tyrant and a dictator. What he needed was a dramatic event. What he needed was scapegoats and enemies. And so what he had his henchmen do, his brown shirts, in the dead of night, was to go to the Reichstag building. Now this was a building that I guess our only equivalent would be the White House or the U.S. Capitol building. And he had them bomb it, you might say, firebomb it, set a fire, and burn it to the ground. And then Hitler began to make speeches crying out for law and order. He said, we will find the perpetrators. We will give them the maximum punishment. And finally, they found the guilty party, so-called, and they had a people's show trial of this young man. It reminds me, perhaps, of what might be happening in this case. And even with the case of Lee Harvey Oswald, they found their patsy. We did not know until years later, after World War II, that Hitler had invented the entire event. He burned down the Reichstag building, and then he blamed it on his enemies.
Okay, now I need to tell you and introduce my associate. This is Suzanne Harris. She and I have been friends and associates and worked together for years. She has taught law. She has a degree in political science. I've been on radio talk shows with her, and she's made it a point as a loyal American and dedicated citizen to review and follow legislation that is being introduced and in some instances unfortunately passed in Washington, D.C. She's going to discuss this with you for the next few minutes. Come on, Suzanne.
So we knew by the middle of last year that there was going to be probably something called a Reichstag fire episode. And those of you who know about Nazi history probably understand that that means an explosive political episode, terrorist episode, calculated to buffalo the people into accepting the giving up of their rights. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the reality is that throughout the 20th century, most totalitarian regimes have come into place through the voluntary acquiescence of the people. Surprisingly enough, more liberty is lost through the ballot box than through tanks. Right? So what you have to understand is what are the signs, what are the kinds of techniques that are used to create these episodes. We figured by the middle of last year there was going to be a Reichstag fire, there was going to be an episode calculated to try to catapult the American people into a state of panic where they would give up their freedom in favor of tyranny. By early this year, we figured out that the likely target group, that is the likely bad guy in this scenario, would be the militia. And for those of you who say, well, we think the militia did it, I can only say that's fine if you want to believe that, but use a little logic. In basic criminology, who do you look at, first of all, when you're looking for the culprit? Try the guy who benefits. Who benefits from Oklahoma City? Not the people, not the militia, but the government. Right? Now, this year, in February, out came the key. That is the terrorism bill that makes sense of why you would have a Waco episode or why you would have an Oklahoma City episode. In February, President Clinton had introduced in the Senate a bill called Senate 390. Its House analog is H.R. 896. The bill was so repulsive on its face that the man assigned the task of introducing it, Senator Biden, gagged as he introduced it and said in the congressional record that the bill, he was doing it because the president commanded him to do it, but that he was severely troubled by the bill because of the use of secret tribunals and the loss of liberty that it represented. Now, what this bill does is it sets the concept of due process of law and liberty back about 1,000 years. The one thing that's unique about Senate 390 is that when you compare it to the comparable legislation in Germany, this one's worse. Now, people will tell you, senators and congressmen will tell you not to worry, this bill just deals with foreigners. It's an anti-abuse of the immigration code bill, and it's calculated to get people like the Palestine Liberation Organization terrorists or the IRA out of our country. Don't believe it. The language of the bill is deviously clever because what it says is it defines an alien as a non-American national, and it does it in terms of the immigration code. Now, without going into the details, which are really beyond the scope of the time that I've been given to speak to you, let me simply say that the way that alien is defined in this bill would include a majority of the sovereign citizens. This ranks as the most reprehensible piece of legislation I have ever seen. Now, the catch is that when the Nazis passed stuff like this, they conducted polls because generally even totalitarians would prefer not to provoke a revolution. So the key issue now is, and I realize sometimes people say writing to Congress does no good, but this time it's going to count. The key issue now is, can we generate enough public opinion, enough public perception to stop this juggernaut, to scare the politicians, to make them realize that this is not the moment to wrap up the Constitution and burn up the Bill of Rights. If this is the last time you ever write to Congress, make it on this issue. Because if we don't convince them that the PR blitz from Oklahoma City is working, our liberties are done. So the essence of your letter has to be, don't make Oklahoma City into the Reichstag fire. We're not Germans, we won't buy it. In other words, don't think that you can create a terrorist episode and destroy our country with it.
Still another problem, according to these groups, is the executive branch making a grab for much more police power, some of it highly questionable in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing.
It shouldn't be the case that Americans have to worry that their phone could be tapped. It shouldn't be the case that Americans have to worry that their credit records could be made accessible by the FBI without them being involved in any criminal activity.
The first draft of the House anti-terrorism bill was so loose it could let authorities define as an act of terrorism, prosecutable by the federal government, everything from threatening your spouse with a gun to blocking an abortion clinic. While the anti-terrorism bills ask for sweeping new powers, the ACLU and others also worry about numerous executive orders that the public knows little about. These orders could give the president, federal agencies, and the military near dictatorial powers.
Now this man, Ted L. Gunderson, made an entire book about the bombs in Oklahoma. Here's the book. A very unique documentation on what's really going on out there. He's a former FBI chief. His last assignment was in Los Angeles, California. He had 700 men under him, an annual budget of $22 million. So the guy should know what he's talking about. He's put his reputation on the line by building this book to show America what's really going on. This man has a burning concern for his country. This is the man that did the analysis on the Oklahoma bombs from the seismic center at the Norman, Oklahoma College, which is about 16 miles away from the epicenter. He donated this documentation to Ted Gunderson to put in his book. This is what it looked like. The first one's the outside bomb. The second one is the inside, and the next also the inside. You'd have to ask yourself some very pertinent questions right about here, remembering the Twin Towers in New York and the faces of the people that came out of there gasping for air, blackened with soot all over their faces. How come you didn't see this in Oklahoma? If this was a fertilizer bomb, it should have been identical. How come there was none? And the second thing you'd have to ask, if this was the only bomb, how come pillars that should have been blown that were closer to the truck were still standing? And those that are very, very far away were taken out. Yet those pillars that were closed still had the sheetrock hanging on them. It takes 30,000 psi to blow a pillar over. It takes 30 psi to take the sheetrock off, so what was the sheetrock doing there? It does not compute.
And I really became involved in this case, this bombing by accident. I was sitting in my condominium, minding my own business, and I received a fax. And would you turn the light on over there, Peter? I received a fax, and this fax was from the Oklahoma Geology Department. Turn around so we can read it, will you, Peter, please? You're going to have to sweep it across the screen. Go over to the left. That's it. Okay. From the University of Oklahoma Department of Geology. And this fax was distributed throughout the United States. And I received this, and I looked at it, and I made a phone call to the University of Oklahoma. And I asked Dr. Ken Luza, what does this mean? He said, this chart indicates there were 2 detonations in the Oklahoma City bombing. I sat on that for about a day and a half because I didn't see anything like this in the media. And I kept waiting for the media to release it. Nobody released it. And so I went from there. And it was very obvious to me that the government who claimed it was a fertilizer bomb were not telling the truth. Because fertilizer bombs do not have 2 blasts. They only have 1 blast. Now, I also recall, in retrospect, that the day of the bombing, there were some people who claimed that they heard 2 blasts, but you heard it the first day and you didn't hear it among the media after that. And then, according to CNN, 2 or 3 days later, there was a meeting taking place in one of the buildings 3 blocks away, and in that meeting they had a tape recorder on, and they claimed that there were 2 blasts. So I feel it's been fairly well documented that there were 2 detonations. And I might also mention that the people who went in on the 21st and talked to Dr. Luza told me that ABC News had been in and talked to the University of Oklahoma, and numerous other representatives from the media had been in there, and yet we still have not received this information officially from the press. So in conclusion, I feel very comfortable in stating that the government is not telling the truth, and it's very obvious that there is an organized disinformation program directed at the militia.
The information you're about to see, much of which has gone unreported until now, will shake the very foundation of the government's cover story about what happened in the Morrow Building in Oklahoma City on the morning of April the 19th, 1995. The news staffs of ABC TV and radio, CNN, Associated Press, as well as those of Time and Newsweek magazines, have known most of these facts for several months. They have chosen to ignore everything that does not seem to further incriminate the FBI's designated guilty parties.
Some time ago, a number of calls came into our network here at White Springs that indicated something was very wrong in the Oklahoma bombing matter. Families of the victims spoke out. They said things were not as the national media was portraying supposed facts. We started looking into the Oklahoma bombing and became more and more concerned, to the point where we commissioned this team to take cameras, investigators, and reporters to Oklahoma City and elsewhere to try to put the pieces together. What follows now is their report.
Hi, I'm Pat Shannon. Over the past 5 months, I have had 5 separate trips back to Oklahoma City to investigate those mysterious bombings. In our private investigative circles, we refer to the bombings, plural, because while indeed there may have been an explosion in a Ryder rental truck outside on the street that morning, there also were multiple explosions inside the building. Now, why the federal investigators and the establishment media refuse to acknowledge these facts, we cannot say. Why the BATF refused to answer any questions? For 35 days they were challenged on no one being in their offices that morning. J.D. Cash is an investigative reporter whom I had the good fortune to meet on my second trip to Oklahoma, and who has worked very closely with me on this case. He is a lawyer who at age 40 retired from his business in Tulsa with enough means to pursue his long-suppressed desire to be a writer. When the explosions in Oklahoma City captured his attention, he immediately began to investigate the discrepancies in the accepted story, the single blast theory.
J.D., how many people have you actually spoken with who heard multiple explosions that morning?
I have talked to so many people who have heard multiple explosions that I have really lost count. We call them the Two Blast Club. Actually, it's no longer a point of dispute, especially when you're interviewing someone who has a military background. Those are the people who have, especially combat veterans who have been under fire. They're very attuned to explosives. I even talked to a demolition expert who was sitting in a cafeteria in Edmond, some 30 miles from the blast site. And it is his custom, when he hears a blast, to use his feet to count the subsequent blast, to check for it. And he says there was no question there were 2 blasts that day.
Ted Gunderson is a retired senior special agent in charge of the Los Angeles office of the FBI. Today, he's a private investigator, and renowned trial attorney F. Lee Bailey once dubbed him as unsurpassed by any in the country.
This all doesn't make sense. And now the latest thing, as of this date, is that these are 2 guys, McVeigh and Nichols, out having a beer, decided they hate the government, went down there and blew up the federal building. That's a joke.
Why are the national media ignoring this real information that appears to be factual that you and General Parton and others are uncovering? They're ignoring you, and they are chasing this apparent folly.
I don't think they're chasing anything. I think this is part of the disinformation program.
Ted, it appears that the only way people are able to get the truth from this whole fiasco is from the underground network, so to speak. It seems that even the people in the highest echelons of government are participating in some kind of cover-up. Do you agree with that?
I agree 100%.
Brigadier General Ben Parton of Alexandria, Virginia. He holds a Distinguished Service Medal. He's twice received the Legion of Merit. He was a distinguished graduate of the Air War College. He holds 2 master's degrees and is a candidate for a PhD. His expertise over most of his 31-year career in the United States Air Force was demolition, and he headed up the Explosives Research Laboratory for the Air Force. He knows how buildings fall and what the identifying signs are as evidence of detonation after they have fallen. He could tell immediately, from nothing more than pictures in magazines, that the American people were not being told the truth about the Oklahoma City tragedy.
And here is the stub of column B3. And the top of that column is at the 3rd floor level. And if you examine that column closely, you can see that the rebar is still sticking out the top, and it has all the appearance of a demolition charge, the kind of damage you would get from a demolition charge at the top of that column, where it had a juncture with floor number 3.
General, would you explain to us the particulars, what your message is? What are you trying to get across?
Well, I'm trying to show, with this layout of the building structure, the pattern of damage that was done to the building from whatever was doing damage. And what I found that you had demolition charges in the building plus the truck bomb outside. Now this is the pressure pattern that you would get from the truck bomb located at this position. And that's about the size of the explosive charge of 4,800 pounds of ammonium nitrate with enough fuel on it. And even though you had about 500,000 pounds out here per square inch, by the time that pressure wave got to the first point of contact with the building was right here, you're down to about 375 pounds per square inch.
Now the columns with the X's you've marked are on the 3rd floor.
The columns with the X's I marked are the columns that I concluded were taken out by demolition charges.
At the 3rd floor level?
At the 3rd floor level.
Pat Shannon asked General Parton if this could have been a staged event in order to accelerate the passage of anti-terrorism legislation currently before Congress, which, if passed, would undermine American civil rights. These are his conclusions.
They were federalizing crime in this country when the Constitution clearly leaves it in the local level, in the state level. They were giving the FBI and the BATF and any law enforcement agency in this country powers over the American people that the American people had never seen before. It's the same kind of power over the people that the Gestapo in Germany was exercising and the KGB in Russia were exercising. And I just didn't want to see that imposed on the people in this country.
There were other innocent victims of this tragedy. First, the President and the Attorney General jumped to outrageous conclusions and seemed to make whatever public accusations that might prove to be politically expedient. They blamed in general the Christian right, and in particular the conservative talk show host and the unorganized state militia.
Did you see the recent vote for Janet Reno, the new Attorney General? Janet Reno, I've talked to a man named Jack Thompson and others in Miami who are very close to the situation. Jack Thompson ran as U.S. Attorney down there against her, or State's Attorney, I guess. And Jack Thompson and a number of other people down there have a great deal of evidence as to our new Attorney General's lesbian background. This is a woman who basically is pro-gun control. She is pro-socialism in every single way. She is a radical leftist. It didn't hurt that she was also a buddy of Hillary's. And she was voted in 98-0. That means that every single conservative and every single Republican in the Senate voted for her. I don't know who the two were who abstained.
Good evening. What can I say about Jack Thompson? I think the best thing I can tell you about Jack is what real persecution is all about. Jack's an attorney, and who recognized during the interrogation that what Jack Thompson did in his opposition to pornography and his opposition to the sort of thing that was happening on the radio station was based in his Christian beliefs. I was pleased to be able to work with Jack in opposing the forces of evil in Florida. That's because you're here among friends. Let's welcome Jack Thompson.
I have been on college campuses. I've even been on Donahue. And talk about needing protection. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is in fact the most important speech I've ever given. Because I'm here in a way that I've never done before to expose an individual who wants to destroy the body of Christ in this nation, whose agenda is to destroy parental rights, to destroy the family, to destroy the Bill of Rights, to destroy everything that's good and decent in this country in the name of an administration that wouldn't know decency if it came up and bit it on the lip. I speak of Janet Reno. I'm not here as a Republican. I was so disgusted by the way the Republicans on the Judiciary Committee laid down and refused to allow the truth to be even heard about Janet Reno that I am no longer, ladies and gentlemen, a Republican. Government, the Founding Fathers understood, must be as small as possible so that it invades little into our lives. But once it gets big, which it is now, incredibly big, if you just even look at the percentage of dollars that are taken by government, there's no stopping it. Janet Reno, for the last 12 years, has ruled South Florida, and she, more than any other single person in America, is responsible for what South Florida has become. You cannot trust the woman even about her own family history because it's a lie. She is a pathological liar. And let me tell you, as a lawyer who's been trained, and John knows this,
in the libel and slander laws of this nation, of this state, and the state of Florida, I have welcomed Janet Reno to sue me about any of the things that I've said. And since I will be sending a copy of this tape to the Florida bar, let me be clear. Janet Reno categorically is a lesbian. I have talked to at least 25 separate sources about her lesbianism and the widely reputed rumor that one of her longtime lovers is an anchor person for ABC affiliate WPLG. Did you hear that, Lee? I was the first person visited by the FBI when they did their background check on Janet Reno after Bill Clinton nominated her to be Attorney General. They sat in my porch for about an hour and heard from me some of the following information. Here is the name of Crystal Kazim, a prostitute whose phone number is this, who is a cover girl in the South Florida Companion's Call Girl magazine, who claims to her publisher, Jay Goldstein, to have provided sex to Janet Reno for money in the house that Jane, her mother, built. Here is the name of Philip Buckman, a Metro-Dade police officer. Here's his badge number, who claims to have been in a stakeout in Sundays on the Bay restaurant on Key Biscayne. On a totally different matter, when in came Janet Reno, who proceeded to get falling down drunk, in his words, and proceeded to make out with another woman in a booth in the restaurant. I told the FBI about the radio talk show host in Fort Lauderdale by the name of Al Rantel, who was told by a Fort Lauderdale police officer, he maintained, that he came across Janet Reno in the backseat of a car after hours with an underage girl, both in a state of undress, in the parking lot of the Galleria Mall in Fort Lauderdale, engaged in sexual acts. And this police officer, Al Rantel, said, Janet Reno said, I'm Dade County State Attorney Janet Reno, and I would ask you to be discreet, and if you will be, I will do any favor I can for you in your jurisdiction. Janet Reno has never tried a case in her life, never been in a courtroom, ever. Ever. But let me tell you why, ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't trust the Republican Party or any political party that now exists to deliver us from the harm that these evil people and this evil intended, powerful, dangerous government have in store for every single person in this room. And so I just want you to know that your loyal opposition on the Senate Judiciary Committee didn't even have the guts to discharge the advise and consent power of the Constitution, which is vested within the Senate, to confirm or not confirm by true and fair hearings every single cabinet official who's nominated by the President of the United States. And those men on that committee, both Republican and Democrat, know. They know that Janet Reno is a drunk driver. This is the same Senate, as you may recall, that denied John Tower the position of Secretary of Defense because he drank too much, supposedly. And yet they also know who the call girls' names are, who the officers' names are, and so forth, because I put it all in sworn statements to the Senate Judiciary Committee, but not one Republican had the guts to protect you or this nation, and that's why I say the Republican Party is not to be trusted. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that one reason why the Republican senators on the Judiciary Committee were willing to let someone they knew was dirty be the chief law enforcement officer in this nation is because they're dirty too. Crooks feel more comfortable when crooks are also the sheriffs. Janet Reno, before she had any thought of being Attorney General, addressed a group of B'nai B'rith, and in a candid moment, said, "My aim is to confiscate every single handgun, every single type of firearm from every citizen, criminal or law-abiding in this nation." A blatant shredding of the Second Amendment, the second article of the Bill of Rights. If anyone knows the history of Nazi Germany, they know that Hitler confiscated all the guns in order that the citizenry might be disarmed. And it's very clear when you read the Federalist Papers that the Founding Fathers understood that just as important as the First Amendment, maybe even more important, is the Second Amendment, and that is the right of the people to defend themselves against what would otherwise be an entity that had a monopoly on force.
Right now, we are very close to them accomplishing what they want. Very close. And I cannot emphasize that enough. With most of these actions, they have always looked at the prospect of disarming the American people first. It is the most important issue that we should concern ourselves with at this time. It should be noted that before they can do all of this, before they can perform any of the actions that are pending, they are going to have to take the weapons that we have inside the United States. I will say again, at the meeting that took place in 1989, the federal government and the representatives that were there stated uncategorically when we take the weapons, not if we take the weapons, but when. And under that premise, everything else was constructed. Now, very quickly, there's one that I like here, and I'm going to have it put up on the board while we're speaking. A little poster everybody should remember. All of those in favor of gun control, raise your right hand. There's an interesting piece that just came out that I was most fascinated with regards to firearms laws. It's a book concerning the Gun Control Act of 1968, in which it has been demonstrated that the Gun Control Act of 1968 wasn't simply an American creation. It was taken from Nazi Germany's gun control laws of 1938, word for word. Now that's very important when you consider this, because we're not talking a few paragraphs here and there. The entire document is taken from Nazi Germany's gun control laws of 1938.
You know, Hitler created one in Nazi Germany. And in 1938, he passed his Gun Control Act, which, by the way, is a carbon copy. America copied it in 1968. Some Jewish friends of mine, they're in an organization called Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership. They're conservative Jews. They said, Tex, we did research. We found out that Hitler's 1938 Gun Control Act is word for word the same as America's 1968 Gun Control Act. We found out that it was Senator Thomas Dodd who introduced this act, and he was a member of the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal. He knew all about the Nazi Gun Control Act. He must have lacked it a lot. They found out in going to the Library of Congress of the United States that Senator Dodd, when developing this legislation, had requested that the Library of Congress obtain a copy of the Nazi Gun Control Act and translate it into English and provide it his office. And then it was passed as America's Gun Control Act of 1968. How does it feel to be living under Nazi rule today in America? Isn't that amazing? Amazing story.
Not long ago, we received a telephone call on the G. Gordon Liddy show from a young woman who called herself Susan. And she identified herself, and we subsequently confirmed she was a lawyer on the staff of the President of the United States. And Susan proceeded to tell me how uneducated you all are, those of you who listen to me. She proceeded to tell us how strange you are. And from her perspective, you are strange, uneducated, and dangerous because you dare to think for yourself. You see the Susans of this world, the Bill and Hillary Clintons of this world, believe you incapable. You don't have the brains, you don't have the education to think for yourself correctly, properly. They will do it for you. And you had better not object. Because if you object, you have before you the vision of women and children being gassed and burnt to death, of women holding their babies being shot through the head by snipers, your dogs being shot, your cats being stomped to death, your children running for the house shot to death in the back. But that's all right, because those people were not mainstream as defined by Bill and Hillary Clinton and the Susans of this world. Now, the one thing that causes them to tremble, the one thing that keeps them up at night, trying to pass new laws, goading the media into attacking you, the one thing is that you have guns. You have guns the way they had guns in the colonial days. And our British masters did not like that. And so they sent the military after those guns at Concord. That's what they were looking for, you know, they were going for, to take away the guns, the powder, the ball. And guess who stood in the way? The militia, that's who stood in the way. Now, in the terms of the United States Constitution, every man and woman of you capable of bearing arms is the militia. Every one. But of course, there are also organized militias. And at Concord, it was an organized militia called the Minutemen. And they shot back. And we have our country today because of it. Now, I have been criticized by my dear friends in the press for suggesting that when some, and they are very few, thank God, bad, corrupt law enforcement officers, BATF, FBI HRT, not the real FBI, the cowboys, if they come smashing into your house in the middle of the night, no warning, shooting, you've got a choice, haven't you? You can lawfully die, or you can constitutionally live. Now, I don't know about you, but on the list of those who are supposed to die, there are so many people before we get to me that... All right. What does this mean? What this means is you don't do something stupid and atrocious like Oklahoma City. What you do is what you're doing here today. You see to it that there are even more people next year. And in between, my friends, you do something called, use the multiplier effect. Now, that's a military term. And it means that every one of you, with sufficient dedication, and I think everybody who's here has it, you've demonstrated that, bombarding your senators and your members of the House of Representatives and your state assemblymen, senators and the rest of it, and your governors. And you tell them, we know that we will have this free country so long as we have our guns, because our guns make it possible for us to keep it free. The militia, you know, are not organizing, those various militias are not organizing to proactively go after the government. They are organizing to try to get the government to leave them alone. That's what the American people want from government. Leave us alone. Now, you know, our hornet's nest is kind of like that, isn't it? They're up there doing their thing. And if you've got the sense that God gave a load of gravel, you don't screw around with a hornet's nest. Well, unfortunately, because the man hasn't got a clue, Bill Clinton has stirred up a hornet's nest. Dianne Feinstein has stirred up a hornet's nest. Now, the Constitution is absolutely crystal clear. Any purported law which infringes upon your right to keep and bear arms, any arms of your choice, is unconstitutional. Just don't obey the damn law. They're not going to put 100 million Americans in jail. They want to disarm you. Refuse to be disarmed.
Because the only reason that they feel that they can take this is because not enough people are thinking about how to use this. Coercive force in the hands of the people prevents tyranny. Tyranny. A word you will learn again and again and again.
Let me make sure that you understand I'm not here representing the NRA. I'm not even a member. Okay? Secondly, I'd like to say that in your opening statements, you commented specifically on my testimony, saying that basically it had nothing to do with this issue. And I had to chuckle because then I noticed you had Mr. Brady up here, who was hit not with an assault weapon but with a .22 caliber revolver. So getting beyond that, I didn't grow up in a house with guns. I don't hunt. I personally abhor hunting. But I was given a gun by a friend when I was 21 to carry in my purse for self-defense, and I was taught how to use it. A couple of years ago, my parents and I went to a cafeteria in Texas on a bright sunny day. We weren't in a dark alley where we weren't supposed to be. And as you all know the story, this madman drove his truck through the window. And he began shooting. Well, immediately, my father and I got down on the floor and put the table up in front of us. And this guy kept shooting. And you're thinking, well, you know, what could it be? Is it a robbery? That's the first thing that generally comes to mind. And he keeps shooting. It took me a good 45 seconds to realize that this man wasn't there to commit a robbery. He wasn't there for a hit. He was there to simply shoot as many people as he possibly could. Now, I'd like to make something clear. I hear all this talk about how many bullets can go in a clip. I've been there. I can tell you it doesn't matter. It takes 1 second to switch out a clip. You can have 1 bullet or 100 bullets. It doesn't matter, guys. I've been there. He goes, dump, dump, just like that. That's not enough time to rush a man, I promise you. When I finally realized what was occurring, I thought, I got him. And I reached for my purse. He was maybe 12 feet away. You know, is it possible my gun could have jammed? Sure. Is it possible I could have missed? Sure. But I can tell you I've hit much smaller targets at much greater distances. But then I realized that a couple of months earlier I had made the stupidest decision of my life. I took my gun out of my purse and left it in my car. Because as you well know, in the state of Texas, it's sometimes a felony offense to carry a gun in your purse. I can tell you that I'm not mad at the guy that did this.
As he continued, it was obvious that he was a madman. My father at that point said, I've got to do something, I've got to do something. He's going to kill everybody in here, and he rushed the man. No way. The guy turned, shot him in the chest. He went down, was obviously mortally wounded. For whatever reason, that made the man change directions and go off to my left. Shortly thereafter, someone at the back of the restaurant broke out a window. When I saw what looked like an opportunity to escape, I turned around and I grabbed my mother by the shirt and I said, come on, we've got to run, we've got to get out of here. And then my feet grew wings and I was out the back window. As soon as I got out, I realized that my mother had not followed me out. And as I learned from the police officers, she had crawled over to where my father was and cradled him until the guy got back around to her, put the gun to her head. She looked up at him, put her head down, and he pulled the trigger. My parents had just had their 47th wedding anniversary. She wasn't going anywhere. As I mentioned, I'm not really mad at the guy that did this. And I'm certainly not mad at the guns that did this. They didn't walk in there by themselves and pull their own triggers. The guy that did it was a lunatic. That's like being mad at a rabid dog. I'm mad at my legislators for legislating me out of the right to protect myself and my family. I would much rather be sitting in jail with a felony offense on my head and have my parents alive. As far as these so-called assault weapons, you say that they don't have any defense use. You tell that to the guy that I saw on a videotape of the LA riots, standing up on his rooftop, protecting his property and his life from an entire mob with one of these so-called assault weapons. Tell me that he didn't have a legitimate self-defense use. Just one final statement. I've been sitting here getting more and more fed up with all of this talk about these pieces of machinery having no legitimate sporting purpose, no legitimate hunting purpose. People, that is not the point of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is not about duck hunting. And I know I'm not going to make very many friends saying this, but it's about our right, all of our right to be able to protect ourselves from all of you guys up there.
Now we can see a new world coming into view. A world in which there is the very real prospect of a new world order.
We could get you a list a mile long. There's patriots that come on and tell it like it is. J.P. McCarthy is another one that gets on there and tells it like it is. I remember this one casual time he got Gus Hall on, and J.P. said to Gus Hall, he says, Gus, don't you get tired of losing? Because Gus was running for president on the Communist Party ticket. And Gus turned to him and he said, J.P., what makes you think we're losing? He said, we've implemented every plank of the Communist Manifesto. We just haven't got the guns from the people yet. And J.P. turned to him and said, yeah, and you ain't going to get them from the people. What do you think of that? Well, folks, what do you think of that? They're working on it, aren't they?
In case you didn't know, I am Sheriff Richard Mack from Arizona. Who should keep the keys? What do you think that's talking about? Who should keep the keys? This is Time magazine, folks. The United States government, this is the subtitle. The United States government wants the power to tap into every phone, fax, and computer transmission. We have such tremendous examples of stupidity in this country going on today, and last May 30th, I appeared on the Donahue Show with Sheriff Prince from Montana, who also won his case against the federal government in fighting the Brady bill. And we were on with Sarah Brady and Richard Aborn of Handgun Control Incorporated. And at one point in the show, there were several scary comments made on the show. But one scary thought, at one point, Phil Donahue stopped and went to front of Sarah Brady, and he says, now, you wouldn't in any way be trying or attempting to take away the American freedom to choose to have guns. You're not trying to take that away from people, are you? And she goes, and some of you saw this earlier, and she says, no, well, I wouldn't put it exactly that way. You're not a kid, and she wouldn't put it exactly that way. There are already over 20,000 gun control laws in this country. No one can point to any one of them that ever reduced a single crime rate in this country. No one can do that. They cannot. Even they cannot. All they say is, well, the failure of those gun control laws just proves we need more. We have got to get really strict. Yeah. And not only that, I was watching Richard Aborn on CNN as he challenged Richard Gardner of the NRA about the gun control movement. And then a liberal commentator on CNN, and I don't know which one it was. It's not one that's on a lot. This isn't Crossfire. This was another debate. And this guy actually said, this commentator, a news person on national television said, and I watched it myself, he says, you're right, gun control has failed. What we need is every police officer in this country to go in every home and take away guns. It's already being proposed. If you don't think that this is only the beginning of disarmament, you've got your head buried in the sand, friends. This is exactly what it is. The book asks the same question. After 20,000 failed gun control laws, just what do you think this is only the beginning of? When they signed the Brady Bill into law, Sarah Brady and Bill Clinton and some of these others, Schumers and Metzenbaums and some of these others, promised that this was only the beginning. Friends, it's time to wake up. I have never been a member of the NRA. I am not a gun advocate. I am not a hunter, and I could care less whether you get to go hunting or not. And so could the Founding Fathers. And if any of you think that the Founding Fathers, while they were formulating the freest country in the world and formulating a document to set standards by which that government would be ruled and governed, government being governed, it's a very important issue, that they stopped after ensuring freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom to peaceably assemble, and the freedom to file grievances against the government. If you think that they stopped and said, okay, time out, we now need to stop and guarantee the people of this country the right to go hunting. And I'm going to tell you something else, and I don't pretend in any way, shape, manner, or form to be a founding father or even compared to those men at all. Not even close, and I mean that. But I will tell you, after the studies that I have done and the research I have done, and after I have gotten to know such men as Patrick Henry, I know, and I know that if they were here today, they would have me or you and everyone else understand and know this one order from them. And so I will take the liberty and the license, if you will, to issue you an order. And I mean this in the name of the Founding Fathers. Don't you ever, any of you, within the reach of my voice, don't any of you ever turn the safety of yourself or your family over to the government, and don't you ever turn your weapons of war or any other guns over to the government. Ever.
There are things going on in our country that are absolutely horrifying when you think in terms of, you know, it was bad enough the government was out to ban all guns. They want to go after handguns and then assault weapons, and they want to, you know, to basically disarm America. Just as in any other communist country, you've got to disarm the people first before you can impose total tyranny.
Well, the big question, of course, is is when you're talking about how far back it goes. As I mentioned, we have documents back 40 years. In 1961, an interesting thing took place. In 61, there was literally several meetings put together at a high-level national security level, as well as meetings with the United Nations. And in 61, there was an agreement for a 30-year, three-part plan. As you can see here with this, this picture that you see now, this is directly taken from the National Security Summary for the year of 61. And we are at the very bottom of that plan for the 30 years. And if you can see on the paperwork here, it points out and says, calls for the disarmament of the United Nations, or excuse me, of the United States under the UN control, and it shows that all arms now, at the end of this 30-year time, would be strictly in the hands of the law enforcement agencies and the United Nations one world government.
Well, what's interesting is this little document in here, which, strangely enough, your State Department just doesn't want to provide anymore. 7277, the abolishment and disarming of the United States. This is a State Department document. It was amended several times, and there were several other documents that extend beyond it, but it gives the agenda and the program involved for the disarmament and the abolishment of these United States. The program has not changed, and as somebody came up to us and said, you know, if you look at this, we're in phase 2, aren't we? Yeah, we're in phase 2, and there's only 3 phases. They have been exceptionally successful in, for instance, eliminating most of our manufacturing capabilities. Some of the most recent variations on this, the American arms industry has 53 specific arms plants that will be closed down over the next 2 months. These 53 plants will not have their factory materiel sold, but rather it will be cut up and destroyed, a total of 18,000 pieces of machinery. Rather than selling these to the open market and creating some form of revenue in return for the physical resources that were available, they will be destroyed at a great cost to the American taxpayer.
This is another one of their dirty documents. The United States Program for General and Complete Disarmament in a Peaceful World. This was released the same month by the printing office that President Kennedy made that statement. For sale by the Superintendent of Documents, U.S. Government Printing Office, Washington, 25, D.C. Freedom from War. This is inside that the context of that book. It talks about the disbanding of all national armed forces and the prohibition, like in No-No, of their reestablishment in any form whatsoever, other than those required to preserve internal order and for contributions to a United Nations peace force. The third stage of this development program, which we're in the middle of right now, talks about manpower for a UN peace force. It talks about the manufacture of armaments would be prohibited, except all other armaments would be destroyed or converted to peaceful purposes. This is out of the Billings Gazette, Tuesday, May 24th, 1994. The UN begins work for global gun control? I don't think so. This document is the same basic document that they've already done Canada with. For instance, 5 years ago, if you'd have registered your Barrett Light 50, you'd be having it chopped up today, or you'd be in prison. So much for registering. Communists have said for many years, register firearms under any pretext as a preload to confiscating them. Is this proof for what? Now this is some of the twisted logic in front of the UN building, New York, New York. This statue of a revolver with a twist in it, in the barrel, like a pretzel, is 3 foot by 6 foot bronze sculpture in the front yard of the UN building. But they have no sinister designs, right? Now, to lead on a little further, this is the Constitution that we'll be going by, if they get their way. Constitution for the Federation of Earth. I believe we have copies with us downstairs. They talk about a world democracy, the rational alternative.
Here it is. This is the Constitution for the world government. It is being called, tentatively at least,
A Constitution for the Federation of Earth. Sounds like something out of Star Trek, doesn't it? It's almost laughable, but it's really happening. Their proposed name for the world government at this time is the Federation of Earth. So they're moving closer and closer on this. I want to read to you just one excerpt out of this World Constitution to give you an idea of the kind of people we're dealing with here. Article 10, Section D of the World Constitution states, and this deals with the means of enforcement, how they would force the world government upon us if we don't willingly go along with it. And I quote, "Non-military means of enforcement which can be developed may include denial of financial credit, denial of material resources and personnel, revocation of licenses, charters, or corporate rights." And then they go on to say imprisonment or isolation and other means appropriate to the specific situations. Now, this is clearly not a democratic effort. I don't care what anybody tells me. Also, on the back page of this Constitution, the United Nations logo is very prominently displayed. So again, this organization is a type of further offshoot or development of the United Nations. They will not admit that. They would probably argue against that, but the evidence points to that. The same people who took us into the League of Nations and then the United Nations, which was intended really to be a limited form of world government, to condition the American people to receive a world government, they are now ready to take us the final step all the way into a full-blown world government. If you're not listening now, I don't believe you would listen if Jesus Christ himself stood up here and told you this. We've got to wake up. The documentation is here, and I believe we don't have a lot of time.
Now, even the Reader's Digest is getting a little upset with what's going on with the UN. They really picked good letters for the UN because the UN is un-American. The United Nations is out of control. Why would they say such a thing?
Thank you, Paul, Hal, Pastor Cersei, ladies and gentlemen. Delight to be here on a very mean night out there, I guess we could say. Our subject tonight is going to be the United Nations and the United States military. But anyhow, I wanted to establish what we believe in the John Birch Society. We believe very strongly in what the founders gave us. Now, I said we're going to talk about the United Nations, so let me contrast. We'll contrast the United Nations with the United States. And we start off very simply by saying that at the United Nations there is no God. There is no mention of God. There never has been any mention of God. And therefore, the United Nations' attitude regarding rights is not that they come from God. They never really do say where they come from. They want you to presume that the United Nations or some government gave them to you. In 1966, the United Nations published the International Covenants on Human Rights. I've been carrying this booklet around with me for many years. You can see it's getting a little bit soiled. Now, one of the covenants in this United Nations document is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. There are actually 3 in the booklet. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights has been labeled the equivalent of the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution, because it talks about the same kinds of rights. However, it doesn't start off with the premise that the rights come from God. So let's see how the United Nations treats these rights. I will read to you from Article 18 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights of the United Nations. It says, everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Well, that sounds good, doesn't it? Where did it come from? They didn't say. And 2 paragraphs later, they say this: freedom to manifest one's religion or beliefs may be subject only to such limitations as are prescribed by law. In other words, they retain power to cancel the right that they've even talked about. If a right can be prescribed by law, I assure you it will be. And over again, the United Nations says the same thing. The next, Article 19, everyone shall have the right to freedom of expression. And then it says, the exercise of the right provided for in paragraph 2 of this article carries special duties and responsibilities. It may therefore be subject to certain restrictions, but these shall only be such as are provided by law. Article 21, the right of peaceful assembly shall be recognized. No restrictions shall be placed on the exercise of this right other than those imposed in conformity with the law. On and on we go. Here's your right, but we retain the power to construct a law to drive that right out of existence. That is exactly parallel to the Constitution of the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin. And you know how many rights the people enjoyed there. The United States and the United Nations are totally incompatible. If you get back to the fundamentals of our country, you see that the fundamentals of the United Nations are totally different. We don't want that. We in the John Birch Society would like more Americans to appreciate the great heritage we were given by brave and far-seeing individuals over 200 years ago who constructed this nation and built it on a very sound foundation. Now let's move ahead here. We want to talk about a lot of events in the 20th century, and I like to characterize the 20th century and most of its major events as a progression towards total world government. I think most of the major events of the 20th century occurred because there were people behind the scenes making them happen in order to bring about more government and world government. In December of 1990, there were two senators, Senator Paul Simon, excuse me, I'm going to have a sip of this. Senator Paul Simon of Illinois and Senator George Mitchell of Maine had just gone off to Saudi Arabia and visited 500,000 American military people making preparations for war. This was December of 1990. The war against Iraq started on January 17th, 1991. So this was only a couple of weeks before the war. They came back from it. They went and visited with Mr. Bush in the White House. They pleaded with him to negotiate further with Saddam Hussein, or to give economic sanctions more time to work, or to do whatever else he could to avoid the bloodshed that they had every reason to expect in the weeks ahead. I'm sure you recall, as I certainly do myself, the predictions of many, many casualties coming out of there when Saddam Hussein's crack army was going to be a problem for us. But George Bush said to the two senators the following: "Let me give you this final message. If we use the military, we can make the United Nations a really meaningful, effective voice for peace and stability in the future. Consider that. If we use the military, we can build the United Nations." That was his goal. It had very little to do with Saddam Hussein and Kuwait. His goal, as he said over and over again, was to reinvigorate the United Nations, to build the United Nations, and so forth. He eventually gave the order, and the war began. He wasn't retaliating for aggression against our nation. There wasn't any. He wasn't about to send our troops into battle to protect American lives and property. None had been attacked, and none were threatened. It wasn't his intention to order American forces into the Iraq-Kuwait confrontation in order to defend an ally to whom we were treaty bound, because we had no such treaty with Kuwait. Our nation's forces should never have been involved in this fight between Arab neighbors. But why did he do it? He told those two senators, and Senator Paul Simon put those remarks in the congressional record. George Bush said he would use the military to make the United Nations look good. And he did. And soon afterwards, the next issue of Foreign Affairs magazine, which is the journal of the Council on Foreign Relations, the premier world government promoters in our day, to which Mr. Bush owes allegiance for his many years of membership, they came out with their next issue, and they did something quite unusual. They had a 4-page unsigned editorial at the beginning of the magazine. It's the first time I've ever seen that. And here's what it said. It said, "Never before in American history was there a period quite like it. For 48 days, the United States moved inexorably toward war, acting on authority granted by an international organization. What did Mr. Clinton do? He's now in office. He pulled out some of our forces, but then he put 4,000 American combat troops under the command of a Turkish general named Servik Bir. The first time in our nation's history that U.S. combat forces were forced to serve under anyone but an American. Another step into the United Nations web. In September 1994, President Clinton sent tens of thousands of our nation's troops to Haiti to enforce another UN resolution. 11 months before that deployment, Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina sought to amend the Defense Appropriation Act to bar any allocation of funds for military action in Haiti unless Congress approved such action after it received written certification from the President that it was necessary to protect and evacuate American citizens. The Helms Amendment was defeated in the Senate 83-19. Now, excuse me, that can't be. That's 102. 81-19 it was. So here we have another step. You see, precedents being made all along the way. There were some people who went to President Clinton and said, where are you getting the authority to send troops into Haiti? Listen to what he said. I would welcome the support of Congress, and I hope that I might have it, but like my predecessors of both parties, I have not agreed that I was constitutionally mandated to get it. Well, what does the Constitution say? The Constitution says Congress shall declare war. The founding fathers tell us that the president is the commander-in-chief, but that is an assignment of responsibility. It is not a grant of power. And then, acting on another precedent established during the operation in Somalia, Mr. Clinton directed the United States forces to replace Haiti's leader and to disarm the civilian population. Now, in an age when precedents are swiftly relied upon to justify additional action, the United Nations' newly adopted role of choosing national leaders and disarming civilians constitutes a threat to the independence of any nation, certainly including ours. Might we ever get to a point where United Nations troops are sent to America while our own military are stationed in Germany and in the Middle East and in Japan and in Korea and every place else in order to disarm the American people and to replace our leaders? Well, the precedent is there. I hope to God it never happens. The purpose of our military is to protect the lives and the property of the people of this country. That's it. We have a new category now of reason for our military. It's to defend the vital interests of the United States. Is that defined anywhere? No. It could be anything. That's exactly what Mr. Clinton said when he sent troops into Haiti. And it was ludicrous. The vital interests of the United States in Haiti, there were none. But what was the real purpose? The real purpose was to increase the clout of the United Nations. Well, NATO was created. Troops were sent to Europe to be a part of the defense of Western Europe. This is a form of foreign aid. It costs us hundreds of billions of dollars to defend the nations of Western Europe. We also defend Korea. We defend Japan. We have them in the Middle East. We have them in Somalia. We have them in Macedonia. I read recently where they had just come back from Colombia. I didn't even know they were there. They're everywhere. And the John Birch Society says very simply, all of this is wrong. It's unnecessary. Bring the troops home. Bring them all home tomorrow. And whenever I say that, there's always someone who said, oh, you're an isolationist. And I say, no, I'm a non-interventionist. I like to put it in those terms. I believe that people-to-people contacts are progress, and government-to-government contacts are usually treachery. Who's running the show here? The United States or the United Nations? The Bush administration did nothing to challenge this outrageous UN policy that amounted to another small but significant step away from national sovereignty. In May 1994, President Clinton awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor posthumously to 2 American soldiers killed during the bungled military mission in Somalia. The 2 American soldiers were dead. Their parents came to the ceremony. Mr. Herbert Shugart, the father of an Army sergeant who perished trying to rescue a downed helicopter pilot, refused to shake the president's hand when presented with his dead son's medal. He said to the president, "You are not fit to be president of the United States. The blame for my son's death rests with the White House and you. You are not fit to command." And you know that story appeared in only 1 American newspaper? And that 1 American newspaper got the story from a British newspaper. President Gore happened to be in Africa during the time of the tragedy when an American plane shot down some American helicopters patrolling in Iraq. This was the friendly fire tragedy. And so he commented about it while in Africa, and he extended, quote, "condolences to the families of those who died in the service of the United Nations." United Nations? Does the United Nations already control the U.S. military? Well, I don't think so totally, but I'm not sure. What are we facing here, my friends? What we're facing is a conspiracy. We're not facing a conspiracy that's headquartered in Moscow. We're not facing a conspiracy that's even headquartered at the United Nations. We're facing a conspiracy that has a grip on our government and on our media and on our educational system. In 1956, J. Edgar Hoover, then the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, wrote an article that appeared in the Elks magazine, and he said this. He said, "The individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous he cannot believe it exists." Isn't that the case with Americans today? Now, I'm not claiming that J. Edgar Hoover's view of this conspiracy is the same as my own, but he certainly believed that there was a conspiracy. And he said it was so vast and so monstrous that most people can't even begin to believe it exists. Well, happily in our country today, many, many tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people are beginning to realize that it does exist. And we can't present you with the leader of it. We can't tell you that they meet in this building. We can tell you all about subsidiary parts of it that we believe. We can pretty much lay a mountain of evidence on anyone about a conspiracy that is taking over our country and stealing away our liberties. It's circumstantial evidence, but it's overwhelming. And what we ask you to do is to take a look at it. Take a look at some of our books. One of the best is this one, The Shadows of Power, The History of the Council on Foreign Relations. I think that book demonstrates the conspiracy theory of history, which really isn't a theory, it's a fact, in my view. It does it probably as well as anybody. But let me give you one piece of evidence about this conspiracy, and then you can help to decide for yourself. One of my colleagues who preceded me at the podium here mentioned this State Department document, 7277. It's called Freedom from War, and it was published in 1961. It was published by the State Department. It was brought to the United Nations by President John Kennedy. It is the United States Program for General and Complete Disarmament in a Peaceful World. And he went and he spoke at the United Nations in September of 1961, presented this document as the fixed and determined policy of the government of the United States. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a three-step program supposed to take many years, and of course it is taking many years, leading to the United States disarming itself and turning over our military to the United Nations. Very simply. The Nuclear Test Ban Treaty is here, and that's been accomplished. The treaty to ban the use of outer space for nuclear weapons is in this document. That's happened. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, several other treaties that have been made with other nations are all part of this thing. You read through it and you say, well, yeah, that happened and this happened and that happened, and how close are we towards the end? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're very close to the end. So let me read to you what it says at the end. It says, progressive controlled disarmament would proceed to a point where no state would have the military power to challenge the progressively strengthened UN peace force. It says states would retain only those forces, non-nuclear armaments, and establishments required for the purpose of maintaining internal order. It says the manufacture of armaments would be prohibited, except for those agreed types and quantities to be used by the United Nations. Is this program still in effect? Well, this is as it was published. It then became known as the basic provisions for disarmament. They put a change on it, but they said in the new document that it was simply an updating and an expanding of the original, so we still use the original. But it was only about 18 months ago, I think, I called the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency in Washington, and I asked to speak to somebody who could tell me about the history of this document, and they put me in touch with a Dr. William Nary, and Dr. Nary confirmed to me that, yes, this program is still in effect and it is still being carried out. Now, if we turn over our military to the United Nations, they will then become subject to the military commander at the United Nations. At the founding, it was agreed that the Soviet Union would always get to appoint the person who holds this post. And so there have been 17 hold the post in the history of the United Nations, and they've all been communists. They just recently split the post. They now have an African who is in charge of that for Africa and South America, but a Russian ex-communist, now they call him, is in charge for our part of the world. Where are we? Let's realize something. The United Nations is not taking us over. What is happening is our own leaders are using the United Nations to take us over for them. The problem isn't in New York at the United Nations. The problem is in Washington, D.C., in our government. If the United States would not be doing what it is doing for the United Nations would be going nowhere. Practically everything that's happened in the 20th century has given impetus toward a world government. Do we want a world government? No. No. Putting all power in any repository is suicidal. Don't do it. Independent nations are a good thing. Yes, some of them will be led by evil people. Some of them will do evil things. But the kind of people who are evil and arise in power in some nations are exactly the kind of people who will gravitate to head the world government. We don't want that. We don't want to scrap the Declaration of Independence. We don't want to give up the Constitution of the United States. What we want instead is for our leaders to stand by their oath to it. And so we must get out of the United Nations. If enough people in this nation can be given the full truth about the United Nations and its many high-level promoters, certainly including our President, our Secretary of State, our cabinet officials, our media, a lot of our professors, foundations, and so forth. If enough people in this country can be given the full truth about the UN and these promoters, instead of the constant stream of pro-UN propaganda, the people of this nation will see to it that their representatives in Congress take action to get us out. George Washington once said that truth will ultimately prevail where there is pains taken to bring it to light. Pains must be taken by many more Americans if this nation is to remain free. Will you help? You folks who are before me, you folks who are hearing this on television, will you help? Daniel Webster has frequently been quoted as saying, there is nothing so powerful as truth, and often nothing so strange. It may seem strange, but it is true that the peace organization is a war organization, that its vaunted claim to be a fountain of justice is in this mean and vindictive world is a hoax, and that its protestations of protecting human rights and enhancing human freedoms are demonstrable lies. It is also true that the greatest promoters of the UN world domination and the most important enemies of U.S. sovereignty serve in leadership posts of this nation. The UN could not survive for long without the support of top officials of the United States of America. It is they who intend to have the UN that they will control rule the world. And they will countenance treason, lying, killing, and any foul means imaginable to accomplish their goal. We borrow the words of the Lord himself when we say to fellow Americans, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. What we have presented is truth. It must be disseminated widely and acted upon as if one's life depended on it, because it does. Very simply and very directly. If enough truth reaches enough Americans, they will choose new leaders who will withdraw this nation from the UN, rebuild our armed forces, and ensure that our military serves nothing but this nation. If enough good people decide to join the ever-growing army of patriotic Americans dedicated to exposing and routing this conspiracy in our midst, then America will remain a bastion of freedom for ourselves and for the children of today and tomorrow. And so we ask you again, will you help? Your help is needed, and needed now. Will you give it? Our recommendation is simple. Contact the John Birch Society and get started in the vitally important work of saving this nation from a United Nations type of world. Right here in the front, Joe.
Yeah, Jack, what is the definition given as given in the document there? Do you think of enough of a military force to maintain internal order? What do you mean by that?
Well, I've analyzed that, and that's part of the book. What they're talking about there is the creation of a national police force, and that, of course, will also be under UN control. So you will maintain internal order with an internal police force under their control, and then you will maintain order in the world with the United Nations Peace Force that will impose the United Nations will. That's what they mean by it, because it's not a disarmament program as much as it is a weapons distribution program. See, they talk about disarmament, but they're not disarming themselves. They're disarming everybody else, and they want the United Nations to remain armed. So it's not a disarmament program, it's a distribution program. The United States is still a wonderful place. Much of what we believe in is still here, and of course the Constitution still stands, which is why there is so many people talking today about let's have a constitutional convention to get rid of it. We certainly don't want that. So we can hold their feet to the fire. We can say to them, you've taken an oath to that. You either stand by the oath or we'll get somebody else. And that's the way we mean to change the situation here. We don't want force of arms ourselves. We have no intention of doing that. Sir, a question?
I'd like to ask you a question in reference to these base closings.
Yes.
Is this all part of the...
disarmament, yes.
It's part of the disarmament plan.
Yes. I was on a radio show recently, and a fellow called up and he said, what do you think about these base closings? I said, well, they're closing the wrong bases. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wind this up with another little dramatic piece of evidence, I guess you could say. In May of this last year, May 1994, we got a letter from a young Marine stationed at the 29 Palms Marine Corps base in California. This is his letter. This is what he sent us, this material. And he gave us his name, he said he's on active duty, and he had just been ordered to participate in a survey conducted by a Navy lieutenant commander among the troops on the base. And he was so furious after this survey that he came outside and he was talking to some of his fellow Marines about it, and he was just wild, and they were as well. And he said to him, he said, "I wish I had a copy of that. I know where I could send it." And the guy said, "Well, they gave me two, and I brought one out here." So he sent it right to us. All right, it's a combat arms survey, and it asks the Marines to respond to all kinds of scenarios that are painted. Do you strongly agree? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you strongly disagree? Or do you not have any opinion? Check it off, and so forth. All right. So these are all attitudes. It's all about different roles for the service. And then it gets into the United States runs a field training exercise. UN combat troops should be allowed to serve in U.S. combat units during these exercises under U.S. command. Do you agree, disagree, or something? It's starting to get a little bit heavy at this point. The United Nations runs a field training exercise. U.S. combat troops should serve under UN command and control during these exercises. Do you agree, strongly disagree, and so forth? I feel that the President of the United States has the authority to pass his responsibilities as Commander-in-Chief to the UN Secretary General. Do you agree, disagree, or what? I feel there is no conflict between my oath and serving as a UN soldier. I would swear to the following code. I am a United Nations fighting person. I serve in the forces which maintain world peace and every nation's way of life. I am prepared to give my life in their defense. You see, it's getting on and on. It's prepping young Marines for United Nations control. And then the last question, listen to this one. The U.S. government declares a ban on the possession, sale, transportation, and transfer of all non-sporting firearms. A 30-day amnesty period is permitted for these firearms to be turned over to local authorities. At the end of this period, a number of citizen groups refuse to turn over their firearms. Consider the following statement. I would fire upon U.S. citizens who refuse or resist confiscation of firearms banned by the United States government. The United States Marines at 29 Palms Base in California were required to participate in that survey. And the young fellow who sent it to us, I've talked to him on the telephone, he said he didn't know of any one of them who wasn't really furious about it, which I'm certainly glad to hear. But the fact that they would allow it says something. Why would they allow that? Well, he sent us as well a copy of the base newspaper. In the 29 Palms base newspaper, there was an article about the Council on Foreign Relations visiting the base. The general was just delighted. He was showing the Council on Foreign Relations all around. He helicoptered them all over the base. And then, of course, if you look deeply into it, you see that the Commandant of the United States Marine Corps is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations as well, as is the head of the Air Force and the head of the Army. And in the past 15, 20 years, almost all members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff have been members of the Council on Foreign Relations. Our military is being undermined from within. And a lot of those men don't even realize how they themselves are being used. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a big job ahead of us. We've got a wonderful country to save. I think it can be done. Education is our strategy, and truth is our only weapon. Please help us. Thank you very much.
John McManus has been the spokesperson for the John Birch Society since 1973. He has served as president of the organization since 1991.
We have a variety of different regimes, all of them with ambitions, but none of them are as ambitious as this core of people that are facing us right now. With the documents, and there are copies of this here, and I highly recommend that you get it. First of all, it's a New American. But anyway, on the cover are the people that you're going to be facing. Some of them American, but they're going to have that blue helmet on. They have denounced their American citizenship and are now aligned with the New World Order. In some ways, I'm thankful of that because at least I know where they stand. And I would rather have a good enemy to my front than a bad friend to my rear. Keep that in mind when you organize. Better to know where everybody stands.
We're here today
are observing an absolutely historic event. The soldiers that you see before you represent not the past, but rather the future. It is through exercises such as this that truly we can create a new world order.
So how do they get our military boys to go along with this? This is the Army War College, Washington, D.C. This is what they're teaching our troops now, our officers, our leaders. Peacemaking, peacekeeping, and coalition warfare. The future role of the United Nations. This is taught right in our own colleges here in America. It's Norwich University. Inside of that document, the reference page, and we have the whole book on it. United Nations peacekeeping, relationship between civilian and military components. Folks, it's all going to be Force 2000. There's not going to be military, there's not going to be police, they'll all be the same.
The disarming of the American people via gun control. Okay, the DeConcini bill will probably be passed in the next couple of months. There are probably 100 million Americans, 75 to 100 million Americans that have close to 200 million guns. When they start going after the guns, it's going to be probably as nasty as it is in Waco, Texas, or has been in the last month or so, because there's a lot of people that simply won't turn in their guns. The Constitution guarantees us the right to own and bear firearms. They're going to go after the guns without even nailing the Constitution yet. U.S. military and National Guard personnel have been undergoing training and exercises for several years for house-to-house searches, presumably for drugs or guns, for crowd control, or for domestic counterterrorism measures.
I swore to protect and defend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And I will, if need be, lay down my life to protect it. The enemy can only go so far with the resources that are at hand, and it is realized now that we are throwing them off in their timetable. The tapes and the things that you see here are all information that we try to generate purely to educate people. Somebody has to stand up, so we have. Now, originally I worked as an intelligence analyst and as a counterintelligence coordinator from 1975 through to 1981. If I were to sit on the other side right now, I know that many of us would be gnashing our teeth. And the reason I say this is because what we've experienced is a situation where they aren't sure how many of us are out there. They know that the American people are in motion. Oh, many of them are butt cold asleep, make no mistake about that, and will remain asleep right up until the point where their body's in the front yard. Those are not your concern, nor are they my concern. Our biggest and most important issue is to consolidate virtually all of the particular groups that are across the country, not to come together to some paramount central meeting, but to come together in mind and understand that we have a common enemy that is threatening the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. That is why we are identifying the threat that we're talking about here. Do they have the resource capability to do this? Yes. As we discussed earlier, with the dispersion of U.S. military forces across the globe, we do not have the capacity inside the United States, were it not for American militia, you know, the armed citizen, to repel any existing military force that might attempt activities here, including our own forces used against the American citizenry. Now again, if they are under United Nations Charter, and if they are under United Nations authority, they are not American forces. That's a mistake that's made from the beginning.
Announcement. Mark does a radio program. I co-hosted with him on shortwave Monday through Friday. I don't know how many people out there have heard of the intelligence report. Okay, we got a few. We've got the same time slot, Monday through Friday, 8 to 9 p.m. on 5.065. And that goes Monday through Friday. It's sponsored by Viking International. And the program itself is really gaining a lot of speed. They stuck us in Jack McLamb's old time slot, and we got a lot of Jack's old listeners, plus the people that followed us over from 12.160. So if you don't have a shortwave now, I would suggest that you get one, because it's going to come a time real soon that's going to be the only way we're going to be able to communicate or get any type of news.
When they stood before the recruiter originally, I don't care who you are, when they raised their hand up and they swore to protect and defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights from all enemies, both foreign and domestic, there's a lump right here. I don't care who you are. The problem is they're trying to take that, and they have been taking it out of the oath. They're reconfiguring it. You're swearing allegiance to an officer now, or to a central individual or figure. That's what they did in Nazi Germany, and that's what they do in Communist Russia, and that's what they also do in China. By swearing to protect and defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, a conscience is born even in the soldier, because you know the difference between a rightful order and a wrong order. I've had officers and enlisted men, senior NCOs. In fact, every once in a while you're going to have this happen at Patriot meeting. There are men who will show up, and they could care less if anybody sees them. They'll show up in uniform. I had an old gunny in Michigan show up. He goes, I don't care what you say. I don't care who's here. I'm in charge of 180 Patriots. We're all in uniform. We swore to protect and defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and when the time comes, we will. That's the kind of men that are still out there. But I'll tell you something. They've seen all this. Everything we've talked about, everything we're discussing, they've experienced. They see it from their own perspective, and they consider it bad. None of them have, for a long time, believed that the American people would wake up. You know how many soldiers have come to us and said, Mark, I can't believe that the American people can figure out what's going on. People are actually talking about this now. By accident, when we were on a plane, a gentleman coming back from, a senior sergeant coming back from Saudi Arabia, was sitting on the plane with us, started a conversation with John, and he said the same thing. He said, yeah, we saw all this overseas. I know what you're talking about. In fact, we can see it from outside the country looking in. He says, but I can't believe I'm sitting in a plane with an American who actually understands. I thought we were alone. That's happening all over the place. People are waking up on both sides. I spoke with a Marine Corps general approximately 4 months ago. We've spoken with several general staff officers. One of the comments he made was this. He said, Mark, we can fight the New World Order, we can beat the New World Order, and we can ensure that this government is preserved. He said, but there's one problem. Will the American people stand up with us when the time comes? There are a lot of good men and women out there that are in uniform, but their concern is, it's easy to say, I'll fight to the last drop of your blood. They would like to see people standing shoulder to shoulder. They don't want to be in front of, nor do they want to be behind with bayonets. They're good men and women. They understand what this form of government is about.
What kind of damage have we done? I'm sorry.
Okay, mostly it's been the fact that we have gotten to the rank and file. That has been the best thing that can happen. Okay. The rank and file are the ones who pull the trigger. By getting to those people first and explaining to them, hey, you're going to shoot at mom and dad? You're going to shoot at your brother and sister? You got people here you live next to every day. You go down to the gas station and buy gas from a guy who's got a big NRA sticker in the back of his pickup truck. You wave and smile at him every day. You're going to gun him down when he says, I'm not going to let you take my weapons? And all of a sudden, you got to force them to think. You better make it personal. You got to make it very personal. Well, you're going to shoot people when they say they're not going to take you're not going to let you take their weapons. Are you going to kill some of us? Because you better make up your mind. It's not going to be a maybe. It has to become a yes or a no decision, because that's really all this is. This is now that we're past the there's no fence sitting. We want a clear line between enemy and friend.
Or will they be pulled out of this country?
Well, the military they'll try to. In fact, you can see how they've orchestrated several actions, and they're desperate. They're desperate to try and pull as many of our soldiers out as they can.
Our military, but they also have a neat little plan. It's called Partnership or Bridge to America, a partnership program. Now, this program is amazing. As you can see from this document here, this shows what they're going to do in reality is take members of the local reserve, the reserve units, the National Guard. They will fly them, ship them to Russia. They will fly Russian military into your local National Guard locations. Just like it kind of gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling inside, is now we have the Soviet military taking over our own National Guard locations, and our own National Guardsmen are out of here, and they're in Russia. You can see from this document right here, it's just another one of their ridiculous steps forward in their one world army.
And then, acting on another precedent established during the operation in Somalia, Mr. Clinton directed the United States forces to replace Haiti's leader and to disarm the civilian population. Now, in an age when precedents are swiftly relied upon to justify additional action, the United Nations' newly adopted role of choosing national leaders and disarming civilians constitutes a threat to the independence of any nation, certainly including ours. Might we ever get to a point where United Nations troops are sent to America while our own military are stationed in Germany and in the Middle East and in Japan and in Korea and every place else in order to disarm the American people and to replace our leaders? Well, the precedent is there. I hope to God it never happens.
Disclosed number of UN troops are now training on U.S. soil and could be used in America in some future state of national emergency, civil unrest, such as the Los Angeles riots or other upheaval.
Ken Adams is with us. Ken, your microphone is back on.
Now, as far as our national sovereignty, we get very concerned about our national sovereignty with a number of the treaties, of course, NAFTA and GATT treaties that have recently been implemented. We're very concerned about some of the things that the United Nations is doing. We're concerned about some of the surveys that they're giving our military, asking if they'll fire upon U.S. citizens. Now, it's not our job to bring judgment upon that. That's up to the citizens. That's up to the American people to judge on what we bring them. But if we certainly, when we see a survey when our military is asked if they'll shoot American citizens or not, that's something that we feel we should bring to the public. Now, you decide, do you want your military in any way, shape, or form to come against the American people? If you do, and that's what the American people want, then that's what we will have. But if they don't, then they need to be very serious when they contact their elected officials about this.
There have been many, many stories about the potential or perhaps the possibility or the rumors of foreign troops on American soil. Are there U.S. troops, or I should say, are there foreign troops on U.S. soil, and if so, what are they here for?
Well, they certainly are. The number is difficult to confirm. We get telephone calls from militia members. First of all, Chuck, we have a number of military men that are in the militia.
We got about a minute left, so make good use of it.
Okay. That call us up and tell us that there are UN troops training at various different locations around the country. What their purpose is, you start really wondering when you see some of the military equipment that goes up and down our railroads and up and down our highways, and some of it is foreign equipment, Russian equipment, UN equipment. It leaves the door open to a lot of speculation on exactly what's taking place in this country.
Anything solid?
Solid as far as facts. We certainly have to be concerned about a possible national emergency, Executive Order 12919 taking effect, where FEMA will basically declare martial law. Will our military people follow that, or will they have to have UN troops? Those are scenarios. It's hard to tell the future. I don't have a crystal ball.
Why are foreign troops training at Fort Polk, Louisiana? What in the world are these Soviet-made helicopters doing over a U.S. military installation? Polk is the United Nations North American Training Center, where troops from some 40 countries have undergone training in urban warfare.
Able to see a map right now of the United States.
And some of the markings that you see indicate United Nations combat groups' confirmed locations, and another would indicate the internment camps that have been confirmed also.
And Rexella, the thing is, this is why these militiamen are concerned as to what may happen in the next 24 to 36 months because of these bases all throughout the country.
I'm going to be quoting now from Senator Sam Nunn on planned joint United States-Russian military maneuvers in the United States, and this is from the New York Times, June 1st, 1994. He said, "I think our American people will welcome a Russian military force for peacekeeping purposes." Now, I'm going to be quoting from that source that Jack mentioned a moment ago, the Relevance Research source. The estimates of foreign troops range from mere handfuls of men scattered across a few bases for routine specialty training to wild reports of combat battle groups concealed inside our national parks or in vital underground cities throughout the nation, and totaling up to 500,000 men. That's a little scary. Motorists in several states have photographed trainloads of military armed equipment being transported on our roads and by rail. We contacted spokesmen from several United States bases who have confirmed to Relevance, that's this paper, that foreign military personnel, in some cases up to battalion strength, have recently trained in such bases as Fort Polk in Louisiana, Fort Lewis in the state of Washington, and Fort Benning in Georgia. Now, there are 3 bases right now, Jack, where they are actually training 500,000
Right,
men.
and they have actually taken photographs of these UN Army personnel in Saucier, Mississippi, in Gulfport, Mississippi, in New Orleans, Louisiana, in western Texas, where they saw 100 rail cars with UN equipment and many Russian tanks, right here in Michigan, and there's reason for concern.
Now, what is the strength of UN forces inside the United States? The guesstimations, including reliable numbers, is approximately 300,000 total. It could be higher. We do not have an accurate count. In the last 48 hours at Biloxi, we've had a vast influx of foreign aircraft and foreign military personnel. At a series of other military bases, and we have some photographs here of those particular sites, a large number of foreign military forces have been entering over the last 48 hours also. Does this mean that we have to panic? No, it means that we pay attention and we have good patriots who are already watching to see what's going to happen there. Has the other side become aggressive? Well, in almost every case where public citizens have gone overtly to the gates and to the fences, they have threatened to shoot them in every incident so far. So we have a confrontational situation that exists right now. Many patriots around the country are using a basic program that we set up, in which, first of all, you need a ledger. When you see something, don't guess, don't secondhand, don't paraphrase. Who, what, where, when. What were you doing? What were they doing? Photographs, if at all possible. 110 or 35 millimeter throwaway cameras are very simple to use. You will not cry if somebody steals them from your car. But you will have some form of photographic ledger of what happened, a document. A number of foreign forces are definitely in both Louisiana and Mississippi. We know that foreign troops are deployed through FinCEN and through the United Nations combat groups throughout the continental United States in different garrison form or training form. And one of the pieces that I have in my briefcase, which later on when we're done here you can look at, are little bits of newspaper clippings from operations in different parts of the country that have taken place over the last month. Dutch, Russian, etc. Now again, this all comes back to, well, what are we going to do with all these here foreign troops? Well, it's pretty straightforward. If American soldiers will not fire on American citizens, and if you're a part of the New World Order, then it's very straightforward that you do what the Chinese did when they had a problem in Tiananmen Square. You bring kids from outside to play on the block.
So here our boys are, rubbing shoulders with the Soviets. They call it the former Soviet Union. Americans and Russians working together in this peacekeeping operation. Now this is a news release from Peacekeeper 95. It was in the Kansas Prairie just last month, where Russian and U.S. troops work together. They say it's not for release, so let's read it. Plans are underway by the Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Shelikashvili, to present the Peacekeeper 95 operation ceremony Tuesday at 10. Well, we know he's part of it, don't we? Talks about their troops being flown in and other non-release. Russian soldiers arrive at McCord Air Force Base in Fort Riley, Kansas. Now this is Camp Ripley, Minnesota. My wife and I just came through that area probably 2-3 weeks ago on a speaking tour. We spoke to a lot of folks in the area that had witnessed UN peacekeeping forces practicing in Camp Ripley with their blue helmets, with their guard towers with UN symbols and the letters UN on them, with the equipment flying the UN flag and UN stickers on the sides of them. Yet there's nothing going on sinister in America with UN, right? Wrong.
Fort Polk will be the site of a major NATO exercise involving 14 Central and Eastern European countries, including the Czech Republic, Poland, and Romania. It's part of what NATO and the Pentagon are calling the Partnership for Peace program.
This is a military document. Actually, this is an official publication, Military Review, the Professional Journal of the United States Army, December 1992, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a puzzle. Well, you'll notice I'm circling, and you might look to, of course, the center, and you'll find the pivot of the clock. The center of the puzzle is the United Nations. But first, we must enter by the proper door. And so, on December 1992, the proper entrance point of the puzzle would be New World Order. This wasn't made up by the Patriot movement. This document can be found in your library locally, along with many other documents that support the same view.
This is Operation Cooperative Nugget 95. It went from the first part of August to the last of August. In this operation, they provided a film for public consumption through the media. However, when you analyze closely what they've been up to, they have painted over UN signs that they think you can't see on television. Yet you can look right through their paint, and in huge black letters under the paint you can still see UN. And they tried to hide the UN armbands. They're still there. You can see what they're up to. Now, it was all orchestrated through the Allied Command. According to this document, June 26th of 95, Exercise Cooperative Nugget 95.
Cooperative Nugget 95, Partnership for Peace. It might be noted, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this was purely a United Nations exercise. One of the best examples being, of course, the fact that almost all of the props, almost all of the insignia and heraldry that was tied into it had to do with United Nations military operations. From the United Nations National Police Force to, of course, ground operations for search and seizure of firearms. With Cooperative Nugget, it can be demonstrated, and I think we're going to show you, shall we say, a few knocks on the door in the twilight hours. Alexander Solzhenitsyn spoke about such activities and reminded people that if they had simply waited for them in the twilight hours when they did arrive and stopped them in their tracks, the bloody machine would have ground to a halt. Well, what you're seeing now, ladies and gentlemen, are shades and visions of things to come. That's right, National Police Force. And what do those armbands say? United Nations. Well, search and seizure and force operations of this type are what were being demonstrated at Fort Polk, and every international element that was there got a chance to practice. A little point that should be made is that when the British were involved with this particular phase of the exercise and they entered the structure, they wouldn't let the camera crews enter with them. Why? Well, the policy of the British forces entering any structures, homes, businesses, or whatever, is to kill everybody. Men, women, cats, dogs, kids, everybody. Now, can this be demonstrated? Well, for your benefit, we have a couple of hours of footage that was done by different crews who were live and on location during Operation Cooperative Nugget. And one of the complaints is that during the British phase and one of the Russian phases, when these particular search and seizure actions were taking place, well, they didn't want the camera crews there to shoot what was really being shot. When asked where the prisoners were that would normally be taken out of the building during this phase, the American instructors commented rather quietly that there were no prisoners. The footage that you just saw here shows the New World Order in its prime. The knock at the door at 3 in the morning, as Solzhenitsyn described, the wretched machine going from door to door, searching for your weapons. To our north in Canada right now, ladies and gentlemen, something that, again, most people said was not possible, the Canadian government has passed sweeping gun bans, threatening house-to-house search and seizure, just as you saw in this tape a moment ago, in which the weapons will be taken from the Canadian people. That's why that man you saw is beating on the door, and he's not asking for permission to come in. He's simply going through the motions so that the men with the AK-47s, the AK-74s, the SIG assault rifles, the G3s, the FNFALs, so that they can come in right behind him. And again, we have virtually hours of the footage of these particular training exercises, and they are not pretty at all, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only a matter of time before the people that you saw knocking on doors, before the people you see driving these funny white tanks with the strange letters on the side, decide that they have to enforce the New World Order's laws in Louisiana, or in Missouri, or in Florida, or in Kentucky, or wherever.
The way they plan to bring this about, if they have their way, is they want this to appear as a democratic grassroots movement, something that is coming from the bottom up. I believe at a moment in time, maybe a couple years down the road, I don't know when the world's climate is just right, maybe when we're in the middle of a financial crisis and maybe a Middle East crisis or something, when the world is in turmoil, it would not surprise me if these people would step forward and present the world government as a cure-all for everything. The number one issue they're going to use is the environment. The second issue they're going to use is the world debt situation. They will propose the world government to cure our world debt situation. They will also say that we need a world government to maintain world peace. Those will be the big issues. If they cannot bring it about by manipulating us into supporting the world government through the democratic process, then there are other mechanisms in place whereby they could try to force this world government upon us. That, to me, would actually be better, because then their true colors would be seen. The dates that they have set are 1993 to 1998. These are not dates I am setting, but they want to go public with their effort between those years. It would not surprise me if this takes place. They're right on track right now.
Well, I want you to know about some things that are coming. There's a lot of talk, and it's pretty proven, by the way. It's not just idle rumors about black helicopters. They're the militias that are forming up around the country. There's even talk of detention centers being set up, concentration camps, foreign military units and equipment being seen, observed throughout the United States. What about that? It sounds a little crazy, doesn't it? It really does. You know, as I begin to get more and more reports over the years of these so-called black helicopters and the possibility that there actually could be a plan to build concentration camps to put us in, I decided to do more than just ask questions. I decided to really investigate this. Now, God has given me a lot of tools of investigation. I have a lot of friends out there. Some are former CIA, some are presently in intelligence, and some I can trust and some I can't trust, and some are old Air Force friends of mine now in various government agencies, because I spent over 20 years in the Air Force, retired as an officer.
Local, state, or military helicopters with greatly increased frequency are overflying cities, towns, neighborhoods, and individual houses at low levels, looking for drugs, for surveillance, or for intimidation purposes. Many of these helicopters are black and unmarked, and we're getting reports from all over the country. Major cities are seeing them overflying neighborhoods.
We have black helicopters. We've always heard of this black helicopter stuff. So what are all these black helicopters doing here, folks? We have a book that we offer. It helps explain it. It's called Black Helicopters Over America, Strike Force of the New World Order.
Many of the people that I've been in contact so far are both intelligence analysts or have worked as intelligence analysts and counterintelligence sergeants. They are experienced in observation and they know what they're doing. Because of this, we can rely upon their first-hand information. Most of the time, though, you're seeing FinCEN forces utilizing rotary wing aircraft assets. Back in the early part of 1990, approximately 3,000 rotary wing aircraft were withdrawn from our strategic reserve. These are not from the reserve or guard. These came from the mothball fleet. Upon implementing this force, these units were transferred to FinCEN, painted in the flat black, not flat green, and not camouflage green. These aircraft are in flat black. They bear no markings or identification to determine whether they are American or foreign national. And the fact of the matter is they are now foreign national assets, no longer in the hands of the United States Air Force.
Infamous black helicopters. Rumors of presidential hit squads. One black helicopter actually demolished the house right next door. Maybe hit the wrong target. Demolished the house. Helicopters came in and demolished the house next door to the man who was running the impeach Bill Clinton campaign. That happened right here in Texas. We even saw helicopters in very strange modes of operation right here in Travis County, Austin. 3 of my employees saw this and we reported it. And we could talk about some things that happened there. But black helicopters are seen all over this nation, as well as foreign troops.
My question is somewhat local. I heard about 12 weeks ago that there were a group of black helicopters. I believe the unit was the 160th, if I've read things correctly. It wasn't reported, though, only once on the radio around Columbus, Ohio. Is this generally the case, that they're kept so quiet?
Not only are they kept quiet, but even, and in fact we've had people do this where they've driven by a site where the helicopters are sitting right next to a police post, for instance, and women or men will call in and say, who owns those black helicopters, you know, that are by the police station? And the sergeant on duty will respond, what black helicopters, ma'am? And then, of course, they'll get a little agitated, and she goes, those blankety-blank helicopters next to your building, bonehead. Or, well, those helicopters are part of a special operation, and we cannot divulge information on at this time. Then, of course, they'll quickly disappear, and any other conversation after that is, well, there were no black helicopters. If you call the Federal Aviation people, 90% of the time they will tell you flat out, there is no such thing as black helicopters.
There have been many, many stories about the potential or perhaps the possibility or the rumors of foreign troops on American soil. We have a box full of pictures of these black unmarked helicopters. I called the FAA, and they told me that it was a covert activity. They would tell me nothing more. They said, yes, they knew all about them. And I said, well, I believe the civil air regulations, the CAR, and the FAR, I believe, require all aircraft to be marked. I know when I was a pilot that my plane had to be marked. How do they get away with it? Well, the gentleman at the FAA was silent on that matter. He said, we know they're there and it's a covert action or activity. Now, we have a box full of pictures of these things. People have taken videotape of these black helicopters flying menacingly over their homes and farms. So that's how we got involved. And, of course, the minute we started asking questions, they called us cuckoos. But when we come back, we'd like you to tell us what you think they are, and are there foreign troops on American soil? And if so, why? Don't go away. We are back, and we're going to ask Ken to read you. Ken, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Ken Adams is the Public Relations Director of the Michigan Militia. 2 questions quickly. What are the black helicopters? Number 2, are there foreign troops on U.S. soil, and why are they here?
Okay. Well, the black helicopter issue, as you have experienced, nobody's really talking about what they're doing.
I have personally seen them. We saw 4 of them fly over the hotel here July 4th, about 2:30 in the afternoon. And they were flying over here earlier, and we complained to the FAA, and they finally stopped. That much I can tell you.
Right.
Well, we've seen helicopters, you know, the report of black helicopters all over the country.
I believe that because when they went over on July 4th, they went over at treetop level, and I made eye contact with the pilot who made eye contact with me, and he was not dressed up as Santa Claus, I can tell you that.
The photographs that I showed you, some of them just came through and not all of you got a chance to see them. Forgive me for this. What you see there are T-72 main battle tanks, ZSU-23-4 air defense carriages, SAM-6 self-propelled air defense missile systems. We have photographs of Frog 7s, and these are the original photographs or blow-ups off the negatives. If you would like copies of these, you call John, and in fact, if you want to get hold of us, here's the numbers and the address. I want to do that before you leave.
And everybody is scrambling for a pen and paper, I know. So I'm not going to do it right away. Go right ahead, find a pen and paper. A lot of what you're seeing here, this is only one finger again of what we're facing with the New World Order crowd. Somebody asked me, why Russian equipment? Well, because they're dumping a lot of our American equipment into the ocean right now. Because the troops that you're going to face, which are twice the numbers originally expected, are for the most part going to be Russian. Any of you who are adept students of the United Nations know that as long as the UN has been in place, while it is in place today and for as long as it will exist, a Russian general commands all United Nation forces through the United Nations headquarters, and that is the way it will always be under the contract. Now, a most interesting set of numbers were just released about Russian military force, and it has been discovered that their actual strength is twice what they have been reporting.
Now, what they're going to do when it comes time to enforce it, they will by that time have sufficient amount of weaponry in the United States pre-placed, if you will, that will be some of its Soviet material and German material, East German and the Soviet bloc weaponry. At that time, that material will be here, and will be enough of it so that when they fly in the extra manpower that will come from the Eastern Bloc and from Russia, the Soviets, they will then have all their equipment already here pre-planned. If you will notice now on this next little bit of footage, this will show you Russian short-range Frog missiles. These missiles are, matter of fact, this is live footage. These are photographed in several different places also in the United States. These missiles are good for only 50 miles, folks. They are chemical, biological, or nuclear. They have a 50-mile range. They are in the middle of Texas and Tennessee and in other areas. You have to ask yourself, what is all this Russian equipment doing here?
This is Soviet missiles here in America. The top one is Virginia, just a couple of months ago. This is a four-tail unit on a mobile missile launcher. The bottom one is one out of Texas, I believe, at a truck stop. It's even got the red star on it yet. They really don't care how bad they insult us, apparently. Now this unit here, maybe a little difficult to see, but this is a Soviet Bear bomber. This was at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. This unit is coming into our country now in September of 1994. I witnessed 7 of these units come over little tiny Knoxon, Montana, headed in a north-northeasterly direction. If you ever hear one of these planes, you'll never forget it. They're a counter-rotating turboprop. They have a very narrow fuselage. That's one way to recognize the style, with propellers on it. But they have 2 propellers per engine, not just one. And that's why they sound so low in pitch.
Now, as you can see from this, this next little bit of footage, this is possibly some of the most amazing, upsetting footage that you're going to see on this video. At this location, you see 1,500 pieces of chemical and biological weaponry. These are reconnaissance units that are utilized along with the T-72 Russian tanks. This material you're looking at right here is ongoing footage. This is all located down south presently mostly in the Louisiana area. These are reconnaissance units for chemical and biological weaponry. If you can get a look at this, it's amazing. This goes on and on. If you'll notice, half of them or some of them now at this point in time have been painted the friendly United Nations white. These units are supposedly were brought in, according to the people involved, to be repainted and then shipped out again, which of course is ludicrous, since it would cost you $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 each per trip, one direction over and another $5,000 to ship it back. And I guess on that basis we're to believe that there just is no paint in Europe, that they could just paint these and then ship them wherever they plan to go with them. These are brought in to be used in the United States.
These are more UN pieces of equipment. Looks like Russian and German stuff from way back. This was going in into Texas on I-10 last part of October of this year. Now this many of you have probably seen. These are chemical command posts or reconnaissance units. This particular picture was Saucier, Mississippi. which they say they brought these vehicles here from East Germany to paint. Well, I think it's cheaper to send a can of paint over there than to send the whole vehicle over here unless their talent has diminished that much. Those same basic vehicles are showing up other places in the country, like Stewart and Stevens, right out of Houston, Texas, 70 miles to the west. Now it shows these same reconnaissance units, some of which are being changed from Wausau Green to UN White at Airmar Resources in the little town of Mississippi, Saucier, Mississippi. Now this is an aerial photo of that little encampment that says they have just a few vehicles there. They're there by the hundreds, if not thousands, folks, all over the place. That's only part of what we were able to get. So much for their can of paint. This is a bill of lading that miraculously flew over the fence and into one of our hands off the windshield of one of these trucks. It says reserved for the UN.
And it gives, now again to remind you, there are 2,100 plus trucks on site. The most recent report that we have now they are moving the trucks, by the way, but the most recent report we have from the stevedores and from the longshoremen on the docks, the next shipment will all be armor. None of it will be trucks from this point on. So they're bringing in PCs and tanks, mostly T-72. We have several photographs which we can send back up. We have flatbed T-72s that are being run up 75 and down I-75 in Florida. Fortunately, it was an 85-year-old grandmother in a Taurus who had a lead foot that caught him. She was going the other way. Her granddaughter was with her, and her granddaughter knew what Mom and Dad said. She said, "Grandma, we got to catch those trucks." So Grandma did a U-turn across the interchange and zipped down the road, and this thing was doing 85 miles an hour. They had to catch it. So not only did she do 85 miles an hour, but whatever was required in between, and she got some good rear-end pictures of these things going down the road in convoy. And they were all fully equipped T-72s. They were far and again exceeding the speed limit. Right now, I don't know if everybody's noticed this, but they're getting hard on the truckers, especially to travel over any kind of any excessive speed at all. We've been driving 6 and 8 hours and 10 hours a day, one way on the road. There are trucks pulled over left and right if they're doing 5 miles over the speed limit. So the fact that these things are hell-bent for election, maintaining an 85-mile-an-hour speed limit on I-75 in Florida is rather interesting.
The top photo here is a tank that they say they only have a few of for experimentation and training of our troops with Soviet equipment. That's a Soviet T-72 tank, one of many. This was taken in Texas, one of 2 tanks that were sitting in a Exxon parking lot. We've had these tanks spotted in Louisiana.
This T-72 tank is, as I say, being brought in. There are thousands upon thousands of these tanks in Mexico, which they brought in under everybody's nose, right in front of everybody a short while back. The amount of military Russian equipment in Mexico, just across the border, is mind-boggling. But we also have mind-boggling pieces of equipment here.
In Cleveland, for instance, we have friends and patriots who have photographed UN armor being transported by rail from east to west. Many of the people that I've been in contact so far are both intelligence analysts or have worked as intelligence analysts and counterintelligence sergeants. They are experienced in observation and they know what they're doing. Because of this, we can rely upon their first-hand information.
The top picture you see are urban assault units like in what they assaulted Vietnam with as they were leaving, killing people directly with these pieces of equipment. The bottom pictures are 113s and 114s, U.S., but now they're UN equipment. This is taken in Montana. If you could see closer, you'd see the snowy mountains in the background. I'm just going to breeze through a bunch of these. This is the UN Red Cross here in America. This is taken in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the 10th or the 11th of October. This is more of Montana, the top one, the UN helicopter in Billings, Montana, in June of this year.
Well, there's much more on the horizon, and United Nations equipment has been spotted, supposedly not verified, and not identified across the United States. Well, let me help you with some of this. We have documented evidence from all over the United States, from Alabama to Mississippi, from Florida to New York to California at LA Airport, where helicopters have been delivered, specifically stenciled United Nations, all white, and as National Police Force vehicles. These aircraft are still being used across California and are also showing up in Michigan, Washington State, Minnesota, etc. Well, let me throw a little point out here for you. In this image, again, a picture says 1,000 words. United States Army warning, entering Fort Polk Military Reservation entrance only, entrance only is approved by the post commander. Entry on this post constitutes consent to search person and vehicle at any time. Criminal and traffic offenses are strictly enforced. Violators are subject to the UCMJ and/or the United States codes. You might notice what's behind this sign. Well, yes, those are U.S. or, well, international Humvees now, all marked United Nations, etc. And this is one of Fort Polk's many motor pools.
Are the Russian trucks down in Mississippi? I've run into 3 people who were absolutely against the possibility that those things could be there. The last one was in Connecticut. He went down, talked to the people there. Well, what he is, he took pictures, and as he tried to leave, somebody came out of the compound and stopped him. You know, well, who are you? Well, who are you? Well, I work here. Who are you? Oh, well, I'm just taking some pictures of these things because I want to buy some. Oh, well, they're privately owned. He goes, oh, well, good. Who's the owner? I want to talk to him. Well, they're not really privately owned. They're government owned. Oh, well, they're government owned. Well, then the government must want to sell them, right? What agency of the government owns them? Well, they're not really the government. It's the United Nations. And it's like, oh, well, who's selling these things? Well, they're really not for sale. Well, wait a minute now. So they're progressively, it's like a half-truth, half-truth, half-truth. Oh, gee, finally square between the eyes. And, of course, the big concern is, well, why are you taking these pictures and where are you going with them? If there's nothing wrong and if everything's okay, why worry about photographing things?
Guess what they're doing while they bring in this Russian equipment on a regular basis, expanding the amount of it and stashing this. They're hiding this away in a variety of locations. Guess what they're doing at the same time with ours? As you can see this picture, which is not very clear, but nonetheless it's fairly presentable. This photo will show you that they are in fact cutting up our B-52s. These are $27 million each. They are chopping them into pieces in the desert. The lower half of this picture shows the ones that have already been cut. The upper top part of the photograph you can make out are the ones that are in line to be destroyed. While they bring this tremendous amount of tanks and armored personnel units into the United States from Russia and Germany, they are also throwing our tanks into the ocean. You can see here with this picture shows one of our tanks being pushed off. They're doing this to several thousand, whatever the numbers are. It's what I would refer to rather an expensive fish tank. These are worth probably $8 or $10 million, even as used units. But the last thing they need is anyone else in the United States, like American Patriots, to get their hands on them. Those are going into the ocean while they bring in the T-72 Russian units.
Now, while the Soviet T-72 is brought to our nation and roams our soil, we have our M-60s dropped in the ocean, 3,000 at a whack. Yet they say that this is obsolete equipment from Vietnam. This was made as late as 1989. I think it's because a few of our people still know how to run the controls of these machines, and they don't want us using them. Warships just go to scrap. One of our aircraft carriers out in Bremerton being chopped up, sold to the highest bidder, or probably sunk also. Our B-52s are being chopped up, folks. The wings are being cut off by a 13-ton guillotine, and the fuselages are being cut in 3 pieces. As they do each one, our people back away, and a Soviet satellite moves in for the photo to verify it. So I guess we don't really have to wonder why we have Lenin in the park, do we? I take this real serious, what's going on with my country.
Now, at this point, we're not sure, in fact, not sure who's pulling the strings on this one, since they brought the Russians in, all the way in, as a matter of fact, to our highest level security bases, where we store our plutonium at this time in the United States. Some of the underground facilities where it actually requires a palm scan, where you put your hand down on a scanning system to get read and be admitted into this particular bases. They've already brought them in and relabeled under Russian supervision, or at least in their cooperation. They've relabeled the plutonium as property of the United Nations, and now permitting the Russian high brass, if you will, into some of our most exclusive bases. That's being done. Bill Clinton did another slick one actually only a few weeks ago, at the beginning of March, or excuse me, the beginning of February. Bill Clinton removed the keys from the nuclear retaliatory strike force on our submarines. They've been taken from the commander and put into a vault on board the ship, on board the submarines. However, the launching keys for a retaliatory or protective strike, nuclear, from our submarines have been taken away from the commanders, put into a safe, and the safe now can only be opened by receiving a special coded message that must come from the president. So not only are they destroying some of our weapons, they're restricting the activities of some of our weapons, while still bringing, of course, more weaponry into the United States from Russia.
It's very interesting. You travel down to Big Bend National Park. I'm from Texas, and you go down to Big Bend National Park, and guess what? There is no more Big Bend National Park. It's now Big Bend International Park.
The parks across the country, they were showing up with these signs. Mount Mitchell State Park, North Carolina, United Nations Biosphere Reserve. But the public put so much pressure on that they had to do something. The United Nations removed their sign from the park, or removed their letters from the sign. Actually, what they did is just turn the plank around backwards. That's the back of that same sign. So don't tell me we can't make a difference. But they always come back, slide under the rug, and pop out another place of the carpet. So this is what they're reading now across the country. This is Great Smoky Mountain National Park, an International Biosphere Reserve. So instead of the United Nations, we have International Biosphere. So when you see that, folks, that's what you're actually looking at, is the UN system.
The enemy's capability to utilize electronic warfare technology against us was displayed during this little Kentucky bout with the kids that were lost in the Smoky Mountains International Biosphere. Oh, that's right. They didn't call it that, did they? They called it a national forest. Isn't that amazing how our national service made a point of not calling it a biosphere? In the Kentucky mountains right now, that particular forest has a sign as you enter the area. It says International Biosphere. In all the news reports I saw, they didn't use the new proper title. They used that old American thing so that we wouldn't get people upset. Made a point of calling it a national forest, which it isn't anymore. But during that, I think it should be noted by everybody, the kids were found utilizing special technology, and they were picked up by very special people in black uniforms. And before they would be released, it was stated they refused to let the children go until they were debriefed. Now I got to ask myself, why would you debrief a bunch of high school kids who were supposedly lost in the middle of the mountains? What is it that they saw that they felt the government wouldn't want other people to see or talk about? So much so that they said they wouldn't release them until they were debriefed. Interesting.
For all of you who don't know this, to make sure you're up to speed, Mikhail Gorbachev, you know, the bad communist who was in charge before the good communist Boris Yeltsin came in? Okay, the bad communist, yeah, they kicked him out, but where did he go? They brought him to the United States. He presently has offices in the Presidio in San Francisco. The Presidio is now an international biosphere and has been declared so. It is the only urban international biosphere on the planet. The gentleman that we're talking about, Mr. Gorbachev, a man who was a devout communist, a person who was facing us and of course was our enemy and still is one of the three men in charge of all base closings in the United States.
An interesting twist if you think that communism is dead. For years, using the proper techniques in propaganda, many people who called Alan Cranston a communist were ridden into the ground. Well, Comrade Gorbachev now is working as the coordinator of base closings in the United States as a director under the Clinton administration. He works out of the Presidio. His number 2 man presently working for him is Alan Cranston, who is presently working out of the Presidio also. Strange, or is that Bedfellows? Maybe the two words go together. Is it an accident? No. Are you conditioned not to think? Yes. Now, I came into this originally back in 1975, 76, totally ignorant of any of what we're talking about now. I was well trained as an intelligence analyst and as a counterintelligence coordinator, but first as an intelligence analyst. I never put a name on something I haven't done research on extensively. And in fact, anybody who's dealt with intelligence knows that the first thing that you learn to write is a question mark. Everything is done with verifiers, multiple verifiers, and still a question mark is left in place because you understand the word counterintelligence, disinformation. I've come a long trail to get to where I am right now. I am by no means ignorant of my enemy. I worked for the other side.
And speaking of plans, as I had mentioned earlier, I'm going to show you here where the Gorbachev Foundation, which is now functioning full-time in San Francisco. For those of you that did not know where Gorbachev had gone or disappeared to, old Mikhail is running his show, if you will, in the Presidio base in San Francisco. As you can see from this paperwork, as a matter of fact, this was done by Senator Cranston. He was the one that set up and did special, actual congressional paperwork to permit the Gorbachev Foundation to move in and function in Frisco. He did some fancy footsteps, and he now is, of course, functioning as a co-chairman of the Gorbachev Foundation. And in the book that we talked about earlier on this video, in the exposure of the United Nations, in that particular book, it spells out 40 years ago, the gentleman wrote in there and he said, one person you have to be very aware of is that Mr. Senator Cranston is a communist working towards the New World Order, one world government. And that was 40 years ago. As we speak, he is in San Francisco with the Gorbachev Foundation functioning full-time. So again, we get back to where the folks are constantly liking to point a finger at us and calling us or referring to us as the conspiracy freaks. If it was planned and organized and put together by people 30, 40 years ago, right after they created the United Nations, to do what they're doing to you today and to your grandchildren next year, it's not a conspiracy freak. That is a conspiracy, folks. Open up your eyes and let's find out what's happening.
Развернулся в своем движении в другом направлении, к новому мировому порядку,
I
к
think
новой цивилизации.
even that does not describe why the world has changed so much and why the world has turned so much toward a new world order and a new kind of civilization.
This is a very recent document. This is from the Gorbachev Foundation out of Presidio, California. It gives us address, phone number, State of the World Forum. From September 27th to October 1 of this year, they had a summit there called Toward a New Civilization. What's wrong with our civilization, folks? Why would they make a statement like that? What's behind the scenes here? Some of the statements they made, we are giving up, or we are giving birth to the first global civilization. They talk about the different phases of human development. Whenever you see the word development, you should be real concerned with the sinister thoughts they have in mind for us. Anyhow, the opening chair was Mikhail Gorbachev. Some of the chairs were Secretary George Shultz, used to be Secretary of State, Mr. Ted Turner, Mr. CNN, Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Wow. What's this country coming to? Now, seated at table 15 was Colin Powell. For those of you that are thinking about voting for him, you'll know where his heart's at. But at table 9 was Ted Turner. And the topic at his table was facing the planet's carrying capacity.
Here is a newsletter which quotes Ted Turner. He's one of the friends of Bill and Hillary Clinton. Talk about death. You know what he says? Let me read to you what Ted Turner says. First he says we've got to rebuild the whole world. Oh sure, reinvent the world. That's what these people want. It was reported in Audubon magazine, December 1991, that Ted Turner, Bill Clinton's buddy, Jane Fonda, as you know, is his wife, and he's been made by the Clintons to be their population ambassador to the United Nations. Ted Turner says we have too many people on this planet. He says we need to get rid of 98% of the people on this planet. 98% of the people, oh, I guess he's going to be one of those lucky 2% that are able to stay here and survive. He says, quote, right now there are way too many people on the planet. If we had an ethic, we could cut back to 250 million to 350 million people. My friends, there are 6 billion people almost on this planet. He is saying that we need to slaughter or get rid of 5.5 billion or more.
It's showing up in a lot of different magazines. I think this one was a New American. Henry Kissinger declares the population reduction is a national security goal of the United States. Why? Now there's a man during the Jimmy Carter regime that did a study for Carter. His name is James Gustav Speth. He is now the president of the United Nations Development Program. The report indicated that by the year 2000 they have to reduce the population to 2 billion, when in fact they expect the population to reach 6 billion. So you could say, folks, that would be 2 out of every 3 that are here today must be eliminated by the year 2000. I don't think that's going to happen through reproductive plans. That man is now the president of this United Nations organization. The Human Development Report for '94, the United Nations Development Program. So why would they be building a mausoleum in Florida? A mausoleum that's 495 feet tall, right alongside the interstate, that would hold the cremated remains of more than 1.3 million people. Why? This came out of the Tampa Tribune, January 2, 1995. So how would they orchestrate all these sinister things or sinister plans that they have against us?
In many cases, many federal employees are starting to realize what they're involved with. We've had Treasury agents come up who were ready to retire who said, Mark, you cannot imagine what they are asking us to do and what they are planning on doing in America. I have to retire and leave now. And these are men with 29 years or 28 years of seniority, and they have a different mindset, and they were trained differently, and they have a conscience, and they probably really do have morals. And for that reason, they've had to step away. And like the man said, I can't tell you because under law I'm restricted, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to tell you.
Under a full state of emergency, tens or hundreds of thousands of Americans suspected of so-called hate crimes, environmental crimes, financial or gun control crimes, or criminal violation of any of the tens of thousands of new government regulations or resistance to the New World Order or socialist America are likely to be imprisoned. Perhaps this is why Bush more than doubled the prison capacity in the United States. It is believed that there are at least 24 large federal detention centers in the United States today. Most of these are empty. They are guarded by federal officials. They will deny that they're there. I have friends who have seen at least a few of them.
Let me give you one report from one group. These are people, I've talked to the gentleman, Mr. T.C. Fry. He seems actually like he might be sane. Yeah, he might be okay. But here's what he states. He says, did you know that there are 4 massive crematoriums in the United States of America, now complete with gas chambers and guillotines? That they can handle more than 3,000 cremations each day, that the chief one is the old Amtrak repair station in Indianapolis, Indiana, that other huge crematoriums are in or near Oklahoma City and Kansas City, Missouri. Well, my good friend R.E. McMaster says in The Reaper report something very interesting. He says, quote, FEMA concentrates efforts and finances on detention camps and facilities for dissident civilians. FEMA is a New World Order agency for concentration camps. Their facilities now total 43. Each site can hold 32,000 to 42,000 detainees. Oklahoma City is the processing point west of the Mississippi.
The original prison camp mechanism, which we didn't discuss in the last 2 hours, I want to discuss now because it originated under FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and was initiated under Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1976 through 1979. Zbigniew Brzezinski continued with his activities into the Reagan administration by 2 years. During this period, FEMA authorized 23 specific field detention camps to be pre-deployed in different parts of the country. Beyond this, an additional 20 camps were authorized under a DoD budget amendment, which was signed into power along with the DoD budget for 1989-1990, for a total of at least 43 primary camps inside the United States. In addition to this, there are 10 specific regional processing centers that are now being talked about, which we knew about a year ago. The Christian Science Monitor, Tuesday, February 15th, 1994. The article was written by John Dillon, staff writer of the Christian Science Monitor, Washington. If you want to find a copy, go get one. All that this does is simply confirm earlier intelligence data, which has been very reliable, most of it overt. If you think that we're going and cracking safes on this, you're wrong, or in other words, not. What in reality we're doing is going right to your House of Representative member and your Senate member, to the Federal Register, etc., and we are drawing out of the documents information that is overtly available to the public. Even though it is overtly available to the public, the media will refuse to print it. And in fact, I challenge, as some people here found out the hard way, I challenge that you go to the media and discuss the issue with them. The first thing they'll want to know is, and what is your name? And what is your phone number? And where do you live?
You can see we have Newt Gingrich back in 1990 passing or attempting to pass Bill 4079 and outlining, if you will, some amazing concepts, one of which was the creation of military prison camps on the military bases for civilians. Well, now, that's pretty spooky because obviously you get back to thinking about 1941 and 38 in Germany. But then there's an awful lot of things going on in the United States that fits that bill. Amazingly, as it may seem here in the United States, as you can see from the document that you see in front of you right now, exactly what Newt Gingrich had originally laid out, and that was for the creation of civilian prison labor camps, is now underway in the United States of America, as you can see from this document. This document is actually out of the U.S. Army, was put together a few months ago back in 1994. Presently, Fort Dix, which was previously a major military training center in a few different areas for the Army, that has already been converted, does already have civilian labor prisoners there presently. Several others that are being created. Matter of fact, as you can look here at this footage, you can see actual live footage of a huge civilian labor camp. This happens to be a federal camp that is called a transfer center. There are thousands of small cubicles inside this building. This is in Oklahoma. As you can see from this footage, it's really profuse. I'm going to let that run for a bit so you can see what's involved there. This is one of 3 such bases and type units. They're being constructed in conjunction with airports. One of them, which is being done in Pollock, in the Mississippi, Alabama area. This particular, it's Louisiana. This particular one was $80 million construction grant. 3 of these special bases are actually being done in conjunction with airports. And part of the actual paperwork on this says that it would be perfect. They are concealing the aircraft in a manner such that they can offload 747, 737 aircraft without being visually noticed from the ground or from the air. And the paperwork itself says that this would be ideal for separating men, women, and children for transportation to and from other prison points.
We also have something that's been cropping up all over the country, white 747s with very few windows, though they have some left, and absolutely no markings on them, not even a tail number marking. We know where they originated from, and I'll send a copy of this to several of you that are here. We have the blueprints, We have the construction photos, and we have the final photos of a routing prison located in Oklahoma City. Across from the prison, they have 747s. They're all white. They're refabricating them there, reconfiguring them.
That's the extermination camps.
Well, what we think it is, yes, before it's a final processing point for taking people to points and destinations unknown. The site looks like a massive pentagon. It literally looks like a fortress. Originally, the cover story was this was going to handle a handful of prisoners like Manuel Noriega. Going to have 1 or 2 people, small site, about the size of 3 or 4 houses. And when you have these maximum security people, they're going to fly right into Oklahoma City and then from there out. All of a sudden, the configuration changed. And we have the blueprints. All the cells are triangular in shape. I'm sorry, not triangular. They're pyramidal in shape. Okay? The number of cells exceeds 1,200. The number of people probably in a comfortable situation would be about 2004 to 2008. Realistically, you could cram probably 10 times that if you didn't worry about size. It is located right off the airport. It has a docking umbilicus to hook right up to 747s. It will accept any kind of aircraft, so the plane can fly up, the people never even hit the ground. The whole gist of the way the system is going to run is you'll be cell compartmentalized no matter what they do with you, no matter where you are. From the wholesale end, which would be the 747s, or the retail end, which is using the helicopters locally. They do not want to see anybody repatriated to the population in any way, shape, or form. That's what they're doing. That's right. They can't afford anything else.
I came upon an interesting document. A man named William R. Pabst put out this booklet. You notice that it's not printed in the finest perfect binding with glossy cover. But the title is very descriptive. It simply is called Concentration Camp Plans for U.S. Citizens. Concentration Camp Plans for U.S. Citizens. Well, I wanted to know who Mr. Pabst was, and I tried to contact Mr. Pabst because this was put out in the 70s. I found that Mr. Pabst doesn't seem to exist anymore. He has vanished from the face of the planet Earth. But I know he did exist. I know because I have gone back and researched the court records, and I know that a William R. Pabst of Houston, Texas, sued the federal government. I know that also because I have in this booklet a copy of the lawsuit. And he sued the government, demanding that they provide information for 2 secretive projects, highly classified. And you know what? They didn't want him to have those plans. And they fought him tooth and nail. Now, let me read to you in the Federal Court of Appeals, I'm sorry, we'll go first to the U.S. District Court, what Judge Norman Black said. He says, what I have seen so far, Mr. Pabst, from your offer of proof indicates to me that there is no question, but there exists a program for the internment of prisoners of war and civilian internees. I don't think there is any question, however, that the documentation that you have shown me does not prove that the information should be released to you. The judge went on to say, you do not have jurisdiction. And there are other groups. Here's one, for example. It says these civilian concentration camps have been established under the Rex 84 program. And then he lists them, this individual, this organization. Fort Huachuca, Arizona, Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, Oakdale, California, Vandenberg Air Force Base, California, Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, Camp Crone, Florida, Fort Benning, Georgia, Fort Drum, New York, etc., etc. Well, could that be true? I mean, what is Rex 84? Is there such a program? Well, I'll go ahead and say that the New York Times says there was a Rex 84 program. They say that Oliver North was in charge of it, that William Casey, as the CIA director, was Ollie North's boss. And knowing Ollie North as I do, I can tell you, the guy's a no-good. He's a rat. And he did indeed give us Rex 84, a concentration camp program, a plan to round up dissenters and disruptors, so-called, of government, and to take away their constitutional rights and put them in so-called detention centers. These would be run by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. But by the way, you can go to the library and read about Rex 84. Go back into the files. Read what the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Associated Press said.
Here's one. The cover-up behind the Iran-Contra affair. Now, in 1980, it was exposed that there was a plan to build concentration camps here in the United States of America, pursuant to Executive Order 11490. Although this was exposed through a lawsuit by Dr. William R. Pabst, it did not reach the media absolutely censored this out, and the people of America did not know anything about it. Some years later, because of the Iran-Contra affair and because of the hearings, Representative Jack Brooks pressed Oliver North right to the wall, where he was going to ask him his involvement in a plan right now to suspend the Constitution of the United States and impose martial law in this country. To just let you hear it for yourself, you're going to hear something right here that 99% of the people in this country have never heard. And these guys like Clinton and the folks behind this satanic force to try and destroy this country, they don't want you to hear this, but you're going to hear it right now. Come on, let's roll it right now, quickly.
Poindexter and Casey, you had a group of people who saw Americans who disagree with them as the enemy.
Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir.
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked. I believe that it was,
May I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
And tragically, the only member who got close was Jack Brooks, and he was stopped by the chairman. But the truth of the matter is that, yes, you do have those standby provisions, and the plans are there, and the statutory emergency plans are there, whereby you could, in the name of stopping terrorism, apprehend, invoke the military, and arrest Americans and hold them in detention camps.
It says, this is out of Washington, D.C., Associated Press, revenues from base land sales overestimated. Report says 88% of land from 1988 and 1991 base closings has been kept or transferred. Remember all those military bases they told you they were going to close and save you billions? They didn't do it. They've simply been turned over for other governmental uses. This report says that if you think America is going to save a lot of money from the base closings, don't believe it. Even if the military is not there, they're evidently being used for other purposes. It says there's been no property sales. These lands have been changed from one federal agency to another, and FEMA has been given a number of them. I wonder why.
This is the Department of the Army, August 29, 1994. And this talks about the Army regulations on civilian inmate labor utilization. Here comes the chain gangs. In establishing prison camps on Army installations. For instance, Fort Monroe, Virginia. This is where the documentation came from. Dean Rhodey, Director, Resource Management. Why does that word sound familiar? Now these documents here are the Federal Transfer Center in progress in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. That's been quite some time ago. Now the facility is about up and running. It's located right on the edge of the airport, where 747s can taxi right up to, can offload without the passengers ever touching the ground, without you even seeing the passenger. Federal Transfer Center. Now here's a federal detention facility at SeaTac. Will this also be a transfer center? And for what purpose? This is in Seattle, Washington. This is recent, but it's still basically the same design as that same unit in Oklahoma.
Ted has another comment. Ted?
You mentioned earlier on that they can't lock us all up. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but the federal government is right now presently building 80 new prisons around the United States.
Do you think that these institutions are meant for the incarceration of American citizens?
Ted and I have decided to share the answer. We did a lot of research on this at the Law Loft last year. The short answer is yes. In other words, what I think you're looking at ultimately is forced labor camps.
And in addition to that, there are 80, as I said earlier, 80 new prisons being built in America today. Yes, I think that that's the purpose of this part of it. Yes.
Also, Ted, we got copies of what purport to be the contractor's design for that facility in Oklahoma City, and it has sorting bins for men, women, and children.
Very interesting newsletter from Pastor George Udvari. Now, let me tell you what he says. He's from the New Harmony Christian Crusade out of Mid-Pines, California. He wrote this in his newsletter. He says, I now find myself experiencing many of the same problems that plagued my country of Hungary under communist dictatorship nearly 4 decades ago, when we lived in fear of authorities and could not cast them off by voting against them. He says, we lived in fear of authorities and could not cast them off. Their decision was arbitrary and represented the will of a small minority of communists, backed up by the mighty power of the godless Soviet Empire. He says, I saw people in forced labor and concentration camps in communism who had opposed the system, and I personally knew many who died in them. Now, says this pastor, now I see concentration camps being built and activated right here in America during the last few years. It is no longer a secret, he writes. The horrors of Stalin's tortuous death camps of Siberia are now transplanted onto American soil for those who are to be categorized, identified, or classified as dissenters or reactionaries against the soon-coming New World Order. He writes, this is not an opinion or a wild exaggeration.
So what in the world is going on? When we look at these trucks hauling mobile prison systems around the country, should we be a little concerned, folks? It takes 4 semi-loads to make 1 prison cell unit. There are 444 loads going to Houston, Texas, 444 loads of these design units going to Walterboro, South Carolina, and 888 going to Rikers Island, New York. Those are the 3 that we've discovered so far. Why? What is going on in our country?
Well, the other questions that we get all the time is how would they ever go about really pulling the plug on America? What would be the final steps that they would have to do? Well, one thing, as we mentioned, they're doing the paper war on us. They're passing bills and slowly, progressively putting everything in line. They will be doing the national identification card. They will have completed almost everything necessary. Now, more than likely, the most likely situation that's going to develop is that we will have what will probably be some type of and I will use what their quote will be, it'll be an international terrorist act of some sort. We will very likely see a artificially perpetrated a bombing of a city, a big bomb, or the poisoning of water systems, or some outrageous act that will be blamed on international terrorists. Now, what they will do at that point in time is formally declare a national emergency. We will get one of these fellow American speeches from Bill Clinton. They will then declare martial law to go along with that. And as if you see from, as you can see now with this paperwork that you see in front of you right now, this is in fact a bill that was passed excuse me, not a bill that was passed. It was an executive order that was created by Bill Clinton and signed in last year, '94. This bill is the entire necessary paperwork for martial law in the United States of America. They get to confiscate property, confiscate even your bandages, your tractors. They get to take complete control of all resources, food, food delivery, goods, materials that could even be converted into food, and it even specifies that if it can be eaten by an animal, they can take it. It also shows total control of all water, of course, water, power, and all food systems at all. This is, in fact, all the paperwork necessary. I wanted you to be brought up and realize, be brought up to speed, if you will, and to realize when folks say they can't imagine that the government would do this, they come forward now and tell us that they were doing secret radiation tests on thousands of people 10, 20, 40 years ago. And we accept that. And they say, well, gee, sorry about that. We did this. We didn't tell folks. We gave little children this. We did this to adults. We did these. They did gas experiments. I want to show you a few little bits of some footage relative to some secret experiments that they were carrying on then that they now come forward and admit, and we, of course, accept it. But when you tell people that they're doing things right now that are totally bizarre, totally un-American, completely unconstitutional in nature, and moving us into this one world government within the next 5 years, when they plan to have it done by the year 2000, people still find that hard to believe. Do you have to have it done to you so you can look back in retrospect 10 years from now, in the year 2010 or 2005, and look back and say, oh, look, this was when they started to do what they've done to us now, including full monitoring, your ID cards, confiscation of property, total socialism in the United States? Do you have to look back at it 10, 15 years now, from now, and look back at it and say, gee, they were right remember when we saw that videotape and a guy was talking about all these activities and we didn't pay attention to it? Today is the day to become activated.
Praise God for you, folks. You are sending the ripples out across America. And I want to tell you, you are called by this government, this Sabrosa government that has control of our republic, that we must throw off. You are listed as public enemy #1. You are worse than the rapist and the robber and those that would commit crimes against the American people from high office. You are worse than that to this government that has grasped our republic, this foreign entity that had grasped our wonderful land. And I say to you, I hope and pray that you will never stop being an enemy of this damnable system that is crushing our lives and our posterity's lives. And the last thing I'm saying to you is this: don't be in fear. The government should be in fear. We should not be in fear. We are right. You can stand up. They are wrong. Do not let them see you in fear. God is ashamed when we cow to this government. God is ashamed when we bow to evil. God is ashamed of us, and we will be punished with the rest if we bow to this evil. So I ask you this, folks. I have asked my government, the government that is control of my beloved republic, those people in power, that I demand of them that I be placed on the highest list, at the highest position on every list of those that stands against this Sabrosa tyranny that has taken over America. I demand to be at the top of every list, and I want you to join me. We will not be afraid. We cannot be afraid and accomplish what we need to accomplish to save our nation. I get letters every day from some of you saying, don't put me on your list, Jack, please. I'll help you, but please. And from police officers that say, Jack, I'm afraid. Is there any way I can get some of your material? I just don't want them to know. And I say, folks, it's too late for that. It's too late for that. We have months left, folks. We have months left. And we can do so much in those months because we're working on a geometric progression. As you go from here, if every one of you take one piece of material and hand it to somebody else, in a geometric progression, you're going to cause ripples across America just from the people in this room. We can do it. And it's our mission, and it is our challenge, yes, but it is also a direction from our Lord and Heavenly Father. God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
Jordan Maxwell, what can you say? 35 years of research. Jordan, in conclusion.
I would like to say that all we need to do is do what we've been doing in this country, and all the conspirators have to do is do what they've been doing, and their timetable for taking us over very soon will be concluded.
Bottom line, now you're a Christian, you've got an answer for those who happen to be considering becoming a Christian or who are already so inclined.
Right. I think we need to share this with people. Number one, you should be spiritually prepared. You should take sides. You should take sides with the real God, not the false God of the New World Order. So please accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. If you hadn't ever thought about it, do so immediately. Open the Bible and accept Jesus as your Savior. Secondly, get prepared financially for the New World Order by getting some gold and silver. And also, there's going to be a food shortage. Store some food and get your mind set in the combat mode, because we're about to go into the worst time the world has ever known.
Maybe we should order some, include some lead with the gold and silver.
Let me very quickly give you a couple of ideas of things you need to do to start doing to protect yourself. Okay, you need to develop a mindset of survival. We need to start thinking like people in Nazi Germany and occupied Russia did. We need to start thinking like people who were persecuted in the underground church in Russia over the last 50 or 60 years and who are being persecuted today in Red China. We need to begin to develop this kind of a mindset. And it may not be fun, but I think it's called survival. Find like-minded people. You need to begin to form groups of like-minded people for mutual support, whether it's prayer support, financial, physical support, or whatever. Find alternate methods of doing everything. Develop an instinct for what doesn't feel right. Begin to eliminate non-essentials from your life. Develop a physical, mental, and spiritual disciplines. Okay, learn to treat everything as if it is irreplaceable. Buy things that cost, that will last even if they cost more. I've had my newsletter, and it's been a financial, political, geopolitical newsletter for years, but I'm beginning to write more and more about survival type things because I think that that's what we're moving into. I think that we need to develop a situation where we're a little less dependent on the system. Avoid S&L deposits. A lot more S&Ls are going to hit the wall. I would avoid the stock market unless you're a short-term speculator. It is the most overpriced stock market in U.S. financial history. It is being hyped and manipulated. It's not for real, and you don't want to be in it. I would avoid corporate bonds. I would actually avoid government bonds. Our government's finances are headed for the wall. I would say 30% of a portfolio should be in precious metals. I had a couple things here. Let me just give you a couple things here really quick. Jimmy Clinton is setting the stage for a new bull market in gold and silver. U.S. stock market is the most overvalued market in the world today, but gold and silver are the most undervalued. Require 1 year's supply of survival food. I think it's very important. I talked to a young man here who has been a subscriber of mine for some time, and he said that he had taken my advice and done that. He lost his job over the last year and was able to feed his family for a number of months until he was able to find new work. The powers that be have sold our food surpluses down to 30 to 40 days here in the United States, 30 to 40 days. If you want to subscribe to my newsletter, there is a card back there. There's not enough of them. I just didn't know I was going to have this big a crowd. But it's written, it analyzes global monetary, economic, and geopolitical developments. It does it from a biblical and a conservative perspective. I do have a very heavy intelligence background and great contacts all over the world. It is God's mission for me, I believe. Okay, so develop some alternate sources of information, hardcore sources that are reliable. Simplify your lifestyle. I would say consider living in the country or a country retreat if you could. Big U.S. cities are going to go through convulsions in the 1990s, I truly believe. My family, we homeschool, We're learning a lot of different skills: hunting, backpacking, camping, fishing. We've gotten into herbal medicine. Because boy, what they're going to do to the medical system in this country is going to be absolutely ghastly. And so we're trying as a family, and we're trying to counsel people who get my newsletter to try to become more self-sufficient and less dependent on the system. Now, whatever that means to you, just give some thought and a prayer to it. Pray for wisdom and guidance on how to handle your finances, your family, your life. How then shall we live in the days that come ahead? We literally are seeing the foundations crumble. I have a lot of flack. I get a lot of flack from the same kind of people that Jim Dobson says are giving him flack about you shouldn't be worried about these things. Trust God, pray, and do nothing. Boy, I don't agree with that. It does say in Proverbs 27:12, the prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and suffer for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a spiritual battle. This is a spiritual battle, and it will be won or lost on this plane. Now, you don't hear me saying do nothing. I think the message of the Bible, to me, is very simple. It's twofold. We take an active stand for Jesus Christ, if necessary, as unto death. And I think that you will have people in this room that in the next 5 to 10 years could be martyred for the cause of Jesus Christ. I believe that will come to America. But the second thing I think we're supposed to do, at least as I interpret the Bible, is we are to take an active stand against evil. Okay, and that's what I don't see Christians doing. I do see some Christians who are actively out witnessing and sharing the gospel of Christ. I don't see many Christians. There are some, and I think there are a lot in this room. I don't see many Christians, though, taking an active stand against evil, and I think it's high time we do, because I think God's going to judge America. So shortly after I got out of the university, I came to know the Lord Jesus Christ as my personal Savior. I became a Christian, and all of a sudden, that which had depressed me no longer depressed me. It exhilarated me. It excited me. Hey, this is incredible. What a battle, and so forth. But I could it was like the rest of the pieces of the puzzle fit together. I would encourage you, if you're a pro-lifer or whoever or whatever you are, that first and foremost, where are you with the Lord? Where are you with the Lord Jesus Christ? We are going into the biggest battle for freedom, the biggest battle against our Constitution, our Bible, and our traditional values in the history of the United States, perhaps in the history of the world, but certainly in the history of the United States. I don't think we can win this battle without the Lord. I don't think we can win it without His help, His wisdom, His guidance, His strength, His discernment. The good news is God is still in control. He's in control of nations. He's in control of history. He's in control of our individual lives. And as it says in Ezekiel 22, He was about to judge Israel, and He said He was looking for a few people to stand in the gap. And He couldn't find anybody to stand in the gap, and so He went ahead and He judged Israel. I think He's looking for a few good people in this country to stand in the gap, and I think there's a remnant of believers who believe in the traditional values and the Constitution and the Bible and the Lord Jesus Christ, who I think really will take a stand. And I think it's just for a time such as this that many of us have been called onto the scene. I have people say, well, doesn't it bother you? You've got 4 children. 3 of them are still at home. I homeschool them. Doesn't it bother you to have children and raise them in this time? No, not at all. This is the most exciting time in the world to raise kids. It's a great time to raise kids. I'm going to raise my kids to be freedom fighters. I'm going to raise my kids to believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm going to raise them to take a stand. And if they die for what's right someday, that's okay, because the Bible says absent from the body and face to face with the Lord. These are the most exciting times. These are a time when there are so few people that are doing what's right and taking a stand for what's right. And if you want to be one of those people, you can make an incredible amount of difference. You can just make an incredible difference with your life. And it seems like the powers that are around us are so powerful. You look at the Clintons, you look at the government, you look at the mendacity and the evil and the wickedness in the media and across the country, and it seems like we're surrounded and outnumbered by the bad guys. Do you remember what happened to Elijah? Elijah was surrounded by, I don't know, was it Ahab? It was somebody's army that wanted to take him out. And his servant said, aren't you worried? Aren't you concerned? Don't you see that we are massively overwhelmed? And Elijah saw it a little bit different. He finally prayed that God would open his servant's eyes and that the servant would see what he saw, which is that they were surrounded by thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of angels who greatly outnumbered the bad guys. And finally, the servant's eyes were opened, and he saw that. Look, God's on our side. He's going to allow this country to go into some very, very difficult times, and I've tried to give you some perspective tonight on those times. But God's not going to lose. He is more powerful than the forces of darkness. He's more powerful than Satan. He's just looking for a few people who are willing to stand in the gap and kind of lay it all on the line. I think a lot of those kinds of people are in this room tonight. I am really proud and humbled and honored to have been able to address you tonight. I hope some of these things will be food for thought. With God on our side, we're going to win, so keep up the good work. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
So I'm telling you folks, the time to wake up is now. Wake up, America, before it's too late. Before you lose your God-given rights to some foreign potentate who might think that you look like a sucker. Now, those of you who have been in militia groups and everybody's getting all panicky, let's understand a few things about the militia. Now, the bottom line here, folks, is a lot of people are all upset about the militia. All the militia is concerned citizens that are worried about their Constitution getting flushed down the toilet. We're not putting up with that stuff. We want people to understand that we love the Constitution, we love our country, and we're not screwing around. Now, if they're going to invade us, they're going to change our money, they're going to shut down our Constitution. That's why the militia needs to be organized. That's why you need to be down there talking to a militia. That's why you need to be joining the militia. I don't care what church you go to. I don't care what color, national origin, ethnic background you come from. You need to be down to the militia, and you need to be talking to them folks about this is the United States of America, and I will protect it and its constitutional form of government. And by doing that, if we do it in sufficient numbers, most probably what will happen is the New World Order scammers will realize, the people woke up, we screwed up. We'll have to wait another 300 years to try and pull it again. And let's hope that's what happens. If that isn't what happens, then the militia will defend the Republic, just like what our forefathers intended. And we will defend the Republic, as we always do, with vigor. And we will have a government by Constitution. That American flag will be on that pole out there, and anybody that wants to try something different, hey, knock yourself out. But plan on a very severe battle, because we will never give up the United States of America, its constitutional government, or our American flag, or our American heritage. So this idea that you're going to wear us out, tie us down, otherwise skew us around is nothing but a lot of hoodoo. It ain't going to happen in your lifetime. As a matter of fact, your lifetime may not be that long either. Because we try traitors in this country. And the bottom line is the penalty for treason is death. And it's not our purpose to threaten or coerce or otherwise intimidate any person, but we want you to understand that this is the United States of America. This is a country governed by constitutional law, that constitutional law prescribes penalties for criminal acts, and that those criminal acts can be punished by lawful means. We're asking all persons that are involved in all walks of government or any areas of the law to please, 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 let's get back to the Constitution and quit screwing around. We're asking you, please, before God, we're asking you. We want our Constitution, we want it back, we want all of the American principles that we stand for, that our brave soldiers died for. And we're asking you to please quit screwing around. Let's get down to brass tacks. You've been feeding the pablum to the babies too long. Believe me, we're way ahead of you. You may not think so, but I'm here to tell you, we're way ahead of you. You're going to wake up someday and you're going to be shocked. We're going to be all standing out there smiling. Because you're going to be the one that's asleep, not us. We know what we're talking about. We're not fooling around. We want you to honor our Constitution.
They now feel, and rightly so, that we are either so blasted stupid or so lazy or so wrapped up in beer and pretzels and sports that we are not going to lift a finger to their actions. And I will agree with this, something that most of you do not seem to understand, but I want to remind you of it. When the time comes, out of the 70 million firearms owners that exist, 6 out of 7 at least will hand their weapons over immediately. Immediately. As long as you hold no illusion to that, you'll be doing just fine. That's reality. But let me remind you of numbers using the old world math again. 70 million firearms owners minimum, with 60 million surrendering their arms, means 10 million well-armed combatants. Now, I hate to tell you, kids, but that's just like facing 300,000 screaming naked Chinamen. Worse, because we think a little better, we fight a little better, we're a hell of a lot better equipped. I pity the fools. I really do. I really do.
Well, we're going to talk about something that is quite surprising. It is the citizen militia's rise in state, and it's talking about Michigan. Norman Olson swears in new members of the Northern Michigan Regional Militia at a Sheboygan County training session. Now, you want to say something about this picture, don't you?
Our local ABC station featured this the last 2 nights. These men, militiamen, are now in 65 of our 83 counties seeking recruits, and they're joining. We're told by ABC that they could be radicals, but relevance researchers, which fed me a lot of this information, said these are good people, religious people. They are not skinheads, not neo-Nazis, not Klansmen, not white supremacists, but people who care about the Constitution of the United States and their country.
Guy, I've made a couple of trips up north. I've spent many hours with these men and women, and I can say that they're not white supremacists, although some of those people may be drawn to the group. They are not survivalists, although they received that kind of training. They claim they are defenders of the Constitution who will lay down their lives for your rights, including the right to bear arms. They believe without weapons, there is no way to keep the tyrants, as they like to call them, or our government in check. Now, keep in mind what you're about to see is not the Army, it's not the National Guard. This is a citizens militia, armed and ready to fight our government.
There we go.
Deep in the woods, not far from the resort town of Harbor Springs, gunfire pierces the cool fall air. It's the sound of a Chinese-made SKS assault rifle, the sound of the Northern Michigan militia.
I think we're on the slippery slope leading to civil war.
We have a Constitution that was given to us by our founding fathers. I'm willing to die for that. I'm willing to die for Christ, too.
Dennis, you copy? I would say the militia is very well armed. How well armed is America?
They're armed, but they won't say how many weapons they have. And they're preparing for battle with a government they claim is out of control. Their evidence?
I think it can pretty well be summed up in 4 little letters, WACO.
The tragedy at the Branch Davidian compound in Texas.
What really happened there was the destruction of a church under the United States flag in the color of law.
When our own Army and Navy decides to stand against the Constitution of the United States of America, we'll call on a higher court.
Who are these so-called freedom fighters who can quote the early American patriot Patrick Henry as quickly as they quote the scriptures? They are a patch quilt of rural gun owners.
This rifle's built in 1912. These are just fine old firearms.
Military veterans and patriots disenchanted with the political system.
We call our legislators and they don't listen. They go ahead and do what they want to do. We vote, but it doesn't seem to make a difference.
The militia claims it has soldiers in 65 of 83 Michigan counties. The day we visited, they signed up 9 new recruits.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to...
The Second Amendment is near and dear to the hearts of many militia members. They point to the passage of the crime bill as evidence that our rights are being trampled on.
The military has a weapons. They're called defensive weapons. But if the civilians have that same weapon, they're called what? Assault weapons. Why? Why? Somebody tell me why.
They are trying to stop us either legislatively or they are trying to stop us in a strategic engagement.
Norm Olson is the state commander of the Northern Michigan Militia. He's a 22-year veteran of the Air Force who opened up a gun shop in Alanson last year.
Militia headquarters, Malville.
Many militia members buy their weapons here. Olson is also the minister of the Calvary Baptist Church in Brutus.
You need to get one of these if you don't have one.
Olson mixes religion with politics by starting each sermon with an update on the militia. Whether Olson is preaching the gospel or guns, his message attracts militia members to his church. Commander Ray Southwell is a deacon here. Southwell took us to the woods near his home where the militia first formed last April.
Because at that time, again, there's a tremendous amount of fear being involved in a militia, even though we're not doing anything unlawful.
Southwell put his home in his wife's name and discarded his worldly possessions, preparing for the end.
I foresee, and this is a scenario that I picture, within 2 years, there'll be an economic collapse or hyperinflation.
Unless there is a immediate turnaround for our country, spiritually, morally, in law, there will be conflict. It's inevitable.
Last weekend, Target 7 went into the brush with the Northern Michigan militia. Today, it's a search and rescue mission. A young boy is lost.
We want to transport him over this fence. Drop that fence down. Drop it on.
But if you think these secret soldiers are a Northern Michigan phenomena, guess again.
This is a voicemail system here.
Using computers, fax machines, and video equipment, the militia keeps in touch with its soldiers in 65 counties, including the Metro Detroit area.
You know, there are some people that are going to listen to this and they're going to say, these guys are dangerous. These guys are nuts. And what would you say to them?
We're not. We're Americans. I mean, we're regular working people. It doesn't get any simpler than this. Don't tread on me.
Militia leaders emphasize they will only strike in defense, but they are vague about at what point the militia would fight back. If you think the militia movement is only gaining momentum in Northern Michigan, watch tomorrow night. These secret soldiers are closer than you think.
We should point out that there's nothing against the law here. This is constitutionally protected, but obviously they're preparing for this strategic engagement. Or what circumstances would they launch it? You know?
When would they send out an alert? They send out alerts on a daily basis about various things that happen throughout the state. And they're rather vague about at what point they would actually take up arms and go defend someone. They say if a Waco-like incident occurred again, they would be there, and they would fight.
It's interesting. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Shelley.
We now have J.J. Johnson from the Ohio Militia. Hello. How's everyone doing? Okay. You okay here? The reason I brought John Truckman's wife, Carol, out here with me is because their family is very good friends with my family. And I'm really getting tired of people in the press calling me a Klan member, calling me a neo-Nazi, and calling me a white supremacist. Thank you. And as long as we're at it, can I speak a minute on this angry white male syndrome thing that's going on around here? And this, now press, take a note of something here because I'm going to give you some sound bites today, okay? The fact that you assume that a black man cannot stand up for his constitutional rights, I find rude, crude, absurd, and yes, a bit racist. Okay, what I'm going to try to do in a few minutes I got here is tell you about what the militia is. After you've seen all the stuff in the press, there's been a little bit of redefining about what's going on. But first, let me tell you about what happened earlier this week. President Clinton went to Billings, Montana. That was a militia stronghold. Everybody doing okay out there? And what he wanted to do, he told people that if these people out here, these so-called paramilitary people, said something that you didn't agree with, you were to hold your fist up in the air and shout no. So Bill Clinton, the militia is here to return the favor. You guys ready? Yeah! Let me ask you guys a question. Are you going to give up your guns? No! Never. Never. Are you going to allow this nation to be turned into a bunch of slaves? No! And are you going to give up this Constitution without a fight? No! Okay. I hope that message got clear over to those concrete barricades over there. Because I want him to know, I don't plane. Let me tell you who we are and who we're not. If you've been reading a lot about this in the press, you've been getting it confused. This movement is not about skin color. It is not about just guns. This is the civil rights movement of the 90s. Under Title 10, USC 311, groups around the nation form themselves as a constitutional safety net for their own self-defense and self-preservation. Okay, that's who we are. It's called a militia. All it is what the groups form themselves under. Now, we're not going anywhere. Another question that's been happening in the press is they're like, what's our agenda? Who gives the orders? What are you guys all about? Well, I'm going to tell you now. You guys wanted your sound bites, here they come. You want to know what our real objectives are? Well, I'm going to give you the standing order of the militia. Since they're trying to shove more unconstitutional legislation down our throat, and the events of a warrantless house-to-house searches and seizures continue, this is now the standing order. The line of demarcation has been drawn at the front door.
Right. Yeah.
Any unconstitutional attempts of forceful entry will be met with equal and opposite force. And I don't agree with G. Gordon Liddy. He said aim for the head of the groin. I feel with the right kind of ammunition, I don't care where you hit them. Okay, as each piece of unconstitutional liberty-taking legislation gets pumped out from around here, that line of demarcation will move out a little bit further.
Right.
And it will continue even if it has to surround the borders of this city. Okay? And let me say something very clear, and I want this message to go right to Congress and right to President Clinton. You've been watching what those Serbs are doing with those UN troops? Okay. Where do you get them over here, buddy? Because we don't chain them to targets, they will become targets. Okay? I mean that very sincerely. You do not use foreign nationals to enforce laws in this country. That's what started this country. So now you know who we are and who we're about. The True Rainbow Coalition has been formed across America in this movement. There's been a lot of questions I've got from black people about, why should I join? I've heard all about you guys. For any black person out there listening, take this message and burn it in your brain. If our ancestors would have been armed, they would not have been slaves. I do not plan on being a slave. And I am not afraid of death because I am doing this for my children, my grandchildren, and those generations that I don't even know yet. There's something else I want to say to all the black people out here. That people have been running around telling you that you shouldn't even worry about the Constitution because it doesn't apply to you because you're only considered 3/5 of a person. Well, let me tell you that I'm a full person here, and in the words of John Lakin, who stood down 500 troops in Brunswick, Ohio, I was born a free man, and I plan on dying a free man. Don't you let anybody tell you you can't stand up for your constitutional rights. Don't you let anybody tell you you don't have the right to defend yourself. Because remember something, no matter what they tell you, no matter what color you are, black, white, yellow, Jew, Gentile, Republican, Democrat, we don't care. Because the truth is that you have inalienable rights. And we are all God's people. And as God's people, we will stand on our own 2 feet and we will crawl before no one. Thank you, and God bless the Republic.
As you can see here, I'm going to put up a picture of the Chechnyan Patriots. the Chechen militia. And if you think this little group of Chechen patriots fighting for their own individual liberties, you think they've caused a lot of trouble for the Russians, which they have, wait till the New World Order challenges patriotic Americans on our own ground. It's going to make the Chechen resistance look like a practice event at the Boy Scouts. We are not cultivating any kind of an uprising, but be warned, the United Nations, one world government, will not take the United States of America. They will not take the American patriots, and you better watch out, because we're not going to put up with it any longer. Thank you. The militia of Montana, which is pursuing for the most part the assistance across the country to assist and help the creation of patriot groups and militia groups. Militia of Montana is now moving in such an expanded growth that it's almost impossible to handle it. The militia presently sends out probably something in the neighborhood of 40 packages a day to people across the country that are in fact trying to put together a militia group or a patriot group of their own. We will have another separate presentation that is available. We have presently over 40 videos and 40 books and pamphlets that are available.
Well, as we say, it's 7th of July, 1994, one day closer to victory here in the occupied states. Brought to you by the Little Brother Information Network. Big Brother is watching, and Little Brother has a big mouth. That's our unit motto. We've been traveling all over the country, busy to the point where we do kind of lose track of days. Since last you probably heard us, we've been in the Dakotas, Montana, Texas, Florida. We've been into the East Coast. We've been up north to our own state of Michigan, meeting with a lot of our new regimental strength militia units which are organized. I don't know, I might have a sample of one of the news articles. They actually covered it in the news. Now, needless to say, it was derogatory, okay, to a certain extent. But they couldn't deny it because what's happening up in the upper parts of Michigan, for instance, around Petoskey, Brutus, near Traverse City, is the 1st Wolverine Regiment, which is overt organized, has been meeting on the village green. They meet in the town parks, they get permission, the mayors are backing this up. The county is not giving them any problem. The sheriffs have been told and have explained exactly what their intentions are. They're meeting on a regular basis. New units are being formed virtually every week. And you are a local militia. Remember, you may project your strength eventually down the road, but your first concern is this piece of real estate. We've been very happy with the way things have organized. In Florida, the regimental strength units are now number 27. And their regiments are different, are organized larger than ours, by the way. In Montana, everybody knows and has seen a lot of what Mom's done. They're very successful. They're branching out to the other states. There's a new tri-state operation taking place separate from that, which is going to include virtually, I'd say, tens of thousands of personnel by the time it's done. Florida militias are in contact with virtually everybody that we know of so far. Georgia has expanded and is presently moving very quickly. I don't know how many of you heard about this. This was in Gun Week 2 weeks ago, but we had confirmation on this the week before. 3 counties in the panhandle of Florida have passed overt militia laws. In other words, the counties will create militias of their own. There are 5 other counties that are in process, so we think we'll have 1/4 of the state of Florida within the next few weeks. In other words, 8 counties will have militia laws, whereby the county will directly support the militias in whatever way is necessary. They're also looking at a posse comitatus law. For the county, that already exists, but what they're going to do is implement it. What that means is that every able-bodied man will be part of the posse, and if need be, can be called forward to participate with the county to protect against the Fed if the Fed attempts to confiscate the arms. Excellent. Two sheriffs have already announced that they will refuse in every way, shape, or form to allow the Fed in to attempt confiscation of arms, period. So we've got good men and women out there. What they expect or what they need to do is what we told everybody. It worked exceptionally well. I'm really happy with this. That's really why we did the tapes. Okay, we were involved with this covertly long before we were involved with it overtly. What we saw, and I think all you can see this, is that you've got a lot of good military people out there who took an oath, but they do not know who to turn to. They cannot trust their management because their management has betrayed them, and they know this.
They think they're alone.
They think they're alone. That's the most common thing that I've heard. I've heard this time and time and time again. I've had men cry because, in fact, they talked for 2 hours to us, where they come forward and say, I did not believe the American people had any idea what was going on. That's now changed.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we settle in for the final speaker of the evening, more people across America think they know more about our featured speaker than is true. Through the demonization of mainstream media, he was known by television viewers last week as the second most wanted man in America. You saw it. ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN. He was the poster boy for the militia. Even when law enforcement finally announced he was not wanted in connection with the Oklahoma City bombing. Those of you who have been following the program, The Intelligence Report, on shortwave radio, also know an associate of our featured speaker tonight who's going to speak to you ever so briefly before we introduce you to the man from Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-author of The Intelligence Report, Mr. John Stadtmiller.
We ran a little bit long, so I'm going to make this real brief. Mr. Fortner said that there's been a lot of disinformation about a man by the name of Mark Hornke from Michigan. And I'm here to set the record straight. On the Intelligence Report, of which the show that I co-hosted, we are at war right now as far as I'm concerned. This is the first casualty of war. We are off the air. And I've got to ask you a question, why were we pulled? How many people in this audience heard the Intelligence Report? How many of you people here ever heard us espouse hate, espouse anti-Semitism, anti-black, anti-anything? I don't think one of you here can say that we have. Well, there are still talk radio programs out there, but I'm wondering how long those shows are going to last. How long are we going to have free speech? There's a man here, I'm not going to take up any more of your time because the keynote speaker is here. His name is Mark Hornke. Let me tell you a little bit about this guy. And also for the media that is here today, please get this straight this time. He did a radio program 5 nights a week. Every weekend we were in a different city giving talks to people like you. And I got to tell you, he's probably one of the finest people I've ever met. In a couple of minutes you're going to hear the evil godfather of hate. Person that's been doing a lot for the cause of liberty and freedom. And I think it's important, and I appreciate all you people showing up here today. Thank you.
Join me now, ladies and gentlemen, as we individually make up our own minds about who he is or what he represents and what he has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark from Michigan, Mr. Mark Hornke.
First of all, this is a test for all of our friends and brothers and sisters in California. Good afternoon. Every time I've been here, for many of you men and women, thank you. You have been some of the finest hosts that we've seen in the nation. So I appreciate you a great deal. Ladies and gentlemen, I have never seen, over the last 12 days, so many barefaced, outright, rotten lies in my life, and the media was responsible for it all. I think a better way to vote is to do this. Do not buy their papers, shut off their programs, sell the cable station. And that will work because, as you know, just as we did with the intelligence report, I challenge you to do this. Do not cower. These knees buckle for no man on earth. Stand proudly as Americans. Look another man and woman in the eye and tell them exactly what you have seen and what you have witnessed. Go beyond all of the controls and the mechanisms that are there. You demonstrate your strength. I have had the blessings, along with John, that few people have had in the last 2 years. I have seen the American people, black, white, Asian, and that mongering about us being supremacists or racist. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm part American and Indian myself. When I hear this filth and this crap, coming out of these people's mouths, the bottom line is this, that you are going to be the test of the mettle of America. You, not me. Time and again I have challenged you. If I fall, who will pick up the flag? I ask you here now, if I fall, and it is very likely it will happen, for there's only one other step left if this does not succeed with the smear in the media, who here in this room will pick up the flag of liberty if I fall? And ladies and gentlemen, one way or another, the Republic will be safe, as I have said 1,000 times. My concern is also for every one of you individually. I do not care who you are, and you've known this for a fact. How many homes have we come to? How many cities have we visited? Not even the federal government believed it. I watched their face fall because they could not understand and they cannot comprehend the commitment that we have to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights for all men and women in this country. The fact of the matter is this, that we are so close to a storm that is great and terrible, and yet perhaps necessary, that this was a last gasp, as many other actions that I'm going to talk about here tonight, a last gasp to try and push away freedom, liberty, and in fact the truth, which is coming to bear across the nation, and there is nothing that can be done to stop it because now Americans are learning to talk to each other. That was the fear of the intelligence report as much as anything else, and you notice I talk about it in past tense, but it's not dead. Many of you know the techniques and the technology that we've employed, and much of it is not identifiable, and you will continue to go full force forward with focus with your eyes on the objective, which is to preserve the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and you know that I've sworn, if need be, to fight to protect it, and I will not back down from that ever. I asked many times this, and you've heard it read on the air, but there's a reason, because it is so crucial now. All the material goods that we have, ladies and gentlemen, will mean nothing if chains are laid upon our ankles and upon our wrists and we become slaves in our own home. Many years ago, people said, I heard it myself when I was this small, when I was much younger, I'll fight when they get to the borders. Oh yeah, and then when they got to the borders, I'll fight when they get to the state. And I'll fight when they get to the county. And boy, when they show up in my town, we'll be there to stand up to them and push them right back out. And then, of course, it was to the front border of the property. Then it was to the front door. And finally, now what most people have decided to say, and I won't say all, but a lot is, well, as long as you leave me the beer and the television, you can have everything else, including the kids. The beer is running out, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom line is this, and you've seen it in California, but it's throughout the nation. When somebody said, what do I fear? Ask me this, what do I fear? I fear nothing now. You can get to a point where once you realize what your enemy stands for, fear has no part of this equation. It cannot. If eventually I fall, one of you will pick up the flag because all of you have the same spirit, the same heart that every man and woman that I've seen here today has. You just have to realize and understand how to touch it and find it. The Constitution is our property, ours, not the government's, not to be manipulated. not by a president, not by Congress, not by the House, not even by the judiciary, if it violates the body of the law. And you're the final decision. You make the final choice, freedom or slavery. And many of the people and creatures that we face, and that's the only term I can use for some of the butchers that we have seen, that these creatures, given the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, will work with reckless abandon if the chains are not kept in place. For all of you, I care not where you come from the inner city. Many of you know we've gone to the cities and we've gone to the country. We've been to 44 of the 50 states of the Union in less than a year. Do you realize how much traveling that is? We have exhausted ourselves intentionally, both of us, and many more who have traveled with us intentionally because we knew that time was crucial. And the hopes that planting a seed, that every one of you, I do not care where you come from, but every one of you would then turn to another man and woman and challenge to stand up and ask, do I wish to be free? That's the choice. Are you a free man or woman? Pity the poor, wretched, timid soul who is too faint-hearted to resist his oppressors. He has the intellect of a slave. He sings the song of the damned. I can't fight. I have too much to lose. I own too much property. I have worked too hard to get what I have. They will put me out of my business if I resist. I will go to jail. Yeah, well, congratulations. We all will anyway. I have my family to think about. Well, we all have families to think about. Even if we are alone, this is our family here, ladies and gentlemen. Because, ladies and gentlemen, do not despair. Trust me on this, with all that we know, do you not think I have had the opportunity time and again to despair? For what you see is but this much, and what we get to see is the rest of the picture. We have many different variations on the theme of what we call an American, but there is one common trait that we have said from Louisiana to Connecticut, from California, yes, to the Rocky Mountains, and to our brothers and sisters across the ocean, to our friends to the north and our many friends to the south, and that is this: we have a common bond. We want freedom and liberty, but we want it with our sovereignty intact. The best weapon that we have had is word of mouth, because the press lies. I know for a fact, because I can demonstrate to you, and I will give you the best example, I was the second most wanted man in the United States, wasn't I? Yeah. Thank you. Well, that was continued along with many other bits of information for how many days? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know for a fact, because we were in contact with law enforcement, all during that time. In fact, I sat there when some of the calls came into the county sheriff's department and many others, because I wanted to know, if there's a problem, I don't want to see people killed, because I know the feelings of many Americans out there. Do you want to talk to me? And they said, no, nobody has any interest, but the press certainly does, and they are lying through their teeth. And that was the sheriff's deputies themselves. They said, one good thing is this: for the days that they lied, they kept calling into the sheriff's department, and every time you call the sheriff, it is tape recorded, ladies and gentlemen. We can document that for 3, 5, no, 8 straight days, they knew what they were doing. So then you have to ask yourself a basic question: who is behind this? Is it government per se? Well, I will warn you about something. We have had the blessings of traveling around the United States and meeting many men and women, and yes, some of them are in government, some of them are in the military, many men in uniform. Not all are bad. In fact, not the larger percentage, just the reverse. There are men and women that swore to protect and defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, just as many of you did when you were in uniform. And they are worried, because you know what they say? They are willing to stand, they're willing to fight this tyranny if it attempts these actions that are being proposed, but it needs to have you next to them, not behind them, but next to them, because we must all stand side by side as Americans. One of the things that I can see now that we must fear more than anything else, if we are going to have any fear, is that someone's going to try and talk us out of that flag. That through the concept of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, they will create the problem, demonstrate the problem, and come up with a solution otherwise none of you would have accepted. Now I ask you to look around today especially. I've heard all the digs and all the snide remarks and all of the different comments that were made about what type of people make up an action of this type, like a constitutional meeting, or a constitutional issue meeting, or even a militia meeting. And we've been around the nation and we have met all people involved. Young and old, black and white, Asian and American Indian, ladies and gentlemen. We've had representatives in Denver from virtually all of the community and the American Indian tribes, and all with the same concern: we may become slaves. What do we do? Well, I'm going to ask you something today that I asked them to do, and it's the exact same thing that needs to be done around the country. You need to look next door right now. Look around you. Look at the people that are here. The ones that are listening even in the other room and are in the same situation. You're the solution. Not power from above. Don't expect a solution to trickle down from above, because that's where the corruption is right now. It is centered in Washington, and it is centered in several key mechanisms at this time that feel a window of opportunity is in place. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to stop them, yes or no? Yeah. That's what needs to be done. I see many young ones here, and ladies and gentlemen, how many times have we suggested this in the past? See, this is what they're afraid of, is what we're asking you to do is work together. But work together from the ground up. That's what scared the other side. That's why we're off the air, and there are real neo-Nazis out there that are on the air. Bottom line, anybody who listened to my program and John's program knows exactly what we were about and exactly what we were talking about. Fact of the matter is, the other characters are still online. What we were doing was factual, was timely, and was effective. And that's why we had to be demonized, because after the fact, ladies and gentlemen, we had to be squashed and crushed and pulverized. We saw bits and pieces of this all over the country. This entire operation was most assuredly orchestrated. And in fact, it was orchestrated not from just the government, though some people in the government were involved, but other people behind the scenes, behind the media. I ask you to lift that rock up and see where the bugs are right now. Find out who they are, ask who it is. When you see a report, especially what we've seen in the last 2 weeks, find out who's behind the person who wrote it. Then find out who owns the paper. And eventually you can draw the lines back to figure out who's who in the zoo and who was involved in this manipulation. And then again, as I said, why are you buying their papers? Why are you providing the enemy with resources? Why are you giving them money? From this point on, it should be word of mouth that anything that we can identify as opposition with regard to the media should be shunted. You have no need to talk to them, by the way, because what are you going to get from them other than editing? I could speak for 2 hours here and you'd see 5 words, and they'd have nothing to do because they'd be out of context with what actually was talked about for the last how many hours here in this room. We're in a race. How many times have you heard me say this? We are in a race, and it is a close one, but we have just as much of a capability of winning as the other side. We have just as much of an opportunity, and ladies and gentlemen, to win, we need not be a whole lap ahead. We need only be 3 steps ahead. That's all. Winning means this: we're defending. First of all, there is nothing that the New World Order has that we want. There is nothing that we have asked to take from anybody. In fact, just the reverse. It is the demand of the New World Order crowd, the elitists, the globalists, whatever term you want to use, to take from this woman, to take from this man, to take from that gentleman back there. In fact, you've been fighting a purely defensive war for so long, you wouldn't know what the word offense meant. And that's a fact. You've been holding ground. But there is one good thing, remember, about any martial art that you should remember from history, too. The attacker must subdue and destroy. The defender need only survive. We hold this piece of real estate, ladies and gentlemen. We hold it as free men and women right now. If you wish to pass that legacy on to that young child that's in your arms back there, or to the young children that I've seen here in the audience today, then you better stand up now and show them what it is to be an American. You better be willing to demonstrate by example and not to hide. Most assuredly also to point out what it is you've got in the way of bugs under the rocks here with regard to the media and also government, because remember, many of those are hand in hand, foot in foot right now, and they were being manipulated one by the other. Pay attention to the faces, pay attention to the names, and remember them for the future. And again, make them unemployed, please. That's the best thing you can do. Myself, I have taught you many things. I hope one thing is patience, because eventually everything will be shown for what it is. And if there is somebody out there who truly feels that I am a racist, that I'm a separatist or a supremacist in any way, I want you to step forward right now, please. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me that. Because not one of these cowards would do that otherwise, other than with print edited or on a television screen 500,000 miles away. That's why. Because I'd reach in and probably pull out their tongue. Fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, I've served with many good men and women from all walks of life. I've had the advantage, as I said, of speaking to so many of you that it is an insult that the media has done what it has done, and you know it too. So stand up and tell people. You're good men and women. I know it for a fact. We trod a lot of miles. We flew a lot of planes. We put up with a lot of nonsense. We lost a lot of sleep. We've spent our lives away from our families because you're all part of our family. If you don't think it's important, then I beg you, I ask you now, please, if you won't do it for anybody else, do it for yourself, but stand up. We're going to get one shot at this one. This storm, and I've talked about this in the past, is now upon us, and the clouds are overhead, ladies and gentlemen. It is a terrible, dark storm indeed. I said this to a person on a plane while we were coming out here, a woman I talked to for 3+ hours. It was like giving a regular presentation. But what she asked was this. She goes, well, do you think that there's a way we can come up with a peaceable solution? And I told her, yes, I do, but I'll tell you something. What it means is that every person in this plane would have to get up off their dead rear end and actually use their vocal cords. It means that all of you and all of us must be participatory in government now. Not waiting for someone else like Mark or John or Frank or Fred or Bill to tell you to do it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the great renaissance of America, or it shall be the darkest years of American history, short of the American Revolution. Decided by you in your suits, by you in your leisure clothes, by you in your work clothes. It makes no difference. The juggernaut that we face, called the New World Order, is in motion, and it is a terrible creature indeed. It has no respect for our Constitution and Bill of Rights. And I keep referring to that, and I've noticed the press and their attitude, which is very interesting. Like, I believe in a literal interpretation of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Yes, I do. Thank you. That's why they can still have their cameras, still have their notepads, and we can still do what we're doing because of the First Amendment. But let me tell you a little story John didn't relate. A Pennsylvania editor he called up because he was tired of, he talked to for about 2 hours, and one of the first things the guy said is, show me where it says I have to respect and honor the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. This is a man in the press, and this is an attitude I've seen across the country because I've spoken to 3 separate people who said the exact same thing to me. Under the protection and guise of the First Amendment, they would assist in the destruction of the rest. Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, and virtually all of the other founding fathers warned of this, and so many other perspectives that we must worry about and we have to pay attention to. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are the final watchdogs. And yes, if need be, you had better be armed, because eventually this Byzantine corruption will continue to such a level that this nation will be unrecognizable from what was originally established. Most people wonder, well, how is it we survived this long? And how is it that we got along, and myself included, John and myself, with what we were doing here? Ladies and gentlemen, we did it at the personal level. We didn't go looking for any big machinery or any big corporation. We did it at the personal level to virtually millions of you. There are many of you know that we are not concerned for our own personal safety so much as the fact that you are informed. We have tread miles and miles again for that purpose. Well, you're going to have to do it now too. At some point in time, we're going to be stopped here because there's only one other thing they can do to silence my mouth. And I will not shut up. And I refuse to shut up. In fact, how dare I, as Bill Clinton said, I'll dare to do it any time I want. And somebody said, oh, Mark, we got to tone it down. Why should we tone it down? Since obviously if they win, they're going to get the whole ball of wax. If the other side wins, ladies and gentlemen, notepads you hold in your hand aren't going to be worth the powder it takes to blow away. For you don't need 60 reporters when there's only one world government. You don't need 60 microphones, you need but one. Big Brother is not fascism. Big Brother is not communism. Big Brother is socialism, stretching on for as far as the mind can see. Imagine, if you will, a boot on the face of humanity forever. George Orwell. I still will say this. If this track continues, we will probably have to fight. But I'm also, as I said, a realist, ladies and gentlemen, and we will do everything in our power, and you are obligated as Christians, as whatever you are, by the way, Jewish, Muslim, or whatever. If you are sworn to protect and defend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, you are our friend. But if you propose to try and throw down those documents which are precious to us, then most assuredly you are our enemy for life. An old gentleman I knew many years ago, and he's passed on now, fought in the well, you might call it the Arab-Israeli War of 47, through that period. And years ago, before I knew anything about this, he made an interesting point. He said, Mark, and people know I use this quote quite a bit, they eat their young. I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, well, let me put it this way. Everybody in this room, for instance, is usable to the New World Order crowd, and when they're done, they will spit them out too. They will chew them up, and they will use whatever they can and then drop them into the ash pile. The only reason that the issues that you've seen brought up in the last 6 months became issues is not because of the couch potato who watches Roseanne, big-time wrestling, and is busy with television and baseball. Those aren't the people they were worried about. Turn around and look at all the people in this room. These are the ones that they were worried about and why the contract with America came about. I'm going to challenge you to this because I watched Comrade Koppel, we call him Howdy Doody in our part of the country. He asked a question that you should have all paid attention to during that public forum that took place in Decker, Michigan. It was a question about social engineering and the formula that hasn't worked. He said, well, didn't you just have a revolution? And didn't you guys just vote the buggers out? No, we didn't, and a lot of people started to realize that. And will you notice that as quickly as any crisis developed, this contract, all of the parts that were supposed to be in motion have been thrown to the wind? Whatever excuse could be found to try and move away from and to try and buy time for the New World Order to entrench. And this has to do with the issue of people arguing back and forth about Christianity and this nation being founded as a Christian nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is because of our Christian philosophy that we have had the open-heartedness to offer this nation to so many other people, despite what everybody tries to be brain-screwed with. The fact of the matter is that were this any other nation, you would not see the end result that we have here with regard to the form of government and the type of people that we are. To ask a Christian not to say in the name of Jesus Christ is like asking a Muslim not to pray to Mecca, and like asking a gentleman of the Jewish faith to take off his yarmulke because you think it insults you. Would you do that to another person of another faith? Well, much in the same way, you do not apologize for your Christianity and you should never do that. When the time comes with a militia, hopefully it will not be needed, but if need be, we are there. I am not an individual leader of a command per se, but when the time comes, this suit will disappear, and whatever clothes are necessary, I will don, and I will commit myself. And if we do not return from this, then so be it. And in fact, as was sung in a song here, ladies and gentlemen, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees as a slave. And eventually, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to decide that all of you are not politically correct or not right too. Whether you, again, be holding a notepad, a microphone, or just be one of us common citizens out there. At some point in time, you may not quite do the right thing, or you're going to be in the wrong place at the right time. Well, who will come to your aid after you've thrown everybody else from the sleigh? The militia is there for a purpose and for a reason. Not to stand in front of, nor to stand behind, but to stand side by side with the American people as one of the liberty teeth that we have always possessed. And our first, and if you don't have it, you better have it, is a copy of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And your second is the coercive force in hand capable of defending yourself, your home, your community, and your nation when the time comes. A lot of the fellow patriots that have been here tonight have been worried and afraid and concerned about what's going on, and they've offered other solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to get up off your hind end and get behind them. But you also need to become a militiaman now, for you have no more time. That means that you have to understand the concept of the camaraderie of brothers and sisters in arms. We have been entrenched for quite a while doing what we're doing, facing the New World Order crowd with no resources, with no media per se, and the only media we have are you. Word of mouth, person to person. Well, now you need to stand up. Get behind these efforts, but also with an equal eye towards the possibility of having to defend yourself. Notice I haven't backed down on that, and I refuse to, because I am very concerned for all of your children, for your families when the time comes. You are going to be the best defense of the nation. A Marine Corps general asked me, as I pointed out earlier here to you also, he asked me after about 7 hours of sitting down with him, he said, Mark, my forces can fight the New World Order, they can beat the New World Order, but their biggest concern is, will the American people stand shoulder to shoulder with us to defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, because that's what he was sworn to. And I said, that's your decision. What is it? A long time ago, a man said, I regret that I have but one life to give for my country. Well, I guess that's the exact attitude I'll take right now. I regret that I have but one because I wish I could give you 10 more. We need help in that area too, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why you need to get out and you need to speak, because we can't be everywhere, and eventually I think we will be silenced. It's only a matter of time, and death comes to all of us. But if that's the case, and if that seems to be your fear, I will remind you that it does come to all of us eventually. How we meet life in the meantime, and whether or not we truly are free, both here and here and here, is decided by each one of us. If there's one thing that we can do now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be, perhaps first, as a friend of mine said, to act as if everything depended upon us, and to pray because it all depends upon God. The New World Order crowd is behind in their timeline. The reason all the stops were pulled out with all of the media and everything else is because this is the most crucial time in American history, going all the way back to the American Revolution. You are living history right now. The biggest problem, and I'll remind you again what Ted Koppel asked, and it was one of the questions he wanted to get out there right away, is, well, what went wrong? Why is it the contract of America didn't put you all back in your seats and put you back to sleep? He was asking a social engineering question to a population group that was typical of many parts of the country. And what they were trying to find out is why the scam didn't work. If you wish to find a peaceful solution, then don't sit on your hind end much longer. If you must, in fact, in one form or another, decide to express yourself with pen, the time to do it is now. If you're going to call somebody, you better get on the phone now. Don't wait 2 days, because I know what'll happen when you walk away from here. Well, you know, Mark said, and yeah, I remember it was a week ago, and I don't think it's that important now. Now is the time. Our 10-year goal for America is very straightforward. Do you wish to be free 10 years from now, or a slave? Free. 50 years from now, handing this nation over to your children, where do you want this nation to be, free or a slave? Free. 100 years from now, this nation will stand, not may stand, will stand upon your strength. And where do you wish this nation to be? Free. Then I imagine that's what will happen, provided you stick to your words. One thing about Americans is this: we are kind of lackadaisical. In fact, I like to call it being hobbitized. But we might also remember that at least one or two other nations in the past have risen up and tried to face us, thinking that we were the hobbits of the planet, and then instead found out we were the teddy bears with teeth, as you all know. That mistake has been made again, and we won't make it in our lifetime. And ladies and gentlemen, if you were in the Great War, World War II, or if you were in Vietnam, or if you were in Korea, your nation's going to call on you again. And I know the words that are going through your mind. I've already done this once. I've spent my time. I deserve a rest. Ladies and gentlemen, with freedom there is no rest. Well, I'll tell you what. How many of you here know how we close our meetings? Well, I'll tell you what, I'll ask you to join with me, because all of you together, and I'll give you a little hint, and I'll say it quietly. God bless the Republic, death to the New World Order, we shall prevail. Now I'll ask you together to join me. God bless the Republic, death to the New World Order, we shall prevail. Thank you.
You know, you need to get in touch. You need to get in touch with your God. You need to get in touch with your fellow Americans. You need to get down to the militia. You need to quit screwing around, sitting on the couch, watching the ball game and the life going by and nothing's getting done. You understand? You need to get out there and hit a couple of these patriotic meetings and listen to some of these folks talking that are trying to save you and your country.
The American dream has become a nightmare. Signs of the time are on cardboard on corners in town. There's a cancer called crime in our cities, and an unspoken fear. We're on our way down. We must take America back, put an end to the gangs and the drugs in the streets, and the fact that the bad guys most always go free, that is wrong. We need leaders who lead us, not stick us and bleed us, and take all our money and send it abroad. We must take America back. We need prayer in the schools and more things made in USA. It's the least we can do for the red, white, and blue. We must take America back. It's a hell here on earth in some city schoolyards. When bullets and birth control outnumber books, something's wrong. There's a hunger for good news and heroes, but good news is no news, so all of the heroes are gone. We must take